Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Or from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back.
Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music with another episode of the Let's Go Good Morning Show, brought to you live by DeOrganized Media in partnership with our amazing friends, Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting. It is Wednesday, 7th. I hope I fixed the date today. I think I said it last night. Yes, I did. All right, good. Yesterday I messed up. I had the wrong date. I had to scramble. Good morning. Getting the live stream running for the day. Super excited to get out, get into the conversations, get our shows rolling. We're really excited about just how things are going in the space. There's so much happening, guys. If you aren't connected, we got the BFF Army, we've got the Stacks Legion, we've got the DeOrganized team growing. We've got so many things going on across the ecosystem with the evolution of STX tools to Tenero. We've got Zero Authority DAO killing it. We've got Cryptonauts put out by Crypto Dude and all the things he's cranking on everywhere. Boost X and Crypto Cash and all the things he's cranking on, and GP's part of that. Excited to be here. It's a good day. Things are trending positive. I think we got through the dark time. Friendly reminder, we are giving away 200 SDX for January. You can enter each day. You just got to go to the pin post on the DeOrganized page. That's at DeOrganized BTC on X. The post is pinned today. You just got to tell us what you think is driving the current Bitcoin rally. You tell us that in the comments below the live stream, the replies, and you're entered. That's it. You can enter multiple times monthly. You can once a day, but we do this every day. As long as the live stream is open, you can actually go in, find the question. We will actually post the question in the thread as well, so you have access to that there. Very easy to get to. And yeah, we're ready to roll. I'm actually going to leave you with a clip I got from the Boom Wallet team last week. Actually, it was just before Christmas, so a couple weeks ago. And they are getting ready to launch smart wallets, smart shops, smart creator economy on Stacks, on Bitcoin, with Boom.money. And I'm going to leave you guys with that right now. And then we'll be back with the news at 8:30. And don't forget the whatever morning space. It's the place to go to get your vibes right for the day with Binta, GP, 300, and the crew. And we'll see you all around through the spaces. Lots to do today, lots to get into, and go out and get it. Keep grinding. Rise and grind, my friends. Rise and grind. We'll see you soon.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters they be showing the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name.
What is up, my friends? I am excited about this one. We got Dan and Resh joining us from Boom, friends of the show and builders in the Bitcoin ecosystem. And today we're spotlighting Boom Wallet as they gear up for launch. Boom is a non-custodial Bitcoin payment wallet built on Stacks with SBTC support, and the core idea is simple but powerful. Make Bitcoin payments feel as easy as sending a message. Instead of wallets being complicated tools only power users love, Boom is focused on real-world usage, everyday payments, merchants, peer-to-peer transfers without giving up self-custody and security. The timing could not be better. So let's dig into why they're building this, who it's for, and what people should expect as Boom gets ready to go live, fully live. And we have Dan Trevino and Suresh Singh in the house. How are you, my friends? Are you guys doing well? I hope you're catching a break for the holiday season we're dropping into. It's great to see you guys.
Hey, great to be here. Thanks for inviting us.
Likewise. It's 4 p.m. here in England. It's getting dark, miserable weather.
Oh, well, that's not too bad then.
Yeah. Miserable is the word sunny for UK.
Well, isn't that kind of just common for the UK?
It is. Well, I'm being, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. No, but you know what though? Actually, I think you guys know Jamie Fletcher from the dog pool coin and all the cool stuff he's brought.
Oh, yeah.
He comes on periodically, and there was one day where he was talking about it being a sunny day, and I was surprised because I didn't think you guys actually had any of those ever. So it does happen though, I guess, from time to time.
We have good summers to be honest. We have decent summers. I think Jamie's I think based in Bristol, down south. Yeah.
I think you're correct. I'm not positive about that, but so it varies like the U.S. to some degree. The further north you get, it's a little cooler.
Yeah. I think the only comparison I have, to be honest, and I've told it's actually the same, is Seattle's weather is very similar to UK weather. So that's a comparison I can give people. Anyway, so let's kick off.
Yeah. Let's. So, Dan, you've been working on Boom for quite a while. In its current iteration, I want to say for probably about a year, with what or maybe a little bit longer than that. But it's been about a year since we've been kind of quietly waiting, seeing this develop, to see what's coming on it. And it's a use case we really need more of in the ecosystem. So tell us a little bit about. For those that aren't aware, because I'm quite familiar, which is uncommon for me. I like to actually do these when I know less about the project, so I have more curiosity behind my questions. So why don't you give us a little bit of a background? What is Boom for? What are you building Boom for?
How much background do you want? I can tell you where we started back at the Stacks launch date.
Whatever you think is important for people to know about the project.
Okay. Well, we launched with the Stacks mainnet launch back in 2021 with Boom as a web wallet at the time and an NFT platform. We were the first NFT platform. We have the first NFTs minted on the Stacks network, and we ran that for
first NFT mint.
As far as I know, yeah, I think Frieger, who I'm sure you know of, has kind of verified that for us. We didn't see any other NFT mint contract or clarity calls before that. So we did that for a while. I got recruited into a Bitcoin startup, and so Boom kind of languished for a while. I left the Bitcoin startup in February. Was it last year? 2024. February 2024, and went back to Boom, really. At the time, they were starting to talk about SBTC and the Nakamoto upgrade, and I really saw that. I saw SBTC with the faster speeds on Stacks that were going to be coming down the road. which I guess didn't show up until like September or so of 24.
Nakamoto was November.
November. There you go. So we were, I think, initially promised that in July, and so we started building. I saw
April. It was
April.
supposed to launch in April, right around the halving.
Maybe July was one of the intermediate.
That might have been one of the first target, like the target extension was July. I think you're right.
But anyway, so earlier in the year, I saw SBTC and the promise of a faster Stacks network, and I was looking around and I thought we really have an opportunity to be a better Lightning than Lightning here. With SBTC, one-to-one peg, with Clarity, with the full decentralization of a Stacks network versus kind of centralized nodes in Lightning, I thought this is a better opportunity. So we started targeting like building out a payments system, kind of more like Cash App, more like Venmo for those of you who are familiar with those, strictly kind of focused on simplifying payments. And we started building that out until, Resh, was it like September, October when we started pivoting of the end of last year, maybe November?
Yeah.
And at the time, I was also more on Nostr, and so Nostr was actually making some good headway in the same direction. But my concern was really about trying to put Stacks activity onto Nostr. Nostr has decentralized relays. It's very cool. I love the tech and I love where they're going. But I think there's still like the opportunity there to censor different note types. Like you have to specify types of notes that when you're sending them onto these relays, and some of that can be reused. But the way I was looking at potentially using Nostr, I was like, we were going to have some of our own custom note types, and whether those got picked up by the relay nodes to actually move forward, whether they were actually supported, because different relays can support different types of notes at their will, was an open question. And so I thought it's better if we just kind of take this into our own hands rather than relying on a network that may or may not be open to, a different use case. So we pivoted more into building Boom as the social wallet that we wanted, based on a Stacks L2, based on Clarity and SBTC, because I thought that's where like our largest feature set really could come from. The largest capability set could come from those things. And so from that time, we've been building out what is essentially 3 apps, which I know people are going to beat me over the head for. But we're building a wallet, we're building a marketplace, we're building a chat app, and then of course all the infrastructure to support those different things. So your comment about us taking a while, we could have probably kind of shortened our. I know that wasn't a criticism. I know it's just like it's the reality. We could have probably shrank our feature set a little bit and done this quicker, but we've kind of built it incrementally, and I really wanted to make something that's going to be different from what every other wallet out there is. And actually, we kind of pivoted away from just calling it Boom Wallet, was just Boom. The app, the wallet, is more focused on kind of being in the background and supporting what you want to do, rather than being a kind of first-class citizen in the or first-class app in itself. Similar to, you go to Amazon, you don't have your wallet up front, right? Your wallet just comes in when you want to make a payment.
The marketplace is what's up front that people are interacting with.
Exactly. Right. And so we're trying to bring that kind of experience into Stacks Web3, Bitcoin Layer 2s, again, with the idea that SBTC is the right play for this, and that Stacks' faster network is really going to be a key enabler. And we've seen that so far. And so that's where we are. We're still kind of finishing up some pieces today, but we're pretty close on completing that whole 3-app bundle journey.
Just want to add to what Dan shared there. I think what you stated is quite fair criticism or feedback in terms of it taken a while, because we're supposed to be done middle of last year or towards September, October. But what we have found in every iterations we have done or Dan has done is that once you build to a certain level, you say, oh, there's limitation at this part. We need to address this part. So anybody who says that, this can be easily, I can launch in 3 months, welcome to try it. I promise you, I assure you.
Yeah, listen, I certainly didn't mean it as criticism.
No. We didn't take it that way at all.
Totally understand. Our website is still, we understand. We're definitely trying to build stuff out, and we're not as we're less far along in the last year than you guys are, and we've so it's I totally understand, and honestly, you're better off taking your time and putting out a good functioning product that is what you want, and rushing to meet an arbitrary deadline,
Well, I mean, yeah, there's this whole lean startup thing. Like you can argue this both ways, but it is what it is. I have certain feelings about what I want to release, just me personally, and that gets in the way of some of it sometimes because I'm like, I don't really like this chat. I want to redo the chat now, or which Rich gets frustrated with, but.
So, I mean, if I were, and you guys are, I know you've been cranking and you're towards the finish line of getting to market. I've already played around with the app in the background. Very cool. I know that there's obviously you're still in like a beta function trying to work out some kinks, but it's very functional, very, very much. The roadmap is clearly there. And it's only a matter of time, but you also want to make sure so you mentioned the 3 components. There's the wallet, which is fundamental infrastructure for any application on chain, on any chain.
Quite honestly, the easiest part of this whole thing.
Right. But the social part of it is more important than because a wallet is a wallet. But what you can do with it is important, and the chat functionality and the marketplace functionality both make it a more engaging application than just a wallet, and those are the features that I want to play with. I have a wallet. I have a number of wallets. It's not just another wallet. That's not what Boom is. And I actually am glad you guys aren't really. I try to refer to it as Boom or Boom.money because I realize that while there is a wallet layer, that's not what this is really for. It's about the economy that it's and the necessary components of having it actual exchange happening.
At a deeper level, even kind of below that, it's about the community, right?
Right.
Like my vision, when I think about the best part of or the best version of this is a bazaar where people are interacting with each other, people are buying and selling, but there's a community formed around Bitcoin. And getting that economy moving, right? So you'll be able to buy locally with Bitcoin. You'll be able to buy remotely with Bitcoin very easily without having to go through 2 different places to do those different things with a community that you may not know, right? You're stepping out to existing Lightning or Bitcoin shops right now, and that might be fine. There's some great ones, but we're trying to kind of pull that together and kind of create a community that is interested in building a Bitcoin economy, and that's kind of at the lowest level. That's what it's about.
And it's important. There's a lot of creators. Our model is more creator content focused, but content creators are looking for commerce for their content. That's the goal of creating the content, is either to get attention for other stuff you're selling or to specifically be selling the content, or both, monetizing the stuff you're creating. And there's not really a really good central place to do that right now. And Resh had actually asked me the other day about whether we were interested in setting up a smart shop on Boom, and 1000% we are. We don't have a merch store yet for DeOrganized, and it's something people have been telling me we should do. And I don't disagree. It's just it's a bandwidth issue. That's the same. A year ago I should have been putting out putting out a merch shop. I'd have some T-shirts out there in the marketplace where free branding and people pay, and some revenue streams. But this is actually going to be a catalyst for me to get off my butt, get some merch together, figure out how we're going to create a merch store, put it in Boom, and then get that on our website and be able to distribute that. That's something we can then market on our platforms and get some exposure. And Boom's going to help facilitate that, where we can, there are plenty of Web 2 opportunities out there right now, but I really want to see, and I think that not that this is necessarily going to be built into V1 right now, or the current version of Boom, but soon with like my vision, what I hope to see relatively soon is people that don't even have a crypto wallet yet are getting exposed to what we're doing. They go into one of our channels, one of our apps, something we're doing that onboards them to create a wallet through Boom. They now have a wallet. They now have their account. They're going into our smart shop. They don't even really know they have a wallet. They just set up an account.
Exactly.
They might have a passkey or something. They might not even have a passkey. It might even just be connected to their social media account, their whatever. And then they actually facilitate a transaction where they're just using their regular debit card, credit card. It on-ramps into crypto, abstractively, where they don't even know it. We're getting paid in crypto, either USDC on Stacks or SBTC or STX, whatever we choose, because we can program that on the back end. The user doesn't ever even have to experience it. And we're selling some merchandise. We're getting the crypto. They're engaging in the crypto economy and they don't even know it.
Yeah, that's one of the things I think that's kind of lost sometimes when there's been a lot of hype recently about passkeys, and I've been one of the people who's been kind of poo-pooing passkeys, not because I think it's a bad idea, but I think that onboarding to a wallet is effectively useless if you've got nothing to do with it, right? Like I can create a wallet and I can get you into a wallet with a passkey in a few seconds, but what are you going to do next? Right, you've got to have something to do with that wallet, and you don't even have crypto yet. You can't go get a username without Stacks. You can't go and do any DeFi. You can't do anything. Right? You've got a wallet with nothing in it. So my point is not necessarily against passkey, but that we need to focus on the larger picture, which is one of our key metrics is time to first transaction, right? And I want to have you doing your first transaction within 30 seconds.
Right.
So you're right. You shouldn't have to know about your Bitcoin address and
you shouldn't have to know
any of that stuff.
Literally just be. It really should be. I'm giving you my credit card information. You're taking my cash, putting it into a crypto account for me. Basically my wallet is my account, right?
Right.
And my user account. And so that user account though can be composable into other apps once it exists on chain.
Right. Yeah.
And my ability to log into it can be
part of it is when you're interacting, let's say with DeOrganized Media's smart shop, there's some value in the pseudonymity, yeah, whatever that is. Pseudonymous transactions, right? Like maybe you want to go buy a mug and you don't want anybody to know you bought a DeOrganized mug. But the reality is you're going to have to ship a mug to somebody. And so there's going to have to be shipping information potentially and some identifier that makes sense to a delivery organization, whether it's like UPS or like the USPS, and they have different rules about what names you can use and what names you cannot use, right? We've kind of found this out over time. I think Resh brought this to our attention. And so we are, one of the things we're doing during our onboarding is everybody gets a name. a name is basically key to the platform, and it's free. So we're not onboarding you to a wallet and then saying, here's some stacks, go buy a name. We're giving you a name at the beginning. It's free, it's fast, and that way when somebody goes to buy a mug, you know that you're dealing with dan.boom.btc or resh.boom.btc, right? And that also kind of feeds into trust building over time, right? You can see like dan.boom.btc has never, I don't know, returned merchandise or whatever like that, or never had issues with sellers. Or you can see that DeOrganized Media has fulfilled 100% of their shipping issues, and nobody has ever complained about them, right? And everybody rates them as 5-star. So those names also help you build trust over time, and that's kind of a key, right? Like I was telling Resh this a while back. One of the triggers for this whole thing about the social piece of it was the realization that money is social, right? Like that's not a realization to a lot of people, but it's a realization that I had while I was at my in-laws' place in India, right? And there in the community, within the community, my in-laws can go down the street without cash, without money, go to a shop and say, hey, I need X, Y, and Z. They can get a short-term kind of pass, right? On okay, we know you're going to pay later, but that trust exists because there's a community that knows each other, right?
Right. It's social credit, not in the Orwellian way, but in the actual like how it exists in real life way.
I know you, and so I can do this for you, right? I know that you live down the street, and I know that you've always paid me back within a day or two, and so this whole need for names and identifiers, I think, feeds into that social credit, and I think it's key to kind of helping us build out the economy this way.
100%. Do you see? So you bring up a point that I hadn't considered coming into this conversation, but privacy is a thing, you know, and it is becoming more present, an issue to solve. Like I saw something, I can't remember the details of who. I think I saw it on X. Someone was posting about how they had paid someone $30 in USDC, and then that person was asking them about like how much money they have, because it was they could see how much money they had in that wallet, and if you know, it's not that hard to actually trace back to other wallets that person may control and see all of their financial, or a significant amount of financial information that they might not want to share, just to send somebody $30, in a payment. So do you guys see a lot of people talking about ZK rollups or rollups, and my understanding as a layman without any technical real knowledge on how it works is that it's complex. It's there. It could be the solution, but it's not probably a short-term solution. It's probably going to be something that takes a little bit of time and effort to develop out. Do you guys have you guys considered privacy?
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of hard because right now, and I'm not a ZK expert, but my understanding is that we're still lacking some of the primitives on stacks that would allow us to do zero knowledge proofs. That might be something that's coming in the future, and I think it's something that's going to be key to kind of future everyday living, right? There's so much invasion of privacy today in your normal Android and iPhone apps already, right? Like law enforcement is putting apps out there like add our law enforcement app, and low key, in the background, they're basically getting access to everything you do, and they're scanning your pictures without you knowing, and they're watching your chats without you knowing, and all this other stuff. Privacy is going to be a key part of the future. Unfortunately, right now, we're just not ready for it. But it's definitely something we think about. It's something that we, to the extent that we can control on the Boom platform, we try to do. One of the things about with the naming is you are putting a name out there and associating it with things, and that doesn't really do anything worse than an address, because you can look at an address, right, without a name or with a name. But what we're going to be doing also is allowing the creation of different names for your different wallets so that you can kind of subdivide, keep your hot wallet. You might want to call it checking dot peace love, right? And you might have a savings dot peace love where you don't interact, using that wallet. People would still be able to go and trace if you're sending stuff between the two wallets, right? But you don't necessarily have to have a name for those other sub wallets as well. Boom is really focused on being a hot wallet. We're really focused on those immediate transactions. Privacy is a thing that we think about, but it's something that we're kind of stuck with, kind of the pseudonymous architectures right now. And so on the back end, obviously we don't hold keys. Everything's encrypted on your own device. All the normal kind of wallet things that you would expect. We don't have access to your private keys. We don't have access to your funds or anything like that. That actually could be something as we go more into the privacy side, where we start doing a separate service where we're kind of sharding keys so that people can recover them more easily, things like that. But that's a completely different discussion.
Sure. Well, I mean, these tools aren't necessary to get off the ground either. Like, I don't want this to be like you guys are packing it up. Oh, we didn't solve privacy. We gotta.
Well, I think the issue is the chain privacy, right? Like right now, you can't go to Amazon and privately buy a skateboard, right?
Right, but when you buy a skateboard on Amazon,
your bank account isn't exposed.
Your bank account isn't exposed, so people can't steal. But there is actually, so there's a double-edged sword here, because there still are third parties that have access to your purchase data, and they're able to use it without your knowledge to a large degree.
Yeah, they may not have access to your account directly, but they see that this person buys $1,000 worth of Amazon products every month. They've already pegged you into an income bracket,
right?
Guaranteed, based on your Amazon purchases,
right,
and your searches and all that other stuff. So
right.
it's not directly visible, but like I said, that's really on the chain side. That's the chain security that really needs to be kind of secured,
right?
privatized.
And it should be a user setting at some level, and I think that they are working on some of that stuff on Stacks, and it's not a pressing issue. It's just something that it occurred to me while we were having this conversation, because it's a consideration for people, and it's something that we haven't really solved yet entirely, but the problem you guys are solving is for creators. And I didn't get a chance to introduce GP. I think you guys know him. You might have met GP once or twice. 300 as well. I think you guys might know the homie.
Hi, Resh. Hi, Dan.
What
Good
up,
to
fellas?
see you. What up? What up? What up? Finally. Finally. Boom!
We don't have to make any more mafia-oriented threatening memes. Boom out there.
No more threats. We're good.
We are excited.
We are, but the reason I'm pointing to them too specifically here is because they're both prolific content creators. NFTs, they both launched NFT collections. They both create content all over the place. They both have communal followings in their own right. They're both contributors to what we do here, which we are also trying to grow our community. And you guys are providing some infrastructure solutions that are going to help both DeOrganized and individual projects like DeOrganized and individual creators get more organized and direct and standardize some creator economy opportunities with what you guys are building out. And I think that that's a huge need in the space, because there's not really an obvious way to do that right now.
Yeah, I that's the hope. right? Like that's the goal is to kind of help people build their communities within the community. We want to make communication easy. We want to make it secure, and that way, when you have a store, you know, you've got a built-in kind of community that's sort of onboarding that they can opt into actually continuing to interact with you beyond just a single purchase, right? And obviously all of the normal tools that exist out there for engagement based on memberships or based on NFTs or based on whatever, or subscription content, all of those things are available as well, you know, in this place. So
just to add a few things, please, even the chat functionality that Dan was mentioning to you, I mean, this is maybe common knowledge, but when we're looking at it, you know, when people write that BRN, for example, B00RN.BTC, for example. Now, if you look at it first glance, you'll just read it, oh, there's a boom, but it's actually not. So we actually had to think about it. Okay, how do you solve the simple issue of even visually, if you see a name, it stands out that, oh, this is not boom.btc, this is something else. So even that font and the design took us a while. Then Dan and I went back and forth. Then we came up with the solution in terms of, okay, use a certain type of font that immediately you see visually, you know, like, oh, there's separation. You literally got to be visually impaired. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful manner. You literally have to be visually impaired to be able to not see this issue that, oh, the name is not what it is. So that's one thing. The one thing we've also was very important. I didn't pick Dan pick this up, was that you want your social life and your business life to be separate. So when you start your chat functionality as well, you'll have your personal chat functionality, like Trihana will have his personal identity. You can just chat with me and Dan. Then he might also have his own store. And for the store, there's separate chat functionality they can create as well. Now that creates two separations. For various reasons, I think it's easier and cleaner for business transactions to be there in one part, and your personal life to be on one another side. So those small nitty-gritty stuff only came into trial and error as we were building this thing out. So yeah, so that's the one thing that was very important for us to figure all these elements out. The element you're talking about in terms of onboarding creators and all, that came about while we were building everything. Came out to a later half of the year. Then I think when you're going back for how do you onboard people, so NFT creators, music creators, we spoke to a number of music creators. To be honest, they shared a lot of issues they were having in terms of costing, in terms of what their margins has to be, you know, how the challenges, the type of uploads they need to make. They were said it's going to be difficult relying on other platforms to accommodate this, and then we host it. And say, okay, we'll create our own NFT platform as well. Then, you know, so that way users can straight go to Boom NFT, upload their own designs, music, if they're doing Web3 music, and their NFT artwork or poetry, whatever it might be, and then straight away launch it into Boom Marketplace. So that's one thing very important for us. Has to be a seamless experience, and that we believe over time is going to be really impactful. Of course, the platform also accommodates if people just want to upload digital goods. You know, you could upload an MP3 music, for example, you know, or MP4, depending on what a music file or whatever file size you're uploading.
Non-copyright.
Not copyright, yes. that's very important. You know, so if you are like 300 Suno musics, like amazing Suno music.
I got a question.
That's his copyright. What's up?
So for platform that is copyright or non-copyright?
I'm
We lost you a little bit, Hannah. We had a little bit of a.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
I think that's better. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm asking that. Is there any way that you can look into a song that is it copyrighted or video? Do you have like content ID where, because somebody can just take a song by somebody else, uploaded on Boom, do you have like an AI that detects that this song is already released on other platforms, or this song belongs to somebody else?
That not in the first revision, to be honest. Like, we're launching here on Stacks, and we're part of this is part of the whole trust and moderation of this marketplace is going to have to be built with the help of the users. Like, we can put some things into place, but we don't really know what's needed and what's useful at this point. Quite honestly, that's not trying to ignore the problem. It's a matter of us wanting to put moderation and trust guardrails in place that actually make sense for the community. You know, we've talked with obviously folks like the Zero Authority, who are building their own trust platform, right? And to the extent that we can leverage what they're building, you know, we've had a lot of discussions between us about data sharing and what kinds of things we can take from their platform, and I think that's an ongoing conversation. So it really we don't have that we're not going to have that at launch for sure, but it's something that we definitely are aware of, and we're hoping that what we can see is that folks will kind of flag content that they think is copyrighted or whatever shouldn't be there, and we can surface that information to the community.
Yeah, I think also that's where the community comes in, and you have like community people who looks into some of the stuff that's posted there, and sometimes you can pick that this song is already published somewhere elsewhere, and then that is when they send like a flag to you guys and say this song belongs to somebody else, or this is my work. Or you can just also maybe put a disclaimer that if you have any content that belongs to you that was uploaded by somebody else, please can you share with us, and maybe create a ticket so that you can look into it, so that also you won't have like these complications of lawsuits that people are uploading like copyrighted content on the platform.
I want to go back to Resh's point about like the confusing names and things like that. That's part of being a wallet without being a wallet. You know, one of the things we're trying to do is be very intentional about typography that we're using in specific places, right? Like, it's not just a heading and body text, content text, right? Like, in a chat, you want to understand exactly what name you're dealing with or what stacks address you're dealing with potentially, you know? And so trying to be very intentional about how we display usernames in various places on your own profile. When you're looking at your own profile, maybe it doesn't matter as much, right? But when you're looking at somebody else's profile, it does. And so how do we handle just the different contexts for different typography for different contexts for the same data and things like that? So that's also part of, like I said, being a wallet without being a wallet. Like, when we talk about these three different components, they're really all blended. It's three different applications effectively, but the way we're building this, it is not that you see something here and you go here to do X. You can interact with the marketplace in your chat. You can interact with your wallet in the marketplace, right? And the chat in your marketplace. And so all of these things are actually three kind of foundational layers, and they have to work together. And so wallet is really contextual, right? Your wallet is contextual within a chat, within a marketplace, within a game, whatever. So in that way, we have to be very intentional about like how we ask you to create a transaction, right? A game is going to ask, say, hey, if you want to keep playing, send 2 stacks or something like that. I don't know, whatever. Or maybe it's a pay-per-play game that you're doing some kind of like, I don't want to say gambling, but like some kind of pay-to-play game, right? So the way that we surface kind of payments in these different contexts matters, and so we're trying to be very intentional about those kinds of things. And it's one of the things that we have to be that kind of differentiates us from like just being an X First or a Leather Wallet or a Magic Eden kind of thing, whatever.
Yeah, and it's all about creating good experiences for the user. And you have a couple of different users. You know, you have the content creators and or whoever's actually providing the merch or the services that are in the shop. And then you have the customers for those as well. And so, and then there's, you know, we have a kind of similar model. We have content creators and we have audience / users / community. And then we also have sponsors, which I suspect you guys will have some kind of sponsorship model as well. You're going to have real estate, right? I don't know if you've considered that. But
you can go on Fastpool now.
Oh, are they a Fastpool is actually a sponsor for Boom?
No. Like they have their sponsored stacking thing.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You can actually You can sponsor
Different projects.
You can sponsor projects to get your like stacking rewards from your or a percentage of stacking rewards from your stacking and stuff like that. So there's all sorts of cool things. We're at the precipice of a very, very interesting time in humanity, because there's so many technological tools out there. But
so the one thing, please, just want to add that at the present moment, if you look across the board, the experience of using Web3 shopping is not great. You know,
right.
If you use Lightning, you got to lock in your money your money is literally locked in the channel. You got to close. You got to make sure everything is there. Your towers.
You just meant there's so much friction just in knowing about
really,
it.
Yes.
Just in understanding what you just said eliminates a huge percentage of any market.
Exactly. So one thing we wanted to say, like, if SBTC is going to be, it's amazing, and it's also going to go cross-chain. It's going to go to different networks. Adopting it now and making it into available on a marketplace really easy. And we have individuals like Cornell in Brazil who's developed his own product base onboarding Latin America. If that works well, he can use the same approach across different geographical locations, and Boom becomes just seamless. You know, of course, we have the one we showed you piece was the desktop version, and there's also a mobile version. For shoppers, you want to be at Amazon. I don't remember the last time I was on a desktop when I shopped on Amazon, if I'm honest. I literally just sit on the sofa, I just scroll. But if I'm a seller, I want to be able to do it from a desktop. Makes things easy to manage. So we are accommodating both sides of it, to be honest. Initially, everything was mobile. And then I sat down there like, pardon my language, is a pain in the ass if I got to manage everything on my mobile.
You can't program from a phone.
Yeah.
Just can't.
So that's why
program it.
Well,
and saying maybe you can. I don't know. But that's my eyes are old. I'm an old guy. I cannot. Like I won't get the bifocals yet, so I'm on my phone with my glasses up, and then I have to go back, and it's just I can't. The dynamic interface is obviously a huge factor when you're trying to, add items to your smart shop, write a description, and all of that stuff. Although the AI is actually making it a lot easier to do some stuff from your phone as well. But it's still, I understand your point though, Rash. You have two customers or two clients or two users, and they need different experiences. So there's a different experience for the content creator, the smart shop owner, etc., versus their average shopper that's just their audience, their community.
So please, I want to plug in terms of the benefits of using Boom NFT Marketplace, if that's okay. And this is literally a pitch, to be honest.
Whatever you want to do, man, is okay.
So if somebody wants to right now launch an NFT project, traditional NFT platforms, when you launch, you pay 10% of the fees.
Yes.
You mint, and then you get your product.
I hope GP is listening.
No, GP knows. We GP, what's the name? Trihana, all the other individuals that we have directly worked with know this because we, after getting a lot of feedback, 10% is very high for artists in general. So we said, okay,
It's not sustainable, actually.
it is not sustainable. You're right. Especially if Stacks goes into where we think it's going to go the price as well. So we said, okay, what we can do is, because we also cover our overheads and everything, we say like, we'll just slash everything in terms by 50%. So you can mint at 5%, we'll only take 5%, and that's it. We don't take secondary sale prices, nothing. Then if they decide to purchase or mint an NFT and the NFT does well and they want to sell it on Boom Marketplace, we have to take into account not so much in terms of then that Coke can pop was damn loud.
Oh, I hope he wasn't. I thought at least I know he wasn't cocking a gun.
Yeah, that Coke and Dan is hand to hand. So the marketplace setting, what we have seen that it has to be comparable to Web2 experience. Just having a premium because well, Web3 doesn't cut it. So we said, okay, we'll compare what's the best user experience right now on Web2, and we say like, okay, we'll take 2.9% secondary on anything that you sell on Boom smart shops. There is a cost of listing them at one STX, and that cost is not because we need the money. It's not that. It's that there's no way to stop spamming. So in order to stop spamming, there has to be a cost attached to the activity.
Right.
Etsy and all charges like 10 cents.
If there's no cost, you'll get overrun, and it'll
Exactly.
just sum up all the works. You have to have, and honestly, a one STX minting fee or a listing fee is not prohibitive, at least at the current price. And if Stacks does well, you can always adjust your fee.
Exactly. So those are the elements we have taken into account, and we believe that now economies where there's payment processing challenges, not so much in Western Europe and Northern America, Western Africa, Asia, having Stripe or platforms of that nature is really challenging, and they can take quite a big chunk. At least with individuals we have spoken to, up to 70% based on listing fees of various platforms they use and payment processing, they can actually only keep 30%. It's insane amount of payouts they do for what they actually earn.
You know, and
So we want to
honestly,
change
I'm
that.
glad you brought up the NFT launch, because I actually think that that's a huge. It's much needed in the ecosystem. We need a competitive NFT marketplace and or just a place to go to launch NFTs. I love Gamma. I like the guys at Gamma. I'm not saying against Gamma, but I think that we do need options in the marketplace. It makes everybody better. You know, it makes them put out a better product if they're still trying to get that market. But there is actually a lack of support for Stacks NFTs right now. And so that there's a huge need for that right now in the marketplace, a place to launch NFTs. I have a couple of NFT ideas, and I know that there's a lot of other people that do too. And
I think that's initially you're right, please. I think sorry to interrupt there. What we have seen, what I've seen to be honest, Dan, for the right reason, seeing like NFTs trend tends to go down. I just been lucky while researching this. Saw that the last from September to now, the actual trajectory on other chains, NFT has been booming. So I think just by osmosis or just by the theme, as we go into 2026, that could actually pick up on Stacks as well. We are breaking into Nigeria, for example, initial launch. We are launching everywhere as soon as global, but the target market is Nigerians. We're working very closely with Blockleaf Labs. So individuals that onboarded from these economies, we believe will start, number one, something digital, which is a low lift for them, and they'll create and they'll push something out. We believe people who are in much more developed countries, and again, this is just a hypothesis that I have, that they want something to be able to retain more of their income and manage their own income tax on their own. So selling it on a platform and being able to accept cryptocurrency, like STX, USDCX, SPTC, and potentially then we are enabling a native Bitcoin from day one, or that comes
Native Bitcoin.
sure. Yeah. So then you see we got all these 4 abilities, so people can manage it straight from Boom. My personal opinion is people are trying to gravitate more to crypto economy based on how the governments are behaving currently. So that's where my pitch is. And I think if people just want to experiment, it's not going to cost you anything. Once you get a Boom wallet, you can easily just put one NFT up and you got a Boom shop. Literally, that is, you place a product for listing, you got a Boom shop straight away. So your experience is going to be seamless. You can be able to even use Boom chat functionality to chat between you and me, please. For example, if I want to say Dan is such a pain in my neck, I can complain to you, and he will never know. Nobody will ever know. At the end, at one point, it'll be end-to-end encryption.
And clips that be glowing, insisting on the daily. They bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2, showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat, spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived, bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Pumping the name. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxes look bad. Stacks is where it's at. Fast transactions are flat. The leading L2 is making maxes look bad. And clips that be glowing, insisting on the daily. They bring Bitcoin news, Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2, showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat, spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived, bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive, scouring the planet for the treasures inside.
Step in the future, no permission when we move. Bitcoin on the chain and the flow stay true. No middleman, hands only money that's yours. Tap into the source, this the key to the door. Let bit flow, unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack, let the signal make noise. Let bit flow, unlock your Bitcoin, swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let bit flow, unlock your Bitcoin, where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let bit flow, unlock your Bitcoin, hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed.
Never bow to the banks, let the freedom go live. We ain't talking about the future, we already arrived. No cap, no delay, this is real block time. Bitcoin in the engine and the yield stay prime. No keys, held hostage, flow stay trustless. Stacks to the core, but the base chain rugged. From the chain to the swap, everything on demand. If you're built for the winners, then you already understand. Not a trend, it's a net evolution in motion. Liquidity unlocked like the gates in the ocean. You can flex when you own, I beg for permission. Bitflow is the tool, execution with precision. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack, let the signal make noise. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed. No ceiling, no borders, this the true free world, where the builders get paid, where the vision unfurls. Rooms BTC, stable flows in rotation, new era on the chain, this the price of innovation. You ain't gotta ask twice, it's non-custodial might. Every swap locked tight, every rate optimized. It's the layer for the legends and the ones getting in. No luck, only skill, this is where you begin. Every click in control, that's the anthem we preach. Bring value to the people while the old bank sleep. Say the name with conviction, that's a lift off code. Bitflow, now watch the Bitcoin flow explode. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack, let the signal make noise. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin, hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed.
Every post is a signal. Give it fuel. Boost eggs, the social value layer.
Let's go.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind shared. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic.
Yeah, I love my opener. I'm also gonna share again Pip's song from that we debuted yesterday. I really like it.
DeOrganized media.
Nice easy vibe in the morning.
DeOrganized media. The hub of the digital gold.
The hub of the digital
You ready?
gold. Thank you, Pip.
Let's navigate.
Guys, I gotta fix this.
We
you know, maybe I'll wear the hat.
the older, build the new.
Well, Jack
From the
is
block
like-
to the stacks, yeah, we bringing the view. Daily updates, the news never sleeps on the chain. Bitcoin insights, we washing
It's
out the
cold
noise
today.
and the
Not as
rain.
cold
You
as
want
it's
that
been.
alpha? Yeah, we got the hub in the palm. Navigating Web Creek, keeping the community calm. Chatting up the builders. Yeah, we open for the
I'll leave
play,
that,
marketing and partnerships.
Leave that bouncing in the background. I like that. I like the vibe on that one. Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music with another episode of the Let's Go Good Morning Show, brought to you live by DeOrganized Media in partnership with our amazing friends at Bitcoin Live Decentralized Broadcasting. It is Wednesday, the 7th of January. We are getting over the hump today. Whoop, whoop. I hope you are all having an amazing start to the season, to the new year, and really happy for y'all being here and tuning in, riding with us into the new year, into the crypto space that is evolving as we speak in such an amazing way. If you guys just think back where we were a year ago, even, Bitcoin was waning. It was losing the tailwinds from the election. We were just getting into the new administration, hadn't even been inaugurated yet. There was a lot of hope and promise, but not a lot of realized activity yet. Things didn't quite go all the way we were expecting. But as far as utility on Bitcoin and the establishment of institutional grade Bitcoin infrastructure, that was achieved in a large part on Stacks in 2025, and now in 2026 we're going to realize the benefit of all that work, all that production. And we got a lot more work to do, by the way. We're not sitting back on our haunches and waiting for things to happen. We have a lot more to do. There's a lot of development going on. Super excited about all of the cracked devs in our space, just iterating and cranking and creating more utility and more ways, making it easier to onboard into real Bitcoin yield on Stacks. We're excited about that. Friendly reminder, this is a news show. We're providing news and information, some education, sometimes some entertainment, hopefully, but never financial advice. Always do your own research. Never invest money you cannot afford to lose. That being said, you can take a look at the numbers over at CoinMarketCap today. Make sure this is right. That's good enough. Good enough for government work, as my old ex-father-in-law, late old ex-father-in-law used to say. Good enough for government work. Bitcoin coming in at 92K. Still at 49 on the Fear and Greed Index, right in that neutral range. Not quite over the hump, though. We're just getting over the hump today. Let's see what happens. Ethereum holding on to 3,200. So we are a little bit down from the rally earlier in the week. It does seem like we're cooled off a little bit. Some corrective behavior. Some eager longs getting liquidated before we can trend back up, which is usually a good thing for the long-term strength of a market rally. Things are still a little, precarious, but we definitely are feeling better than we were a week to 2 weeks ago. Stacks still holding on over 35 cents. That's great. 36 cents for Stacks, even though it's down 4%, still up 43% over the last week. Healthy correction, resetting some support, and getting ready for the next leg up. Maybe. Not financial advice, obviously. I told you that. Top three gainers over the last 24 hours are Meme Core, Mix Finance, and Tron. We do have just a couple of gainers. Most things are flat or down in the 3 to 4% range. Dash, SPX, some big corrections. Zcash back under 500. So there's definitely movement. Not everything's moving in the same direction, which is usually a good sign as well. You're going to actually start seeing, maybe the market's getting a little bit more discerning as to the winners and losers. We're starting to see who's going to actually win. And we'll see. It'll be an interesting year for sure. Let's take a look at what's going on in the news today. Blockchain innovation must rise above politics and serve real-world needs. Boy, does it need to do that for sure. We definitely need that to happen. The crypto industry continues to mature beyond ideological debates, with blockchain innovation increasingly framed as essential global infrastructure rather than a partisan issue. The piece argues that permissionless open networks are becoming foundational tools for economic coordination, transparency, and resilience in a fragmented world. As governments struggle with debt, inefficiency, and declining trust, well-earned declining trust, blockchain-based systems offer neutral rails for value exchange and verification. The takeaway is that long-term adoption will be driven less by political narratives and more by practical utility, particularly in payments, settlement, identity, and capital markets initially. In that identity piece, there's a lot there. We do need to rise above politics, my friends. That's important, and it needs to happen sooner than later. We're in a place where this needs to get addressed. Morgan Stanley adds Ethereum staking ETF filing to growing crypto lineup. They're getting into everything right now. They're definitely going into crypto. Morgan Stanley has filed to add Ethereum staking exposure to one of its crypto ETFs, marking its third crypto-focused fund. The move highlights growing institutional comfort, not just with holding crypto assets, but with earning native yield from blockchain networks. By incorporating staking, the firm signals confidence in Ethereum's long-term role as financial infrastructure in response to rising demand from wealth clients seeking compliant, yield-bearing digital asset exposure. This reflects a broader Wall Street trend toward integrating crypto into traditional portfolio construction. Very interesting. Love to see it. We want, and I know there's different opinions about this, but TradFi is, if we don't get TradFi adoption in this meaningful way, nothing else actually happens. So this is just all part of the plan. It's important that this keeps happening. This is a really encouraging one. MSCI temporarily refrains from excluding crypto-heavy companies. MSCI has temporarily refrained from removing companies with significant crypto exposure from its indices, easing fears of forced selling and reduced institutional access. The decision follows industry pushback and highlights ongoing uncertainty around how digital assets should be classified with global benchmarks. For public companies tied to Bitcoin mining, exchanges, or crypto infrastructure, MSCI's pause provides short-term relief and reinforces the idea that crypto exposure is becoming harder for index providers to ignore as adoption grows. We actually did work with Bitcoin Magazine, BTC Magazine, and Bitcoin for Corporations. We had George McHale on our show to talk about this. We did actually drive some people to sign the petition, and so we did our part. Thank you guys for all who participated in helping us get the attention of MSCI and get this paused, so that they, what they were doing was probably doing so with good intentions, and they just didn't realize the unintended consequences of what they were proposing, and so they were open to hearing us out, and seems that they have reconsidered their plans, at least temporarily, and over time, I think it'll bear out that they won't need to do that, and they'll see why it would actually be detrimental to a number of companies that are doing good work. So we're excited about that. Which one is this one? Oh, okay. And this giant. Riot sells 162 million in Bitcoin as mining hash price slumps back toward lows. Not the home improvement store. Riot Platforms sold a portion of its Bitcoin holdings as mining profitability declined due to falling hash prices. The sale underscores the pressure miners face from rising network difficulty, energy costs, and post-halving dynamics. While selling BTC is often viewed negatively, Riot framed the move as balance sheet management rather than loss of confidence in Bitcoin. The story highlights the cyclical nature of mining and the widening gap between well-capitalized operators and weaker players during downturns. It's just part of the cycle. However, Riot selling Bitcoin isn't necessarily a great bellwether for things, and we might still have some, they might foresee some choppy sideways action over the short term. So take that into consideration as you make your do your own research. Nike sells its NFT and virtual sneakers amid lack of digital art market interest. Interesting. Nike has sold off its NFT and digital sneaker unit amid waning interest in speculative digital collectibles. The move reflects broader cooling in consumer-facing Web3 experiments that failed to demonstrate sustained demand or clear utility. While Nike remains open to digital innovation, the exit signals a reset across the NFT sector, where hype-driven projects are giving way to infrastructure-focused blockchain use cases. The story reinforces the ongoing separation between durable blockchain applications and short-lived speculative trends. This is, it's good when these things happen. It's important for us to actually realize they are telling us something about the market. And just because you can create something digitally and can create something as a digital collectible, it doesn't mean it's going to correlate to the real world collectible the same way. And sneakers is a great example of this. You know, sneakers and owning sneakers and collecting sneakers, even if you're not going to wear them, somebody wants to wear them. Somebody wants to rock that. Somebody wants to feel the experience of wearing those sneakers. Digital sneakers doesn't provide you that same opportunity, so it's never going to be the same. Now, could there have been something that they did to that process to add value to the market, to make more demand, to make it more profitable or more functional? Yes, they could have. And who knows? I'm not super familiar with it, but whenever you're creating a digital asset, a fungible token, a non-fungible token, or even just a platform, a protocol, whatever, it's got to have appeal to the market, your market fit, right? That's product market fit. This product didn't fit their market. It could have, but it didn't. And so it's important to know that just because you can build something doesn't mean it's going to work at scale. Don't be tied to the mechanism. Don't be tied to the model you set forth going towards. Learn along the way and adjust and pivot along the way as things tell you to. That's the lesson here with Nike. I do want to remind everybody that if you go to bff.army right now, actually, let me go there so I can share this page. Internet's tired today. bff.army, super easy to get there. You can learn, earn, and HODL. You can learn all about how to get into DeFi, how to utilize more complex DeFi opportunities at Bitflow, Stacking DAO, Zest, and so on. It's put out by the Bitflow Army, the BFF Army. You can do some self-learning right now, and if you get through the boot camp, the self-guided boot camp, you earn the role of Army Recruit, I believe. And so there will be more opportunities when you earn that role to go further through this process. I highly encourage you guys to take advantage of this opportunity to learn more and broaden your horizons for engaging in yield opportunities on Bitcoin at Bitflow and on Stacks and other Stacks protocols. It's a great opportunity there. And with that, I will bring on the homie. I only got one homie. Where's my other homie? Hold on a second. Let me bring this down. 3, Hana. What's up, my brother? How you doing today? You with us? I don't know if Hana can hear me. Can you hear me, Hana? Is it an audio issue? That's weird, actually. Check. Can you guys hear me?
Yo, peace.
Yo. Can you hear me okay?
GM, can you hear me?
I
Oh,
can,
sorry,
bro.
my browser. I was speaking to a muted mic.
Oh, okay. No, that makes. I'm like, because I'm not getting audio
Can you hear me
response.
now?
I can. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, can you hear me now, peace?
I can hear you. Can you hear
Okay, let me
me?
try to reload.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Check. I'm not sure what's going on. Might be having some. Maybe that's where GP is. He might be having some technical difficulties as well. We'll see what's going on. Just trying to see if I have any notifications. I don't catch all my notifications when I'm streaming, so I don't know if I have been told anything prior to. We got Hana. Let's see. Can you hear
I'm
me
back.
okay? You're
Yeah,
back.
I can hear you.
I can hear you. Yes.
Browser
Okay.
issues. So I was speaking to a muted mic, and also, yeah, I was using a wrong browser. So right now, I'm on another browser. Browser issues. Browser
Lots
wars.
going on, man. Lots going on today. And, you know, the kids are back in school, so the internet was taking a break. Where's that? Is GP? He was in the space. What happened? Did he have to go? Do you know? Did he say anything?
No, I didn't say anything. So I
He
don't
might
know
be
what's
having
going on. Yeah, probably is having some trouble. Yeah, I was on some iShow Speed stream. He's in Zimbabwe right now. As we speak, he's doing some tours around Zimbabwe. I'm just laughing off and seeing people what they're doing.
Who is?
iShow Speed.
I don't know who that is.
Ooh.
I'm missing out.
You are not a Gen Z. If you ask your kids, is one of the biggest streamers on YouTube. iShow Speed.
iShow Speed.
Yeah,
Hold on, let me see if I can find him.
But do you know Mr. Beast? Do you know Mr. Beast?
I know Mr. Beast.
Yeah, he's along that in those lines, and also their friends. So yeah, right now he's doing some IRL streaming in Africa, the whole Africa. So right now he's in Zim. He's being shown Zim around. Yeah, that's the guy.
This is the guy.
He's one of the biggest streamers.
I'm not familiar. That's weird. Like
I don't blame
see
you.
Mr. Beast a lot though, either. So let's see what Wikipedia has to say about him.
I don't blame you because a lot of I think he appeals more to Gen Z.
Yeah, and I just don't like. I am on YouTube, but for whatever reason, the algorithm doesn't send his stuff my way. I only know about Mr. Beast because of my kids too. Like I've never really
Oh yeah.
like watched his stuff. There was a brief period where I was getting some of his videos suggested on my YouTube, but like I watched like one or two, and I was like, I don't care for what he does, to be honest. That's why I'm not seeing this guy, because I don't really the genre doesn't necessarily speak to me the same as some other people.
So how these guys started? They started off streaming playing games, video games indoors, and then they started doing the IRL streams. And are you familiar with Kai Senat?
The name sounds familiar, but off the top of my head, I don't know exactly what it is. But this is the guy, right?
Yeah.
This is.
So he was in SA. He was in South Africa.
He was.
Yeah. So this is South
dang.
African culture right now. They love this BMW. It's called the Gusheshe, and they do spins inside of it. That's the culture right there.
Oh man, people get hurt doing this stuff.
Yeah. They are pros at this. That guy is a beast. To be honest, that's a beast of a BM.
Woo!
That kid is energetic. He's energetic, is fast. That's why he called himself Speed.
Oh, interesting. So he's in Zimbabwe, you said?
Yeah, he's in Zimbabwe right now. He's doing a live stream as we speak. I was covering it up on my timeline. So he's being shown around Zimbabwe. He was in Botswana yesterday, and he's trekking on top of the car. Crazy. He's energetic and crazy. So yeah, right now is being shown Zimbabwe.
Oh, is that
is it GP?
It's not GP.
Oh, it's Blockface. I'm sure he's familiar with guy. Blockface, what's good?
Does I show Speed?
Yeah, I'm just he knows. He's in Zimbabwe right now. He's doing an IRL stream right now as you speak. Is doing an IRL stream in Zimbabwe, and yeah, Peace is not familiar with him.
Oh,
I am not familiar. We were just talking about him, and now we also have. So we have Blockface, we have 300, and we have DeFi Fry joining us this morning. What's up, Fry? How you doing today, man?
Hey, Fry, GM.
Doing really good. You guys can hear me okay?
Loud and clear, brother. Loud and clear.
Yeah, it's just it's actually evening here in Tbilisi. Awesome. Yeah, it's evening here in Tbilisi. It is around 6, just past 6 p.m. and I just figured I'd check in outside my balcony, see how you guys are doing, see how morning is looking on your side of the world.
Pretty good over here so far. It's a little bit of a slower day than it was earlier in the week. Less news items, less positive market activity for crypto, but kind of an even keel day so far. So you're over in the
yeah, I mean, I've noticed that. Yes, correct. And I apologize. I think there's like a little bit of a delay on my system. I don't know if it's me being out here. I don't know if it's my phone or something. But yeah, no, like in terms of markets, I'm definitely happy to see that my gold is still slowly but surely going up. It's nice to see that Ethereum and Bitcoin, even if they're not pumping today, I think overall we're seeing some activity that's positive, that's showing that maybe, just maybe, we could be heading back into a bull market. I don't know, might be too early to say, but I think there are some positive things. And of course, there is some excitement in terms of, the economy, at least in America, and different things. Though I feel like we're the bubble we talk about so often is AI, and then as people invested in decentralized finance, you have the bubble, of course, that is actual fiat currency. But I think even though we have these temporary moments where it looks like things are going really good in the economic space, I think the reality is that the ultimate bubble is anything that touches any kind of centralized currency or centralized banking system. The Fed, whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to refer to specifically, but basically this big giant system that's built on a mountain of debt that we're trying to get away from with decentralized finance. But hey, in the short term, I think we are seeing some positive symptoms, and hopefully some of those trickle back to crypto.
Yeah, honestly, I do think that we have bottomed. I think this little rally has shown that. I don't think it's a relief rally. I think it's a flip rally. I think we're flipping momentum. But it will take a little bit of, it's not going to just be a complete, like, now we're just only up only kind of thing. That doesn't really generally happen. But I do think that, was that Michael had something?
Yeah, we live in a world where last year Bitcoin and the S&P 500 were all at highs. So no matter what you were a fan of, if you held money, what I want to ask you guys, it was on my mind today, is and this is a question for our guests. How would you, if someone told you they wanted to start a self-custodied Bitcoin treasury company, what would they do?
Do they have an existing company now that they're turning to a self-custodied Bitcoin treasury company, or are they just starting out?
Self-custodied Bitcoin treasury?
Yes.
Well, are they existing company that's converting, or are they, because there's different.
I'd say they already have.
If it's Bitcoin. A new company, they already have Bitcoin, but is it a publicly traded company already?
No, let's say it's 5 entities with 50 Bitcoin each. The reason I ask is because I'm trying to understand Stacks' role in supporting a treasury company, or a company whose thesis is writ large on their balance sheet through Bitcoin capitalization.
So to answer your question and to elaborate into that realm, so you have 50 Bitcoin each, but you have to figure out a way to generate yield to make it a company. So you need to generate yield. So what are you going to do with your Bitcoin to generate yield? And Stacks has an offering, is becoming the de facto. They built institutional grade infrastructure to onboard Bitcoin right into Stacks and provide yield opportunities. And there's also a growing and robust Bitcoin-centered DeFi ecosystem now on Stacks. So one way to earn yield on Bitcoin is to put it into Stacks, participate in proof of transfer stacking to even secure the network. You get more yield on your Bitcoin that way. There's tons of upside on STX right now too, so you get the benefit of STX yield as well. That can actually be incorporated into your balance sheet yield. And then you can deploy it into other, you can provide liquidity, you can provide, you can go into Bitflow and provide Bitcoin liquidity. You can lend it out on protocols like Zest and Granite, or yield that way. You can even do looping on like things like the BDS base dollar that they're building out over there, Bitcoin base dollar, Bitcoin synthetic dollar is BSD. And like that's a loop where you deposit your Bitcoin, you borrow BSD, which is pegged to the value of the dollar, and then you can loop it, buy Bitcoin with the BSD, deposit that, leverage, mint more BSD. So there's all sorts of different opportunities that you can do to earn yield on Bitcoin on Stacks right now. And one of the benefits of Stacks is that it is on Bitcoin. All the Stacks transactions are tied to Bitcoin. Stacks is reliant on Bitcoin. It's not a chain that's ever going to try to be separate from Bitcoin, and all of the transactions are finalized on Bitcoin. So you have Bitcoin security, trustless, largely trustless. There's an element of trust in the bridge process, but it's a very secure bridge to put your Bitcoin in Stacks. It's a one-to-one asset. It follows regulatory, so it's not considered a taxable event, or if you when bridging into Stacks, which is not necessarily the same case in some other scenarios. So seek yield is what you need to do if you're looking to do a Bitcoin treasury company. And then one of the best yield opportunities right now for someone looking to start out that way would be on Stacks, in my opinion.
I appreciate you sharing that piece, and I wanted to kind of jump in and also like ask some questions too, as much as I can without being a little bit more prepared. But I think you might have heard me on different shows mention Badger DAO. So back in the day, Badger DAO's whole thing was bringing Bitcoin to DeFi. As far as I'm aware, that's still their thing. And I don't want to be reductive to the project. I just, you know, if I'm being realistic, if we just look at raw numbers, I mean, they reached like 2 billion TVL. Their token went from like $1 a Badger at one point to like, you know, it was like $80 a Badger. It was a pretty insane time, like how much attention it was drawing. And just obviously right now, they don't have the same level of attention, but they seem to have, you know, with the people still supporting the project, the same kind of focus on this idea of bringing Bitcoin to DeFi. But again, that was, you know, the Badger token on Ethereum. That was protocols, strategies with smart contracts that enabled you to lock Bitcoin into different yield strategies, such as with curves, such as different platforms. Sometimes you would have a yield token that you'd lock into another contract separately. But basically the end result was you'd earn yield often through the Badger token, right? And then basically, rather than having your money put to sleep, which in my opinion, of course, having Bitcoin, you know, you're investing in a currency that is going to grow over time. So obviously that has value in and of itself versus like having your money in the dollar. But additionally, you're earning some kind of passive income as well off of the assets that you're holding. But additionally, they were looking at connecting other protocols to do more complex things. And I'd have to like catch up with them to see what they were successful in doing and what they were not. But you know, things like lending and borrowing against Bitcoin, you know, leverage strategies, you could even do shorting with that and different kinds of things. And just different ways to earn yield. I guess like what I'm really interested in learning is what Stacks is doing to make this a bit more direct, because obviously bringing Bitcoin to DeFi, Bitcoin to Ethereum, it made sense at the time, right? Because, you know, how do you build on Bitcoin? I mean, and back in the day, I was like, that's not possible. Like, that was why I was more interested in Ethereum than Bitcoin. But now you have Stacks, which is like a layer 2 built on top of Bitcoin, right? But you still have this smart contract capability. You have low fees. You have all similar things as Ethereum, but a more direct route to Bitcoin. So I guess my question to you, Peace, you know, and there's even more things I can layer on top of this, but I'll start with this. What has Stacks been successful in doing so far? If you can expand upon some of those things in terms of, if I just have Bitcoin, how do I start earning yield on it? How do I start borrowing on it? Because to me, as an Ethereum maxi, this all seems fucking impossible to me still. So like, I want to learn a lot.
Well, so the biggest differentiator right now is like what you were talking about with Badger and other DeFi opportunities on Ethereum, is that the yield on Stacks on Bitcoin is paid in Bitcoin. And that's a huge differentiator. You're not building, the yield isn't paid in STX. You do earn yield in it. So Stacks, you're not familiar with the proof of transfer protocol and how that mechanism functions. That's the basic way how Stacks is tied to the Bitcoin ecosystem. I'm assuming you're not familiar with that.
No, like please, like
Oh,
lay it
all
out
right.
for me like I'm dumb. Like,
Okay,
like imagine I want to learn
so
everything.
this is the fundamental piece on how Stacks is tied to the Bitcoin ecosystem and leverages Bitcoin security. Stacks ties to the Bitcoin ecosystem. We say all of the Stacks transactions are finalized on the Bitcoin blockchain. And how that happens is you have a miner mechanism, or what's called an entity or an actor called a miner. They're not mining like on Bitcoin. It's not solving blocks. Miners in this case put up Bitcoin. They bid Bitcoin for the right to mint the Stacks block. So you have all of these miners competing for the right. They all bid Bitcoin. That Bitcoin gets distributed to the signers and validators that are participating in proof of transfer on the Stacks side. They put up stacks to validate the transactions. So they're making sure all the transactions on the Stacks blockchain are legitimate. And that is, by stacking, that secures that. So anyone that holds Stacks can participate in stacking. You can run your own Stacks stacking validator node. If you have I think it's 100K stacks still. I don't think that has changed. So you have to have 100,000 stacks. You can run your own node, or you can join a pool. All of the Bitcoin that gets bid goes to provide yield to the stackers that are stacking. So you earn yield based on the Bitcoin that's being put up. The incentive for the Bitcoin miners is that when they mint the block, they get the stacks that are in the block reward. There's a stacks emission for each block. So you have this aligned incentive model to secure the network and create Bitcoin in, stacks out yield flow. So you're getting Bitcoin yield. So even when you participate in stacking, your yield is in Bitcoin. Your yield is paid out in Bitcoin. There are, like Stacking DAO has, you can participate in stacking where they'll give you your yield on in stacks. Basically, you get a liquid token that earns yield in stacks. It increases in value against stacks based on the yield you receive. But the yield in stacks comes from Bitcoin. It's built into the mechanism that ties stacks to the Bitcoin blockchain. So all of the yield that you're getting on your Bitcoin in the Stacks ecosystem is in Bitcoin, which you're not getting on any other chain. You're not getting Bitcoin paid into that chain to provide yield opportunities, and your yield isn't realized in Bitcoin. So it's a huge differentiator. It's the prime asset. That's what everyone wants their yield in. You wouldn't want your yield in anything else, really. If you could, if you could get it in Bitcoin, why would you want anything else? So yield on Stacks is paid in Bitcoin. Of course. And then Stacks also just rolled out dual stacking. So I want to say it's been about 3 months, maybe. They rolled out dual stacking. So if you have, we have an asset called SBTC. It's like wrapped Bitcoin, but it's a much more secured bridge system. It's a federated bridge. So we have this group of signers that sign in the in and out, peg in and out transfer, but it requires the user signature as well. So they can't actually access any of the Bitcoin in the wallet without a user transaction initiating it. That Bitcoin has to be in that user's wallet, and or the SBTC. So it's a very, very secure federated bridge mechanism. It is open now. It had been capped. Like we had different caps where you could only bridge in a certain amount for a little while. But so now, just by having Bitcoin on Stacks, without holding any stacks or anything, you're getting 0.5% yield on your Bitcoin. That yield is coming from the proof of transfer mechanism, sponsored by some of the larger protocols in the ecosystem that are stacking and just giving up their yield to provide towards the dual stacking yield. So the yield is coming from proof of transfer with industry partners agreeing to give up their yield while they're securing the network to onboard more Bitcoin into the network. If you participate in stacking,
excellent. No, that
You can actually get up to 5% if you actually hold stacks and participate in stacking. To up to 20%. If you have 20% of your STX value relative to your SBTC value and it's stacking, you're getting 5% yield on your Bitcoin right now for participating in proof of transfer and just holding it. Self-custody. You're holding the Bitcoin. It's not locked up. You can transfer it in and out at any time. You can use it. You can deploy it into more DeFi. So I don't know how this measures up necessarily to some of the other opportunities you've seen, but and then we also do have lending and borrowing and all that other stuff that's going on and all of it.
Right, and I'm assuming you can leverage other strategies to get that balance up. But honestly, like 5% isn't bad, because if I'm even like, you know, Badger, I mean, obviously at one point when you roll out a token yielding project, there's these points, even with the more conservative ones, right? Because if you have like 35,000% yield, right, that stuff's gone in no time, and it's like scammy half the time. But like, you know, even with Badger, when you're having like, I swear when they would like launch a pool, maybe you'd start at over 100 and then it'd be down to like, you know, 50, 40, 30%, 20%, whatever. Still a good yield, right? But like 5%, like, to actually have something stable and denominated in the currency, not a token that's going to fluctuate wildly, where you're going to have to like withdraw and pay gas to remove yourself from a smart contract really quickly. You can actually hold it long term and actually have some stable yields. That's really solid to me. I mean, even Ethereum, when we had this whole like proof of stake revolution, and you know, I tell this story often, but like, you know, I became a libertarian from being a part of Ethereum, but coming into cryptocurrency, being a former liberal, you know, like I was immediately sold with Ethereum on this idea of it being so green, you know what I mean? It's so energy efficient, before somebody actually like really explained to me how Bitcoin's energy consumption is also its strength. But, you know, when we have this big proof of stake thing, which was part of what was making me this ETH maxi, you know, I feel like at best we are around what, 10%? And with all the people participating and validating the networks now, I mean, you have Lido Finance, and you had a bunch of other projects that tried to be the Lido killer. I won't name names right now, but they got killed. But basically, I swear with everyone providing Ethereum staking, I mean, Coinbase even, right? God, it can't be more than 4%, 5%. So like, I mean, to have it denominated in Bitcoin, you're doing it in a decentralized way, I'm assuming with no KYC, right? All these things are.
You don't have to KYC to self-custody Bitcoin. Yeah, you don't have to KYC to self-custody Bitcoin into stacks.
Nice. That's excellent. No, that's really solid. I guess my next question would rotate back to what he brought up earlier. Then I'll let him step in as well. But he had asked about the idea of like treasuries denominated in Bitcoin, which I would think great, right? If we can have more companies that want to have shared access of Bitcoin and certain yield strategies that go back to a company or an organization, a DAO, etc. All these things are great, right? I guess my one thing is, it's also kind of like that idea of, you know, dealing with that contradiction of it's self-custody, right? But now it's being custody by an organization, right? And of course, we don't want our money custody by government, but maybe we can custody it by people we trust. And that's kind of like the trade-off if we believe in their yield strategies. Is it like with something like that, is it done through a multi-sig? Are people connecting to a multi-sig to withdraw yields? Is there a group of people, maybe it's only 5, but the organization is 500, but 5 people make the decisions for those 500, and people have some kind of share or ownership in that through a token? I'm just curious what that looks like.
I think that question is technically from Michael, right? Based on like his original question.
I was hoping
about Bitcoin treasury. Well,
yeah,
both you guys, like, how would you want it, Michael? And then how would the governance work? Sorry, I have a little delay too. Yeah.
So
it's okay. So I'll just say, like, just to focus it, when I think about Bitcoin treasury company, not in terms of treasuries, what I'll say about treasuries is that I noticed that most stablecoin companies are buyers of U.S. treasuries, which is how we're going to get the be a stablecoin sanctioned by the U.S. government that isn't bought into But putting that to the side, the reason I asked about this is because I woke up this morning, had my coffee now. I was like, I wonder if anyone who wanted to create the same coin as cash, collateral, capital, and credit strategy, growth strategy with Sailor could do all of that on Stacks. And by the way, if we're doing this, if we're creating this paradigm of Stacks and Bitcoin, I recently met LitVM, which is a Litecoin. I think the same Stacks or Ethereum go down. So we're talking about Stacks now, but in the future, what I see is more and more companies, especially new companies, are going to collateralize themselves with digital assets, and it would behoove them to earn yield on said assets in a way that didn't scare people risk. I'll stop there.
So
Thank you. No, I appreciate that very comprehensive answer. So.
But to the question of self-custody, because that was what Michael, I'm not sure, you're not self-custodying your Bitcoin in MicroStrategy. So I think it's a different proposal when you're talking about self-custodying. Self-custodying would look like, so stacking or staking on Stacks is self-custodial. You're locking your Stacks up. You're putting your Stacks into a smart contract and you're locking it up, but you actually still hold those Stacks. They're still in your wallet. They're not subject to go anywhere else. They're just in that stacking.
So the private key is an exchange. You're saying, right?
Private key is not exchange. You're signing an agreement to lock. You're signing a smart contract agreement to lock your Stacks. You're pooling with a specific pool, usually, unless you're self-stacking the whole thing, which is rare. And your Stacks remain in your wallet. They're still in your wallet. They're still verifiable in your wallet. They are designated as locked. They're not spendable until you withdraw them from. It's a 2-week cycle, so you have to wait until the end of the cycle before they're available. So stacking with Stacks is a self-custodial participatory mechanism. Bitcoin holding SBTC on Stacks is also, your Bitcoin leaves your wallet. It goes into the wallet that holds all of the Bitcoin that is representative of SBTC on Stacks, and then SBTC is minted and burned based on the Bitcoin that's in that wallet. So when you bridge your Bitcoin into Stacks, you are essentially transferring your Bitcoin out and you're holding SBTC. But I would imagine that the way a Bitcoin treasury company would work is a similar mechanism where your Bitcoin remains in a self-custodial. If you're having a self-custodial mechanism, I don't know that one even exists here. But you have X number of Bitcoin, you're locking it up. It's locked in a smart contract. It's verifiable that it's locked up, but it doesn't actually necessarily leave your wallet. What's the value of having it locked up at that point, though? Like, does that actually add? Is that like in Stacks? It's because it allows for the consensus mechanism for proof of transfer. So that's why the yield is. That's why there's value there. So I would have to. I don't know exactly how that would work with the treasury company, because again, the treasury company needs to figure out how to earn yield. So they got to do something with that Bitcoin to make it earn yield. So then it can't just add value being locked up. I don't know that you can actually still custody your Bitcoin and participate in a treasury company and have it be valuable, unless let's evolve this. Unless the way that treasury company is earning yield is borrowing against the locked up Bitcoin, in which case there is some kind of risk of losing it if it's part of collateral. But if you're collateralizing that Bitcoin and you're buying treasuries, and then you're using those treasuries to issue USDC, and then you're using that USDC to buy more Bitcoin collectively, and then you're deploying that Bitcoin for yield, and then you're distributing that yield. That could be a way it could work that way, right? I think.
I was thinking maybe like you have, because I'm thinking about Badger DAO and some of the yield strategies they'd have, but to me it's like you have it locked in a vault, right? And something I could immediately think of, because we've got this whole real world asset revolution thing going on, right? It was a big talking point at Stellar Meridian that I went to, where they're saying, we've tokenized everything, now what? And essentially they were talking about the idea of examples like this. I was in a situation before I left where I was like, I really would love to, rather than just taking a chance selling my house and getting the hell out of America, what if I could take a loan on the equity that I have in my home? And I had good credit at the time, but I could not get a loan, right? I could not find anyone to give me $1, and that to me was very strange, but it's like I knew if I could somehow put my house on the blockchain, right? If I could turn my house into a token and I could put it on the blockchain, and I put out this opportunity for someone to loan me X amount of dollars against the equity of my home at some kind of yield, I'm sure somebody would have done it, because it was like, to me, like a win-win. Like however much I wanted relative to the equity I had, there was such a big difference there, but it didn't happen for me. And I thought, like, if some organization came along, and let's say it was like a similar, almost like a treasury company, right? But people are locking in Bitcoin, and they're locking in Bitcoin for people to give loans based on decisions that maybe a board of directors, a group of people who represent the DAO, etc. And of course, there could be tokens issued to make certain decisions when it is need to by the community. But of course, you have some level of community governance, but some level of trust, to the people who are team leaders, of course, because how much things can you always have people govern on. But imagine that they're actually giving loans to people. They're borrowing against the Bitcoin in said treasury to give people USDC loans, so that maybe they can get by until they're able to pay back the debt, or worst case, they get liquidated and their house gets sold, and then the treasury gets even more money, which of course, in either case, whether they're paying the loan, and of course you have the interest on the loan, or in the event of liquidation, that's all going back to the treasury, and this ends up in yields to the users. This, to me, in one way, would be a way for like Bitcoin stacks, and then taking advantage of this real world asset kind of revolution, could kind of all come together to create a really unique yield opportunity and solutions for people like me who are looking for home equity lines of credit but could not get one, you know what I'm saying, or a home equity loan, or whatever you want to call it. So that's just one idea for me, and it also leads to another question. First, like, I guess, what do you guys think about something like that? And then also, what would you think about, like, what is stacks and Bitcoin? How can they work together as part of like this real world asset revolution that's kind of taking place?
You just described a system where I'm just going to say, described a system where if I had tokenized ownership of a property, I could use the value to buy groceries. If we think about tokenization at its like full, it's almost like a crazy kind of return to barter, where you could actually have a value between a fraction of a chicken and a fraction of a. Isn't that crazy? Wow.
Oh,
it
so
is,
like,
and it's crazy too, because when you think about America right now and the fact that people can't afford groceries, like, how relevant was this to them? I mean, I use this example all the time when I'm talking about interventionist policy and the U.S. debt crisis and the wasting of our money. I'm like, why are we spending money on all this bullshit?
Policy? What are you talking about?
That's my go-to example. And I come back to it. Certainly not us.
I'm Guyanese, so I don't have a problem with what the
Sorry, I won't get political on this one, but
Guyana's not that
but
far
like you
from
said, it's an interesting
Venezuela.
use case, right? Because it's a real solution for people who are dealing with this stuff.
Well, so I just put a fine point on that. If it's true that we're going to tokenize, you can get it's a project working on right now, fractionalized real estate, where the future of real estate is shared because things are getting fractionalized. If you have in your wallet of, I don't know, let's say you have 2% of a house or a resort, and then you go to the grocery store, tokenization at fullest means that that fraction of a real estate share is just as liquid as your USD. That's wild to me.
Mm-hmm.
You could even fractionalize your house that you
I have
own.
another point on that too. After you piece, or go ahead.
You could actually fractionalize the real estate you already own and hold all the fractions of it until you maybe need a little bit of, like, you could actually end up being your own equity lender provider. You sell fractions off as you need the income rather than taking a loan out of against the whole equity. Very interesting stuff, guys. We actually so we have in the house,
there's a lot of interesting. Yes.
Well, just Fry does. I don't know if you're aware. We do Find2Earn games. We have the game master comes in, and we play some Find2Earn, where our audience has an opportunity to win some Stacks meme tokens. We have a various number of sponsors. The game master's, he comes up from the underworld. He lives in the underworld. He's going to come up, and we're going to play some Find2Earn games. So I don't know if you have time to hang out, observe the Find2Earn segment, and participate. If you want to get a final word in beforehand, we usually like chat around different things during this segment too. So you're welcome to stay. I don't want you to feel obligated to, though.
Do you realize that? We talked so long, it went from day to night.
I
What's that?
witnessed it happening. I was like, oh, yeah.
I know, it's crazy, huh?
No, so
before we start,
I think I can hang for another minute. I'm going to probably take my. I have to replace my mic. Sorry, I keep getting this delay. I have to probably charge my mic real quick. But I guess the last thing I was going to say on that, one of the things that I'm pretty interested in lately is this idea of one of these property opportunities I have in Japan. They're looking to do fractional ownership. They want to do a token, but unfortunately, because of Japanese security laws, that's not so easy to do right now. But like the idea is you could have fractional ownership of these 5 temples that they have in Japan, which could be used as places for digital nomad retreats, hotels, short stays, etc. Right? And there'd be a yield basically associated on that. So like you imagine if there was a token in a perfect world for something like this, right? And you're able to lock it into a contract and then borrow against it USDC to pay your bills, it would kind of be like a self-repaying loan. And we know of a few projects that tried to do this back during DeFi summer. This idea that I can borrow money, but rather than me having to pay it back to get the collateral out, what if the collateral was used in some kind of yield strategy that pays back the loan itself? So just another idea of how that could potentially be leveraged. But yeah, I'm going to charge my headphones and then I will be right back in, but I'll be watching. So
yes, and on what you're saying, before we go into Find2Earn, and I think Mike will agree with me on this. If only there were a way to have the AI agents engage in transactions to make sure to leverage that utility, that yield, to help pay back those loans for us, utilizing X402 maybe or something like that.
you imagine
Great stuff, Ryan. Yeah. A loan marketplace, right? There's a lot of risk there too. We definitely need to continue this conversation. I can talk a lot about this. Fry, you'll have to come back another day soon. We'll continue the conversation. But let me real quick, guys, stay tuned. I'm just going to play a quick word from our amazing sponsor at BitFlow. We'll be back with the Game Master to play some Find2Earn. Also want to quickly shout out Hero Gamer in the live chat. Good morning, sir. And also Eric from X Inc. in the live chat. Good morning, brother. Great to have you guys in the chat this morning. And a quick word from BitFlow. We'll be back in a minute. Stay tuned. It's time. The Game Master has arrived in his true form. How are you today, sir?
GM Mortals, I'm fine. Let the hunt begin.
It is time to play Find to Earn, where we give you a starting location in Google Maps, and the first person that finds the location, that drops the correct coordinates, wins prizes, sponsored by some of our amazing meme coin communities on Stacks. Today, our first round is sponsored by Leo Coin. You do get an advantage by tuning in to the live stream. These games are played on the Skullcoin account on X. That's Skullcoin at Skullcoin BTC on X. However, by tuning in, you get to see the starting image or the treasure location image first at the start of the game round. And today's first round, we are looking for the Leo Cat on the side of the road. Let me actually just highlight this for a minute. The Leo Cat will be on the side of the road, and I'm looking at that compass, and I'm noticing that it's pointing north, so that it's going to be on the north side of the road. You got a little bit of extra alpha there from your old pal Peace Love Music this morning. And guys, you do get an advantage by participating with these game rounds on the live stream. We got to give you a countdown. You let you know when the game rounds launch. But the first rule of Find to Earn is you have to share out the live stream. Make sure you like and repost the live stream link in the first game round comments. You also must like and repost the game rounds. If you are the first person to find the right location and you did not follow the rules, we will give your prizes away. Today, we're going to give your prizes to GP, who is not here, but he's here with us in spirit, and hopefully he's doing well. And guys, this game round will launch in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Yeah. Hajime. Vámonos. Jekalo. Let's go. Ixu. All right. I am on the Skullcoin page. I'm scrolling down to the post. I'm liking. I'm reposting. I'm going to like and repost the live stream as well, although this isn't usually the one we share out, but that's fine. That's fine. This is the link, guys. It's really easy to play. You click this link, it's going to open up the game, the starting location in Google Maps. Here's your starting location. And then, again, looking for the house with the green in front, the sidewalk, and the flowers. The Leo Cat. You got some Leo coin. 100K Leo up for grabs right now. That's a pretty sweet prize. Leo's been doing well. And so good luck, hunters. I'm going to see if I can find a house. This looks like it's a little bit more of a... It's definitely way more 3D. I haven't... I think they changed it yesterday while you were... Or Monday while you were playing with us, Michael. It's a little bit different. A little bit more depth detail. Where could there be a house? So if you click the little yellow guy, it'll tell you where the roads are.
Hajime.
Double check.
Happened to our music.
You can't hear it?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Oh, it's low.
Is it low? Is it too low?
No, it's okay. It's okay
Yeah,
for
now it's okay.
conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, we have winner. It's only one MS. Also, we have more players who found RI, STX.
Let's go. Congratulations.
Andiamo.
Only
Let's
one
go.
MS.
Congrats.
And
Let's go.
Hanif, BTC also. But only one MS was the first. And we now play whitelist round. Who want to count down?
The whitelist round in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Jekalo.
Let's go. Refresh our coin page. There is a 200k droid.
Come on, Scan. The Nakamoto 1 droid project, and you got this little boy with a parasol, it looks like, or something. Purple. That's the old stacks color. So you got Bitcoin, the Bitcoin orange, and the old stacks like blue purple there. I like it. I like it. We got 200k droid, and again we click that maps. And for the whitelist rounds, usually you just have to walk forward.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I think I see the purple umbrella. So this is your location, and guys, it's real easy. I thought a little boy. It looks like a young lady, actually.
Yeah, I think it's a lady.
We're gonna click share. We're gonna copy the link. We're going back to the game round. Post on X, and I am not in the. I've won too many times, so I'm not eligible for the waitlist. But if I were, I would click reply, and in the replies, I would paste that link that I just copied. And if I was the first one, I would win the prize for the round. It's that easy.
Don't forget to like and repost, and we have 2 games more.
Yeah, make sure you guys like and repost the game rounds. Been a little slow for us today. No winner?
Yeah, we have a lot of. There is only new players. We have a lot of new players there, so we give opportunity to everyone. If there will be no winner, I believe like Trihana can win easily this one. We keep him in whitelist.
Honey, you're on the waitlist. You can take this prize. Get you some droid.
Okay, let's play the paper game while the people searching for the whitelist game.
Let's go.
Andiamo.
Are you ready for the paper game?
Yes, sir.
Let's go. We start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Let's go.
Andiamo. Hajime. Jekalo. Yigzu. Ande. Vamos.
Mujezua.
Ezua. Let's go.
All right, we got.
Don't forget to like and repost before you play the game.
That's right. You guys always like and repost before you play the game rounds. All right, and we are looking for this B Pepe, the only Pepe frog, the only Pepe coin you need to know about, the orange frog. And we're looking for this young lady and a little bit of a mural here with the purple backpack. So, and let me actually put something here real quick. I'm also noticing that I'm facing slightly to the southwest. So, try to find a corner.
DeOrganized arena.
The hun goes down.
I don't think so. That gives me the right direction.
Peace, you're looking all dripped up today.
It's just because my hair was a mess and I had too much to. I didn't have time to fix it.
Oh,
Thanks for noticing. What were we gonna say?
I'm saying
Okay,
now you've got your beanie.
we have winner. Yeah, the first person was ojokbon.btc. The
All right.
second was Blessed Origami. The Ojibon is the winner. We continue. We have the last game, jackpot 60 stacks today. Since we have no winner,
As we don't.
Let's
we give
go.
you,
60 SDX.
we give you time limit 5 minutes.
All right, 5 minutes, guys, and you have get back so you know we're gonna launch. We're gonna launch the game round. You guys got 60 SDX up for grabs today. Not a bad price.
Okay, we play the game 5 minutes. If there will be no winner, the price will be 90 stacks, and the price goes to Friday. But we give you opportunity to win. It's not so hard, but it's different. Can you count down, please?
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Jekalo.
Andiamo, Jekalo. Vamos.
Andiamo. All right, let's go. So we got this. I like this. This is this one of the entries from the contest?
Yeah, some kind of it's entry ideas inspired by Trihana and also DeFi. So this is cyberpunk. We're playing future.
All right, so we got.
But the details the same. You have to find this car. It will be black car and black bicycle in front of the house.
Okay, very interesting. What can I find in this image? So I get the
image looks nice, cyberpunk.
Yeah, it definitely looks good. I just don't know if there's enough clues in here.
Don't forget to like and repost and try to find this. Black car, black bike, red flowers, palms. Let's go.
Where do I want to go with this?
DeOrganized. Find2Earn the game.
Oh, there's lots of gates.
Okay, seems like we have a winner for whitelist game. Finally, make away 100 BTC.
Let's go. Congratulations.
Makorokoto.
What does that mean?
Congratulations.
Ah.
DeOrganized arena. The hun goes down.
So we'll see how hard it is, but we make it not so far. I mean, like, you don't need to cross like 10 streets to find it.
That's a good clue.
Medium rare.
Medium rare.
Yeah, people drops different like location. I like it because like people trying to guess, trying to find. It means like it's create some activity.
Well, and it also definitely gets a little bit more of the mental juices flowing. You have to think more about the image. Like you have to really look at it and kind of get a little bit more into how am I going to determine.
Yeah, I think to be honest, we should like redraw like cyberpunk or like any style most like most not standard places, because if we redraw like default house usual place, it means like it's harder because like the old place is the same. So we should take like some unique places. Maybe next time we should like redraw some skyscraper or whatever, like focus on unique place to make it more easier. But we will see how it goes. Anyways, like the people have like 3 minutes more at least.
3 minutes.
But anyways, like it depends on peace. Peace will decide when to stop.
You know what? It's 4 minutes till 10, so I'll give them the full 4 minutes.
Yeah, that's great.
Let's see.
Danny, did you win with the community experiment that you wanted to do?
Yeah, not yet. I was busy. I will DM you. I still remember this thing. Like so, we should test it. I believe the community will be more like to join a lot of people, and the power of community is that people can write in community page, right? So they can create like these vibes commenting in community. But the games, I believe, should be like on Skullcoin, because I'm not sure if in community. As I understand, the algorithm on X works like this. You cannot see like community messages if you are not joined to community, right?
Right. So it will be exclusive game rounds in the community.
Yeah, we can make like exclusive games rounds and not game rounds for sure, but we will test different things. But our goal to make like a big community. And in community page now, the people, they can leave the message, they can comment the message of others, they can have like some community vibes, because the difference, so it should be like the real Twitter, because like in our Skullcoin Sigma chat, the chat is scroll down, scroll up, and it just disappears.
Right. The DMs and like even those like communities, it's not especially if the more engagement you get, the harder it is to find anything like more than a day old.
Yeah, and also like it's a culture on Solana and other blockchains. The creating community is something like to make a lot of attentions, because like the community itself, it sounds like community. It means like the page belongs to community, so community can say the good things, the bad things. They can they create the good vibes or the fat, whatever they want, and it means like the freedom. The freedom is very important. And we want to give the freedom, because we want to upgrade our project as much as possible and give it to the community hands, because we have only the good reviews for all time. But it's not about we want to critique. We want to get the new ideas from community, because if the community will grow like 1,000 people, 2,000 people, a lot of smart people will come, and these smart people have like their own creative ideas. It's like, you know, like small Silicon Valley. Everyone can bring something to the projects and bring some ideas.
Yeah, that makes the more people involved, and that's actually the whole beauty of decentralization, is
Yeah,
that
right.
you're empowering people to benefit from their participation in a more holistic way. And so because people are benefiting from their own participation, they participate more, and so more people participate, and then you
Yeah.
get a broader swath of ideas. They don't all have to be good ideas. The more ideas you consider, the better your ideas become, the better the ones you choose are, because even when you're considering bad ideas, there can be some value in that. So it doesn't even have to be a good idea. Just participation is going to add value. I think we're at 10 o'clock. I don't know. I don't feel like I'm any closer than I was, and I've gone
Yeah,
in.
so let me check. Let me check the last guesses, and we wrap it up. And the prize goes to Friday, everyone. The prize goes to Friday, and it means like the price will be 90 stacks.
90 stacks on Friday, guys. So make sure you tune in. Also, a reminder to all of our Find2Earn players, we are giving away another 200 SDX for the month of January. All you guys have to do is, and you can enter daily. All you have to do is answer the daily question in the comments below the live stream, which you're watching us on now. Go in and answer the comments. I think today is, what do you think is the biggest cause behind the current Bitcoin rally? Let us know in the live stream. Just comment your thoughts on that. You're entered. You have your opportunity to win a share of the 200 STX that we're giving away for January. You can do that daily on DeOrganized.
Okay.
And then 60 STX for the jackpot round on Friday.
90 stacks. 90
Oh,
stacks.
90. That's right. It was 60 today. 90 stacks on Friday, guys. Don't
Okay,
sleep on
the
it.
price, how to correct say, the price goes on Friday?
Yes, the prize continues to Friday, or the prize will be moved on to Friday.
Okay,
What's
right.
do we have the winning location so I can show everybody?
Yeah, I'm just leave the comment. You can show everybody like it was a close, so it was a trick.
I thought it might be close. That's why I kept going back, but I didn't get back obviously to the right
Yeah,
spot.
but now like people can see how it changes the images, so they can adjust for the next game.
This adds a huge. It does add a significant difficulty factor here. So these are your coordinates for the winning location. Nobody found it. This was a challenging one today, and just gonna get you guys the directions from the winning location to the starting location. And it really was not very far. Look at that. A couple of different ways you guys could have ended up there, but it was hard. It was hard to find. So let me actually. This is the destination. So I think I'm starting here. Just drop in there. Oh, there it is.
No, the next one. Yeah, on the left.
Red flowers. Okay. So you even had two bikes. You had two separate areas right close, but this does match that image. So wasn't too far at all, guys.
Okay, chat. Yeah, the price will be bigger. Come to play on Friday.
Come to play on Friday. Thank you, Zenny. Always a pleasure,
Thanks,
my man.
everyone.
Safe travels back to the underworld, and we'll see you on Friday.
Safe travels, Zenny.
Yeah, we will contact Trihana. See you.
Right on, right
We'll
on.
be in touch. We'll be in touch.
We will be in touch. You got that, Hana? Hana's been cranking it, by the way, guys. I don't know if you guys
Yeah.
really know that. He's just been.
When you hear when you hear the game master saying you'll be in touch, he sure will be in touch.
Oh, he will definitely be in touch. He will be in touch for sure. We got the Zest Town Hall coming up, I think, at 11. Is it 11 or noon?
I think it's on. It's 11. Let me check.
Yeah, I
know
show
if
it on
anything-
at 11 o'clock.
Well, it's 11, so in an hour's time, right?
11 is just a little under an hour, so we have the Zest Town Hall at 11, and then I have a noon meeting for the D-Grant stewards. We haven't touched base in a little while. I know that the AI Guild has submitted their milestone 3, so I got to review that today. Excited about that, getting you guys paid for all of the amazing work you guys have been doing in the ecosystem. And that's my day. Bitcoin, building on Bitcoin at 3, the BitFlow crew. I haven't been to that in a couple weeks because of the holidays and everything, so I'm excited to catch back up with those guys. And that's it. That's all I have on the spaces and shows front to the meetings today. You got much else going on today, brother?
Oh yeah, just the usual, trying to beat the algorithm and also clipping. That's the order of the day now, and I'm trying to see how I can beat this algorithm. But definitely, we are going to beat it.
We are going to be. So I actually had some good luck yesterday on my main account, and so back before I was a media guy, before I was doing DeOrganized, before I was doing a regular daily live stream or a news show or any of that stuff, I used to just kind of like comment on people's posts because I liked to. I always have something to say about it. And so I just was like, I need to get a little bit more into that. And I commented on a couple of posts, like larger accounts, got like huge numbers of views yesterday. Like 80,000 views yesterday. Some of that spilled over at like 30, 40,000 views this morning. So I might do a little bit more of that going forward.
So if you want your account to blow up in few days, you need to do that. So the algorithm is favoring reply guys. You quote the tweet, reply the tweet, engage in a conversation with these big accounts. That's what the algorithm wants right now. So yeah, you're doing the right thing.
Just gonna keep doing it, man. We just got to keep doing it. I hope GP's okay. Did you hear from him at all?
No, I'm trying to contact him, but seems like he's out. I don't know. Maybe you can give him a call if possible.
Because it's not like him to just disappear like that. I hope he was just out of the house and unable to get connected. But I am a little concerned about it. Not hearing from him. I don't have any messages from him or anything. So
I hope everything's side. Yeah.
Guys, if you see GP, tell him we're looking for him. Not in a bad way, not in a threatening way. We just miss him. Tell him we have him in our thoughts and prayers. Much love to our brother. I hope everything's okay and it gets settled soon so he can get back to his regular stuff. I hope he's available for the town hall today. I'm not sure how that's going to go. All right, another excellent episode. I loved the conversation with Fry and Blockface. I could have done that for another hour or two. And excited to get more of that on the stream. Guys, we'll have continual content throughout the day. I think Boom's going to join us tomorrow afternoon for another segment. I think they're really getting ready to launch their product now. So we're very excited about that. Yeah. Some cool stuff going on with Roth is working on something called Pillar. That's an interesting project that's using the passkey technology for sign-in, wallet abstraction, embedded wallets, and combining it with some Bitcoin yield opportunities to buy Bitcoin with your Bitcoin. with leverage in
Oh.
a simple way. Yeah, some really cool stuff going on with Pillar. There's so many cool things happening, man. We're really in a great spot right now. So
yeah,
always a pleasure, my brother. Great having you by my side as always. I am Peace
all
Love
day.
Music. We are DeOrganized Media coming at you live on Bitcoin Live, decentralized broadcasting every Monday through Friday.
Yeah, do the wave.
You may or may not want to hear it. Y'all have a
Yes,
blessed rest
sir.
of your day. Thank you, my brother. Much love, man. Couldn't do it without you guys. Peace out.
You grab, take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and Stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain, letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. Explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name.
What is up, my friends? I am excited about this one. We got Dan and Resh joining us from Boom, friends of the show and builders in the Bitcoin ecosystem. And today we're spotlighting Boom Wallet as they gear up for launch. Boom is a non-custodial Bitcoin payment wallet built on Stacks with SBTC support. And the core idea is simple but powerful. Make Bitcoin payments feel as easy as sending a message. Instead of wallets being complicated tools only power users love, Boom is focused on real-world usage, everyday payments, merchants, peer-to-peer transfers without giving up self-custody and security. The timing could not be better. So let's dig into why they're building this, who it's for, and what people should expect as Boom gets ready to go live, fully live. And we have Dan Trevino and Suresh Singh in the house. How are you, my friends? Are you guys doing well? I hope you're catching a break for the holiday season we're dropping into. It's great to see you guys.
Hey, great to be here. Thanks for inviting us.
Likewise. It's 4 p.m. here in England. It's getting dark, miserable weather.
Oh, well, that's not too bad then.
Yeah. Miserable is the word sunny for UK.
Well, isn't that kind of just common for the UK?
Yeah, it is. Well, I'm being, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. No, but you know what, though? Actually, I think you guys know Jamie Fletcher from the dog pool coin and all the cool stuff he's probably.
Yeah.
He comes on periodically, and there was one day where he was talking about it being a sunny day, and I was surprised because I didn't think you guys actually had any of those ever. So it does happen, though, I guess, from time to time.
We have good summers to be honest. We have decent summers. I think Jamie's I think based in Bristol, down south.
I
Yeah.
think you're correct. I'm not positive about that, but so it varies like the U.S. to some degree. The further north you get, it's a little cooler.
Yeah. I think the only comparison I have, to be honest, I have told is actually the same. Is Seattle's weather is very similar to UK weather. So that's a comparison I can give people. Anyway, so let's kick off
Yeah.
the
So
discussion.
let's. So, Dan, you've been working on Boom for quite a while. In its current iteration, I want to say for probably about a year, with what you're, or maybe a little bit longer than that. But it's been about a year since we've been kind of quietly waiting, seeing this develop, to see what's coming on it. And it's a use case we really need more of in the ecosystem. So tell us a little bit about, for those that aren't aware, because I'm quite familiar, which is uncommon for me. I like to actually do these when I know less about the project, so I have more curiosity behind my questions. So why don't you give us a little bit of a background? What is Boom for? What are you building Boom for?
How much background do you want? I can tell you where we started back at the Stacks launch date.
Whatever you think is important for people to know about the project.
Okay. Well, we launched with the Stacks mainnet launch back in 2021 with Boom as a web wallet at the time and an NFT platform. We were the first NFT platform. We have the first NFTs minted on the Stacks network, and we ran that for
first NFT mint.
As far as I know, yeah. I think Frieger, who I'm sure you know of, has kind of verified that for us. We didn't see any other NFT mint contract or clarity calls before that. So we did that for a while. I got recruited into a Bitcoin startup, and so Boom kind of languished for a while. I left the Bitcoin startup in February, was it last year? 2024, February 2024, and went back to Boom, really. At the time, they were starting to talk about SBTC and the Nakamoto upgrade, and I really saw that. I saw SBTC with the faster speeds on Stacks that were going to be coming down the road, which I guess didn't show up until like September or so of 24.
Nakamoto was November.
There you go. So we were, I think, initially promised that in July, and so we started building. I saw
April.
It
was supposed to launch in April, right around the halving.
Maybe July was one of the intermediate.
That might have been one of the first target. Like the target extension was July. I think you're right.
But anyway, so earlier in the year, I saw SBTC and the promise of a faster Stacks network, and I was looking around, and I thought we really have an opportunity to be a better Lightning than Lightning here. With SBTC, one-to-one peg, with Clarity, with the full decentralization of a Stacks network versus kind of centralized nodes in Lightning, I thought this is a better opportunity. So we started targeting like building out a payments system, kind of more like Cash App, more like Venmo, for those of you who are familiar with those, strictly kind of focused on simplifying payments. And we started building that out until, Resh, was it like September, October when we started pivoting of the end of last year, maybe November?
Yeah.
And at the time, I was also more on Nostr, and so Nostr was actually making some good headway in the same direction. But my concern was really about trying to put Stacks activity onto Nostr. Nostr has decentralized relays. It's very cool. I love the tech and I love where they're going. But I think there's still like the opportunity there to censor different note types. Like you have to specify types of notes that when you're sending them onto these relays, and some of that can be reused. But the way I was looking at potentially using Nostr, I was like, we were going to have some of our own custom note types, and whether those got picked up by the relay nodes to actually move forward whether they were actually supported, because different relays can support different types of nodes at their will, was an open question. And so I thought it's better if we just kind of take this into our own hands rather than relying on a network that may or may not be open to, you know, a different use case. So we pivoted more into building Boom as the social wallet that we wanted, based on a Stacks L2, based on Clarity and SBTC, because I thought that's where like our largest feature set really could come from. The largest capability set could come from those things. And so from that time, we've been building out what is essentially 3 apps, which I know people are going to beat me over the head over for, but you know, we're building a wallet. We're building a marketplace, we're building a chat app, and then of course all the infrastructure to support those different things. So your comment about us taking a while, we could have probably kind of shortened our. I know that wasn't a criticism. I know it's just like it's the reality. We could have probably shrank our feature set a little bit and done this quicker. But we've kind of built it incrementally, and I really wanted to make something that's going to be different from what every other wallet out there is. And actually, we kind of pivoted away from just calling it Boom Wallet, which just Boom. The app, the wallet, is more focused on being in the background and supporting what you want to do, rather than being a kind of first-class citizen in the or first-class app in itself. Similar to, you go to Amazon, you don't have your wallet up front, right? Your wallet just comes in when you want to make a payment.
The marketplace is what's up front that people are interacting with.
Exactly, right? And so we're trying to get that bring that kind of experience into Stacks Web3 Bitcoin Layer 2s, again, with the idea that SBTC is the right play for this, and that Stacks' faster network is really going to be a key enabler, and we've seen that so far. And so that's where we are. We're still kind of finishing up some pieces today, but we're pretty close on completing that whole 3-app bundle journey.
Just want to add to what Dan shared there. I think what you stated is quite fair criticism or feedback in terms of it taken a while, because we were supposed to be done middle of last year or towards September, October. But what we have found in every iterations we have done, or Dan has done, is that once you build to a certain level, you say, oh, there's limitation at this part. We need to address this part. So anybody who says that, this can be easily, I can launch in 3 months, welcome to try it. I promise you, I assure you.
Yeah, listen, I certainly didn't mean it as criticism.
No. We didn't take it that way at all.
Totally understand. Our website is still, we understand. We're definitely trying to build stuff out, and we're not as we're less far along in the last year than you guys are, and we've so it's. I totally understand, and honestly, you're better off taking your time and putting out a good functioning product that is what you want, and rushing to meet an arbitrary deadline,
Well, I mean, yeah, there's this whole lean startup thing, like you can argue this both ways, but it is what it is. I have certain feelings about what I want to release, just me personally. And that gets in the way of some of it sometimes, because I'm like, I don't like this chat. I want to redo the chat now, or which I'm gets frustrated with. But
so, I mean, if I were, and you guys are, I know you've been cranking, and you're towards the finish line of getting to market. I've already played around with the app in the background. Very cool. I know that there's obviously you're still in like a beta function, trying to work out some kinks, but it's very functional, very, very much. The roadmap is clearly there, and it's only a matter of time. But you also want to make sure, so you mentioned the 3 components. There's the wallet, which is fundamental infrastructure for any application on chain, on any chain.
Quite honestly, the easiest part of this whole thing.
Right, but the social part of it is more important than because a wallet is a wallet is a wallet, but what you can do with it is important, and the chat functionality and the marketplace functionality both make it a more engaging application than just a wallet. And those are the features that I want to play with. You know, I have a wallet. I have a number of wallets. It's not just another wallet. That's not what Boom is. And I actually am glad you guys aren't really, I try to refer to it as Boom or Boom.money, because I realize that while there is a wallet layer, that's not what this is really for. It's about the economy that it's, and the necessary components of having it actual exchange happening.
At a deeper level, even kind of below that, it's about the community, right?
Right.
Like my vision, when I think about like the best part of, or the best version of this, is a bazaar where people are interacting with each other, people are buying and selling, you know, but there's a community formed around Bitcoin, and getting that economy moving, right? So you'll be able to buy locally with Bitcoin, you'll be able to buy remotely with Bitcoin very easily without having to go through to different places to do those different things with a community that you may not know, right? You're stepping out to existing Lightning or Bitcoin shops right now, and that might be fine. There's some great ones, but we're trying to kind of pull that together and kind of create a community that is interested in building a Bitcoin economy. And that's kind of at the lowest level, that's what it's about.
And it's important, you know, there's a lot of creators, you know, our model is more creator content focused, but content creators are looking for commerce for their content. You know, that's the goal of creating the content, is either to get attention for other stuff you're selling or to specifically be selling the content, or both, monetizing the stuff you're creating. And there's not really a really good central place to do that right now. And Resh had actually asked me the other day about whether we were interested in setting up a smart shop on Boom, and 1000% we are. We don't have a merch store yet for DeOrganized, and it's something people have been telling me we should do. And I don't disagree. It's just it's a bandwidth issue. You know, that's the same. You know, a year ago I should have been putting out a merch shop. I'd have some T-shirts out there in the marketplace where free branding and people pay, you know, and some revenue streams. But this is actually going to be a catalyst for me to get off my butt, get some merch together, figure out how we're going to create a merch store, put it in Boom, and then get that on our website and be able to distribute that. That's something we can then market on our platforms and get some exposure. And Boom's going to help facilitate that, where we can, you know, there are plenty of Web 2 opportunities out there right now, but I really want to see, and I think that not that this is necessarily going to be built into V1 right now, or the current version of Boom, but soon with like my vision, what I hope to see relatively soon is people that don't even have a crypto wallet yet are getting exposed to what we're doing. They go into one of our channels, one of our apps, something we're doing that onboards them to create a wallet through Boom. They now have a wallet. They now have their account. They are going into our smart shop. They don't even really know they have a wallet. They just set up an account. Exactly. They might have a passkey or something. They might not even have a passkey. It might even just be connected to their social media account, their whatever. And then they actually facilitate a transaction where they're just using their regular debit card, credit card. It on-ramps into crypto, abstractively, where they don't even know it. We're getting paid in crypto, either USDC on Stacks or SBTC or STX, whatever we choose, because we can program that on the back end. The user doesn't ever even have to experience it. And we're selling some merchandise. We're getting the crypto. They're engaging in the crypto economy and they don't even know it.
Yeah, that's one of the things I think that's kind of lost sometimes when there's been a lot of hype recently about passkeys, and I've been one of the people who's been kind of poo-pooing passkeys. not because I think it's a bad idea, but I think that onboarding to a wallet is effectively useless if you've got nothing to do with it, right? Like I can create a wallet and I can get you into a wallet with a passkey in a few seconds, but what are you going to do next, right? You've got to have something to do with that wallet, and you don't even have crypto yet. You can't go get a username without stacks. You can't go and do any DeFi. You can't do anything, right? You've got a wallet with nothing in it. So my point is not necessarily against passkey, but that we need to focus on the larger picture, which is one of our key metrics is time to first transaction, right? And I want to have you doing your first transaction within 30 seconds.
Right.
So you're right. You shouldn't have to know about your Bitcoin address and like
you shouldn't have to know
any of that stuff.
Literally just be. It really should be. I'm giving you my credit card information. You're taking my cash, putting it into a crypto account for me. Basically my wallet is my account, right?
Right.
And my user account, and so. That user account, though, can be composable into other apps once it exists on chain.
Right. Yeah.
And my ability to log into it can be
part of it is when you're interacting, let's say with the Organized Media's Smart Shop, there's some value in the pseudonymity. Yeah, whatever that is. Transactions, right? Like maybe you want to go buy a mug and you don't want anybody to know you bought a DeOrganized mug. But the reality is you're going to have to ship a mug to somebody. And so there's going to have to be shipping information potentially and some identifier that makes sense to a delivery organization, whether it's like UPS or like the USPS. And they have different rules about what names you can use and what names you cannot use, right? We've kind of found this out over time. I think Resh brought this to our attention. And so we one of the things we're doing during our onboarding is everybody gets a name. A name is basically key to the platform and it's free. So we're not onboarding you to a wallet and then saying, here's some stacks, go buy a name. We're giving you a name at the beginning. It's free, it's fast, and that way when somebody goes to buy a mug, you know that you're dealing with dan.boom.btc or resh.boom.btc, right? And that also kind of feeds into trust building over time, right? You can see like dan.boom.btc has never returned merchandise or whatever like that, or never had issues with sellers. Or you can see that DeOrganized Media has fulfilled 100% of their shipping issues and nobody has ever complained about them, right? Everybody rates them as 5-star. So those names also help you build trust over time. And that's kind of a key, right? Like I was telling Resh this a while back, one of the triggers for this whole thing about the social piece of it was the realization that money is social, right? Like that's not a realization to a lot of people, but it's a realization that I had while I was at my in-laws' place in India, right? And there within the community, my in-laws can go down the street without cash, without money, go to a shop and say, hey, I need X, Y, and Z. They can get a short-term kind of pass, right? Okay, we know you're going to pay later, but that trust exists because there's a community that knows each other, right?
It's social credit, not in the Orwellian way, but in the actual like how it exists in real life way.
I know you, and so I can do this for you, right? I know that you live down the street, and I know that you've always paid me back within a day or two, and so this whole need for names and identifiers, I think, feeds into that social credit. And I think it's key to kind of helping us build out the economy this way.
100%. Do you see So you bring up a point that I hadn't considered coming into this conversation, but privacy is a thing, and it is becoming more present, an issue to solve. Like I saw something, I can't remember the details of I think I saw it on X. Someone was posting about how they had paid someone $30 in USDC, and then that person was asking them about like how much money they have, because it was they could see how much money they had in that wallet, or if it's not that hard to actually trace back to other wallets that person may control and see all of their financial, or a significant amount of financial information that they might not want to share, just to send somebody $30 in a payment. So do you guys see a lot of people talking about ZK rollups or rollups, and my understanding as a layman without any technical real knowledge on how it works is that it's complex. It's there. It could be the solution, but it's not probably a short-term solution. It's probably going to be something that takes a little bit of time and effort to develop out. Do you guys have you guys considered privacy?
Yeah, for sure. It's kind of hard because right now, and I'm not a ZK expert, but my understanding is that we're still lacking some of the primitives on stacks that would allow us to do zero knowledge proofs. That might be something that's coming in the future, and I think it's something that's going to be key to kind of future everyday living, right? There's so much invasion of privacy today in your normal Android and iPhone apps already, right? Like law enforcement is putting apps out there like add our law enforcement app, and low key, in the background, they're basically getting access to everything you do, and they're scanning your pictures without you knowing, and they're watching your chats without you knowing, and all this other stuff. Privacy is going to be a key part of the future. Unfortunately, right now, we're just not ready for it. But it's definitely something we think about. It's something that we, to the extent that we can control on the Boom platform, we try to do. One of the things about with the naming is you are putting a name out there and associating it with things, and that doesn't really do anything worse than an address, because you can look at an address, right, without a name or with a name. But what we're going to be doing also is allowing the creation of different names for your different wallets, so that you can kind of subdivide, keep your hot wallet. You might want to call it checking.peacelove, right? And you might have a savings.peacelove where you don't interact, using that wallet. People would still be able to go and trace if you're sending stuff between the two wallets, right? But you don't necessarily have to have a name for those other sub wallets as well. Boom is really focused on being a hot wallet. We're really focused on those immediate transactions. Privacy is a thing that we think about, but it's something that we're kind of stuck with, kind of the pseudonymous architectures right now. And so on the back end, obviously we don't hold keys. Everything's encrypted on your own device. All the normal kind of wallet things that you would expect. We don't have access to your private keys. We don't have access to your funds or anything like that. That actually could be something as we go more into the privacy side, where we start doing a separate service where we're kind of sharding keys so that people can recover them more easily, things like that. But that's a completely different discussion.
Sure. Well, I mean, these tools aren't necessary to get off the ground either. Like, I don't want this to be like you guys are packing it up. Oh, we didn't solve privacy. We gotta.
Well, I think the issue is the chain privacy, right? Like right now, you can't go to Amazon and privately buy a skateboard, right?
Right, but when you buy a skateboard on Amazon,
your bank account isn't exposed.
Your bank account isn't exposed, so people can't steal. But there is actually, so there's a double-edged sword here, because there still are third parties that have access to your purchase data, and they're able to use it without your knowledge. to a large degree.
Yeah, they may not have access to your account directly, but they see that this person buys $1,000 worth of Amazon products every month. They've already pegged you into an income bracket,
right?
Guaranteed, based on your Amazon purchases,
right,
and your searches and all that other stuff. So
right.
it's not directly visible. But like I said, that's really on the chain side. That's the chain security that really needs to be kind of secured,
right,
privatized.
And it should be a user setting at some level, and I think that they are working on some of that stuff on Stacks, and it's not a pressing issue. It's just something that it occurred to me while we were having this conversation, because it's a consideration for people, and it's something that we haven't really solved yet entirely, but the problem you guys are solving is for creators. And I didn't get a chance to introduce GP. I think you guys know him. You might have met GP once or twice. 300 as well. I think you guys might know the homie.
Hi, Rash. Hi, Dan.
What
Good
up,
to
fellas?
see you. What up? What up? What up? Finally. Finally. Boom!
We don't have to make any more mafia-oriented threatening memes. Boom out there.
No more threats.
We are excited.
We are, but the reason I'm pointing to them too specifically here is because they're both prolific content creators. NFTs, they both launched NFT collections. They both create content all over the place. They both have communal followings in their own right. They're both contributors to what we do here, which we are also trying to grow our community. And you guys are providing some infrastructure solutions that are going to help both DeOrganized and individual projects like DeOrganized and individual creators get more organized and direct and standardize some creator economy opportunities with what you guys are building out. And I think that that's a huge need in the space, because there's not really an obvious way to do that right now.
Yeah, I that's the hope, right? Like that's the goal is to kind of help people build their communities within the community. We want to make communication easy. We want to make it secure, and that way, when you have a store, you've got a built-in kind of community that's sort of onboarding, that they can opt into actually continuing to interact with you beyond just a single purchase, right? And obviously, all of the normal tools that exist out there for engagement based on memberships or based on NFTs or based on whatever, or subscription content. All of those things are available as well, in this place. So
just to add a few things, please, even the chat functionality that Dan was mentioning to you, this is maybe common knowledge, but when we're looking at it, when people write that BRN, for example, B00RN.BTC, for example. Now, if you look at it first glance, you'll just read it, oh, there's a boom, but it's actually not. So we actually had to think about it. Okay, how do you solve the simple issue of even visually, if you see a name, it stands out that, oh, this is not boom.btc, this is something else. So even that font and the design took us a while. Then Dan and I went back and forth. Then we came up with the solution in terms of, okay, use a certain type of font that immediately you see visually, like, oh, the separation. You literally got to be visually impaired. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful manner. You literally have to be visually impaired to be able to not see this issue that, oh, the name is not what it is. So that's one thing. The one thing we've also was very important, I didn't pick it, Dan picked this up, was that you want your social life and your business life to be separate. So when you start your chat functionality as well, you'll have your personal chat functionality, like Trihana will have his personal identity. You can just chat with me and Dan. Then he might also have his own store, and for the store, there's separate chat functionality they can create as well. Now that creates two separations for various reasons. I think it's easier and cleaner for business transactions to be there in one part, and your personal life to be on one another side. So those small nitty-gritty stuff only came into trial and error as we were building this thing out. So yeah, so that's the one thing that was very important for us to figure all these elements out. The element you're talking about in terms of onboarding creators and all, that came about while we were building everything. Came out to a later half of the year. Then I think when you're going back for how do you onboard people, so NFT creators, music creators, we spoke to a number of music creators. To be honest, they shared a lot of issues they were having in terms of costing, in terms of what their margins has to be, how the challenges, the type of uploads they need to make. They were said it's going to be difficult relying on other platforms to accommodate this, and then we host it. I say, okay, we'll create our own NFT platform as well. Then, so that way users can straight go to Boom NFT, upload their own designs, music, if they're doing Web3 music, and their NFT artwork or poetry, whatever it might be, and then straight away launch it into Boom Marketplace. So that's one thing very important for us. Has to be a seamless experience, and that we believe over time is going to be really impactful. Of course, the platform also accommodates if people just want to upload digital goods. You could upload an MP3 music, for example, or MP4, depending on what a music file or whatever file size you're uploading.
Non-copyright.
Not copyright. Yes, that's very important. So if you are like 300 Suno musics, like amazing Suno music,
I got a question.
That's his copyright. What's up?
So for platform that is copyright or non-copyright?
We lost you a little bit, Hannah. We had a little bit of a.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
I think that's better. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm asking that. Is there any way that you can look into a song that is it copyrighted or video? Do you have like content ID where, because somebody can just take a song by somebody else, upload it on Boom? Do you have like an AI that detects that this song is already released on other platforms or this song belongs to somebody else?
That not in the first revision, to be honest. Like we're launching here on Stacks, and we're part of this is part of the whole trust and moderation of this marketplace is going to have to be built with the help of the users. Like we can put some things into place, but we don't really know what's needed and what's useful at this point. Quite honestly, that's not trying to ignore the problem. It's a matter of us wanting to put moderation and trust guardrails in place that actually make sense for the community. We've talked with obviously folks like the Zero Authority, who are building their own trust platform, right? And to the extent that we can leverage what they're building, we've had a lot of discussions between us about data sharing and what kinds of things we can take from their platform, and I think that's an ongoing conversation. So it really we don't have that we're not going to have that at launch for sure, but it's something that we definitely are aware of, and we're hoping that what we can see is that folks will kind of flag content that they think is copyrighted or whatever shouldn't be there, and we can surface that information to the community.
Yeah, I think also that's where the community comes in, and you have like community people who looks into some of the stuff that's posted there, and sometimes you can pick that this song is already published somewhere elsewhere, and then that is when they send like a flag to you guys and say this song belongs to somebody else, or this is my work. Or you can just also maybe put a disclaimer that if you have any content that belongs to you that was uploaded by somebody else, please can you share with us and maybe create a ticket so that you can look into it, so that also you won't have like these complications of lawsuits that people are uploading like copyrighted content on the platform.
I want to go back to Resh's point about like the confusing names and things like that. That's part of being a wallet without being a wallet. You know, one of the things we're trying to do is be very intentional about typography that we're using in specific places, right? Like it's not just a heading and body text, content text, right? Like in a chat, you want to understand exactly what name you're dealing with or what stacks address you're dealing with potentially, you know? And so trying to be very intentional about how we display usernames in various places on your own profile. When you're looking at your own profile, maybe it doesn't matter as much, right? But when you're looking at somebody else's profile, it does. And so how do we handle just the different contexts for different typography for different contexts for the same data and things like that? So that's also part of, like I said, being a wallet without being a wallet. Like when we talk about these three different components, they're really all blended. It's three different applications effectively, but the way we're building this, it is not that you see something here and you go here to do X. You can interact with the marketplace in your chat. You can interact with your wallet in the marketplace, right? And the chat in your marketplace. And so all of these things are actually three kind of foundational layers, and they have to work together. And so wallet is really contextual, right? Your wallet is contextual within a chat, within a marketplace, within a game, whatever. So in that way, we have to be very intentional about like how we ask you to create a transaction, right? A game is going to ask, say, hey, if you want to keep playing, send 2 stacks or something like that. I don't know, whatever. Or maybe it's a pay-per-play game that you're doing some kind of like, I don't want to say gambling, but like some kind of pay-to-play game, right? So the way that we surface kind of payments in these different contexts matters, and so we're trying to be very intentional about those kinds of things. And it's one of the things that we have to be that kind of differentiates us from like just being an X First or a Leather Wallet or a Magic Eden kind of thing, whatever.
Yeah, and it's all about creating good experiences for the user. And you have a couple of different users. You know, you have the content creators and or whoever's actually providing the merch or the services that are in the shop. And then you have the customers for those as well. And so, and then there's, you know, we have a kind of similar model. We have content creators and we have audience / users / community. And then we also have sponsors, which I suspect you guys will have some kind of sponsorship model as well. You're going to have real estate, right? I don't know if you've considered that. But
you can go on Fastpool now.
Oh, are they a Fastpool is actually a sponsor for Boom?
No. Like they have their sponsored stacking thing.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You can actually You can sponsor
different projects.
You can sponsor projects to get your like stacking rewards from your or a percentage of stacking rewards from your stacking and stuff like that. So there's all sorts of cool things. We're at the precipice of a very, very interesting time in humanity, because there's so many technological tools out there. But
so the one thing, please, just want to add that at the present moment, if you look across the board, the experience of using Web3 shopping is not great. You know, if you use Lightning, you got to lock in your money your money is literally locked in the channel. You got to close. You got to make sure everything is there. Your towers.
You just meant there's so much friction just in knowing about
Really,
it.
yes.
Just in
So for
understanding
a,
what you just said eliminates a huge percentage of any market.
exactly. So one thing we wanted to say, like if SBTC is going to be, it's amazing, and it's also going to go cross chain. It's going to go to different networks. Adopting it now and making it into available on a marketplace really easy. And we have individuals like Cornell in Brazil who's developed his own product base onboarding Latin America. If that works well, he can use the same approach across different geographical locations, and boom becomes just seamless. Of course, we have the one we showed you piece was the desktop version, and there's also a mobile version. For shoppers, you want to be at Amazon. I don't remember the last time I was on a desktop when I shopped on Amazon, if I'm honest.
Oh,
I
God.
literally just sit
Yeah.
on the sofa, I just scroll. But if I'm a seller, I want to be able to do it from a desktop, makes things easy to manage. So we are accommodating both sides of it, to be honest. Initially, everything was mobile. And then I sat down there like, pardon my language, is a pain in the ass if I got to manage everything on my mobile.
You can't program from a phone.
Yeah.
Just can't.
So
do
that's
it.
why
Program it.
all these
Well,
elements.
and saying maybe you can. I don't know. But that's my eyes are old. I'm an old guy. I cannot I won't get the bifocals yet. So I'm on my phone with my glasses up, and then I have to go back. And it's just I can't the dynamic interface is obviously a huge factor when you're trying to add items to your smart shop, write a description, and all of that stuff. Although the AI is actually making it a lot easier to do some stuff from your phone as well. But it's still, I understand your point though, Rash. You have two customers or two clients or two users, and they need different experiences. So there's a different experience for the content creator, the smart shop owner, etc., versus their average shopper that's just their audience, their community.
So please, I want to plug in terms of the benefits of using Boom NFT Marketplace, if that's okay. And this is literally a pitch, to be honest.
Whatever you want to do, man, is okay.
So if somebody wants to right now launch an NFT project, traditional NFT platforms, when you launch, you pay 10% of the fees.
Yes.
You mint, and then you get your product.
I hope GP is listening.
No, GP knows. GP, what's the name of Trihana, all the other individuals that we have directly worked with know this, because after getting a lot of feedback, 10% is very high for artists in general. So we said, okay.
It's not sustainable, actually.
It is not sustainable. You're right. Especially if Stacks goes into where we think it's going to go the price as well. So we said, okay, what we can do is, because we also cover our overheads and everything, we say like, we'll just slash everything in terms by 50%. So you can mint at 5%, we'll only take 5%, and that's it. We don't take secondary sale prices, nothing. Then if they decide to purchase or mint an NFT, and the NFT does well, and they want to sell it on Boom Marketplace, we have to take into account not so much in terms of then that Coke can pop was damn loud.
Oh, I hope he wasn't. I thought at least I know he wasn't cocking a gun.
Yeah, that Coke and Dan is hand to hand. So the marketplace setting, what we have seen, that it has to be comparable to Web2 experience. Just having a premium because we are Web3 doesn't cut it. So we said, okay, we'll compare what's the best user experience right now on Web2, and we say like, okay, we'll take 2.9% secondary on anything that you sell on Boom smart shops. There is a cost of listing them at 1 STX, and that cost is not because we need the money. It's not that. It's that there's no way to stop spamming. So in order to stop spamming, there has to be a cost attached to the activity.
Right.
Etsy and all charges like 10 cents.
If there's no cost, you'll get overrun, and it'll just gum up all the works. You have to have, and honestly, a 1 STX minting fee or a listing fee is not prohibitive, at least at the current price. And if Stacks does well, you can always adjust your fee.
Exactly. So those are the elements we have taken into account, and we believe that now economies where there's payment processing challenges, not so much in Western Europe and Northern America, Western Africa, Asia, having Stripe or platforms of that nature is really challenging, and they can take quite a big chunk. At least with individuals we have spoken to, up to 70% based on listing fees of various platforms they use and payment processing, they can actually only keep 30%. It's insane amount of payouts they do for what they actually earn.
You know, and
So we want to change
I'm
that.
glad you brought up the NFT launch, because I actually think that that's a huge. It's much needed in the ecosystem. We need a competitive NFT marketplace and or just a place to go to launch NFTs. I love Gamma. I like the guys at Gamma. I'm not saying against Gamma, but I think that we do need options in the marketplace. It makes everybody better. You know, it makes them put out a better product if they're still trying to get that market. But there is actually a lack of support for Stacks NFTs right now. And so that there's a huge need for that right now in the marketplace, a place to launch NFTs. I have a couple of NFT ideas, and I know that there's a lot of other people that do too. And
I think that's initially, you're right, please. I think, sorry to interrupt there. What we have seen, what I've seen, to be honest, Dan, for the right reason, seeing like NFTs trend tends to go down. I just been lucky while researching this, saw that the last from September to now, the actually trajectory on other chains, NFT has been booming. So I think just by osmosis or just by the theme, as we go into 2026, that could actually pick up on Stacks as well. We are breaking into Nigeria, for example, initial launch we are launching everywhere as soon as global, but the target market is Nigerians. We're working very closely with Blockleaf Labs. So individuals that onboarded from these economies, we believe will start, number one, something digital, which is a low lift for them, and they'll create and they'll push something out. We believe people who are in much more developed countries, and again, this is just a hypothesis that I have, that they want something to be able to retain more of their income and manage their own income tax on their own. So selling it on a platform and being able to accept cryptocurrency, you know, like STX, USDCX, SBTC, and potentially then are we enabling a native Bitcoin from day one, or that comes
native Bitcoin?
Yeah. So then you see we got all these four abilities, so people can manage it straight from Boom. My personal opinion is people are trying to gravitate more to crypto economy based on how the governments are behaving currently. So that's where my pitch is. And I think if people just want to experiment, it's not going to cost you anything. Once you get a Boom wallet, you can easily just put one NFT up and you got a Boom shop. Literally, that is, you place a product for listing, you got a Boom shop straight away. So your experience is going to be seamless. You can be able to even use Boom chat functionality to chat between you and me, peeps. For example, if I want to say, Dan is such a pain in my neck, I can complain to you and he will never know. Nobody will ever know. At the end, at one point, it'll be end-to-end encryption. So if somebody wants to say, like, what has Restream speaking to Peace about Dan? Nobody will ever know. It's same like Telegram. So that's the approach we're trying to use. If you don't have a mobile number, no problem. Your NFT, your BNS will work.
Cool.
So that's my pitch.
You could have a mobile device that doesn't have a phone number attached to it, but you're using Wi-Fi, and then all you need is a BNS name, which you're going to automatically get boom.btc, whatever you pick. If it's available, you got it.
Yeah. So it's attached to your wallet address, and then people can build repo and all. Like I say, like once you start selling, like Dan said, you have a rating functionality. Like, you know how eBay used to do it back in the day? I mean, Amazon still does it, but eBay back in the day, I still remember people used to look at the rating.
Yes.
How many times people have failed or succeeded.
It was
the same approach.
Well, and that could save you from because that was open social media when eBay first opened. It wasn't as controlled. So they came up with some of the solutions that we're going to need now. That social credit, that's a way to develop credit or reputation, I should say. That social reputation is important. And the current Web 2 state is obviously centralized and controlled. So they got rid of a lot of that stuff because they want to be able to tell you who you can trust and who you can't trust, and who you should use, and then just basically censor the people that they want to censor, whether it's warranted or not. A more holistic way to do that is to let the community decide who they want to engage with and what specific reputation would disqualify or qualify someone to engage with, and the context of the situation. If they're selling something I want, but they're routinely not delivering, well, they probably won't have an active smart shop for very long anyway, because people will just stop using them. We don't need Boom to actually go and interject into that at that point. So I appreciate what you're saying, man. And
we will remove one thing to be very clear. If there's anything that's breaking the law and we know of that nature, we will remove either direct visibility of that particular product from the site, just because while we agree that it should be open to everything, anything illegal, anything that's breaking the law, we don't want to get a hook. Specifically, we don't want to be on a hook on the wrong side of the law.
Going to jail.
Yeah, literally, we don't want to go to jail. So if somebody puts, I use this as an extreme edge case, anything regarding underage kids or whatever, that without even being triggered, we'll remove that stuff straight away,
Oh, and that's right. And you need to have those rails, right? You don't want to be facilitating stuff like that, period. And that's not the point. But you do want to be as open and hands off as much as you can, as long as there's. So getting into the philosophy of it, I tend to hold in I don't like to pigeonhole myself into any ideology, but I like the concept of voluntarism, consent-based engagement, and that's predicated on a point of the initiation of force. So my moral compass on that would be, as soon as there's an initiation of force, that warrants stepping in and censorship. So if somebody is actually committing a force or violence against somebody else, that's a no-brainer. That's an easy point of stepping in. But beyond that, you want to basically, you're not going to be manipulating markets and picking and choosing who's going to be able to sell NFTs that are otherwise not harming anybody or not instigating force against somebody else. So, and honestly, I am going to reiterate, we need a secondary or maybe a primary NFT platform for stacks in the worst way. There's a lot of things that I would like to get into and consider doing that right now we can't because of what's currently available in the market. Like this is actually desperately needed, and maybe under the radar to the extent that it is needed, because it's like you go to the other platform that I mentioned earlier and you can't even find stacks NFTs. You can't find them. There's no market that you have to actually and half the time the ones that in my wallet aren't showing up there when I go into my account. Like it's not functional right now the way it is, and it's actually harming the ecosystem, because there's a lot of great projects out there that built some really interesting NFTs, and we don't have a centralized marketplace for them right now. So please get that shipped.
Build the change. Let's go.
So what's the people should follow you guys? It's at boom_money on X. It's boom.money is the website. They can sign up for the wait list. What do you need from what are you guys looking for right now from the user base?
So they can just go and sign up right now, to be honest, the wait list at Boom. They can do two things, to be honest. One, follow at boom_wallet on X. So that will keep you informed in terms of any updates we have. Number two, if you go to boom.money, join the waitlist there. So any comms we do, we'll push out a newsletter as well, an email as well when it's ready. You can reach out to me or Dan directly on Twitter. Okay, not for Dan. Just reach out to me directly.
I never get on Twitter anymore. I just don't look up, to be honest with you, from the keyboard.
So yeah, reach out to me directly in any questions, and I'll attend you directly. If you want to open a Boom shop, you do not know how, reach out to me directly. I'll give you a white glove treatment. We'll fix whatever issues you have. If you're from anything you want to, literally anything, any queries you have, just reach out to me. I'll be able to help wherever I can.
Awesome. You know, I've had you guys for an hour, and I don't want to extend this too long. I want to be respectful of your time. But pertaining to a smart shop, I don't have any merch. If I was setting up a smart shop, do I have to have merch to put in there, or is there a way? Will that actually drive me? Or maybe down the line, that's something you can hook me up with a t-shirt designer that will drop ship it, and then I can create it and put it in my smart shop. And now I have a hat, and I have a t-shirt, and I have a branded water bottle for DeOrganized and that kind of thing. Is that something? Is it that easy, or do I kind of have to find those items and then put them in the smart shop?
So B0, it's all manual.
Right.
So I'm saying version 0. Our initial release, it's all 0. So we have to. We're kind of trying to figure out what the community wants before we start building even more. Mm-hmm. So that's really the key. Is like, what's the driver? Is that a demand for just you, or is that a demand that we're going to be seeing 1,000 requests for? Right. And we need to build the next version based on that. Our next versions are going to include some things already, like Resh mentioned earlier, native Bitcoin payments, and there's something else. I have to look at the roadmap. But a couple of kind of largish pieces. But in terms of like what the marketplace wants, what the creators and merchants want, what the users want, that's going to be driven about by the requests that come in from after the launch.
Sure. I will say this, and I'm just thinking about this now. Like, I'm just it's forcing me to consider. And that's one of the friction points for me, is I don't know exactly where to go to get started designing and where the best place to go for that is. And if I could just do it within Boom, then that's going to make it easy for me.
That's another application, like a whole web design.
Exactly.
Is a whole other application, and it's not something. I'm not saying that we couldn't do that, but it's another thing that we need to have demand for. Right.
So we have freelancer app though.
Sorry, go ahead, Resh. Sorry.
Freelance app.
Yeah.
So one of the functionality of Boom we didn't mention was a piece. Is somebody like literally what you mentioned that offers that service for example, I don't know, Zimbabwe. I'm minting. I have a printing shop. You can engage with me, and they actually can go within Boom app. There's a freelancer app that's actually you can list services there.
So I might be able to find someone that can set up my merch store for me, and then we can incorporate that merch into my Boom shop.
Yes.
They can't. So again, right now we have single manager shops. So like we put the structure in place so that we can have more, so that you can delegate some management of your shop, but we haven't enabled that full functionality yet. We haven't gone through the multiple layers of authentication and authorization that would have to be set up to enable that. So when you say set up your shop for you, they could give you the tools that you could use to create your shop today.
Well, they could potentially help me on the front end where I'm creating a merch store outside of Boom, or just creating a merch collection, and a way to actually facilitate the fulfillment of that delivery and then tie the commerce there into Boom would be my responsibility once I have that set up.
Right.
Right. But that's not, I don't think the setup in Boom would be the trick. For me, it's, do I go to Shopify and then I go to Shopify and then I have to decide what do I need to pay for this? What do I need to pay for? Do I really need to? Let me look at the other ones. And then I've spent like 2 hours in a rabbit hole and I never actually end up doing it because I don't have 2 hours. So I've already missed something. And so getting somebody that can actually point me in the right direction would be, Hannah, I'm looking at you actually.
Even
Hunter's
easier.
Hunter's going to come up with an AI that's going to do this for me tomorrow, actually, now that we know that there's a problem. I'm sorry.
AI Guild.
We're here.
So, but there's the fact is that you guys are providing the infrastructure, the platform to make this more real. Like it's actually facilitating a reason for me to actually go and do this, because I will have a place to actually post my products once I have them.
Yeah, so that's what. Yeah, then go ahead.
I was going to say one of the things that we kind of try and do is just simplify. So if you're imagining having to set up themes and colors and all the layouts and all that other stuff, like you don't have to worry about that. We've got some very basic layouts, and we're going to add just a couple for startup. So like your customization is not going to require deep thought. You might want a 4-column grid or a 3-column grid, or you might want a list, some basic stuff like that. It's more of kind of the Etsy layout model than the Shopify build your own store kind of full image layout kind of thing. If you go to Etsy and you pull up their stores, they're all almost exactly the same, right? There's customized banners. There's a little bit of customized layout. I haven't spent a lot of time in Etsy recently, but it's a very simple kind of customization features. We know that there are people that want some customization, especially on the creator side. Like that's a high demand. So those features will come over time to support like what they need and what they want, so that they can express, their themselves. But as of right now, like if you're just looking to start like a simple merch shop, you're going to have a couple of different options and you'll be done in 5 minutes.
Cool. And honestly, is like I that's what I'm expecting too. I don't think that there's going to be a heavy lift setting up the smart shop. For me, it's actually I don't have merch, so I have to figure out what I'm going to sell and design it, and that's my friction point, for right now. But I think that I have to do it. It's something this is going to force me to actually look into that part of it. So,
but I just want to reiterate, when people always worry that, when you want to create a wallet, you got to remember the seed phrase and all. I assure you, with Boom, if you're starting from scratch, it'll take literally 20 seconds to just get the wallet straight set up. And you still have your seed phrase, but it's in the wallet in the setting section. You can easily go and write it all down. So you don't have to even worry about that. Creating a wallet, if you have done Phantom, you'll find this experience very easy as well. So I just want to reiterate on that front.
And it's also connected to your email address. Is that true?
So login, yes.
Login is, but not the stores, not directly.
Not the right, but my wallet, my account is connected. My login is connected to my email address.
Not directly. So we don't use your email address for any kind of authentication. When the only thing that you're doing with an email address is authenticating that you're into the app. Okay. But then there's another layer for the actual accounts, the Stacks wallet, right? That's a completely separate layer, and everything in the app is really managed at that layer. So the email address exists, and in theory, someone could tie an address to an email address, but in the app and throughout the app, any of the processes, everything's managed as a Stacks wallet.
So they wouldn't. Somebody with my email address wouldn't be able to log into my account just by providing the email address.
No.
But I can. Does the email address help me not lose my account, or do I have to have the seed phrase?
That's another one of those things that we're gonna have to get some feedback on, because there's pros and cons to that, right? One is simplicity, and the next billion users might not care about having a partially custodial situation. And if we have part of your key, like I said earlier, we talked about starting. What liability does that put us in for, versus how much it helps us, helps users kind of get that comfort that they're not going to lose something, right? My mother doesn't care about a Stacks address or a key. She doesn't even know what, that she barely keeps her password secure, and that's with my help, right? So in the sense, like, if there's something that we can do that kind of enables more people to just get to that 30-second to first transaction, great. But then what do we have to watch out? What are the counter issues with doing that? So that's still a remains to be seen kind of item.
Yeah, I will say in general, I think the next billion don't care. They don't care about where they don't care about the wallet security. It's too bad. It's just the nature. It's human nature, and what we've been accustomed to. Someone's going to recover this for me, right? If I don't have to be responsible.
I've been beating the privacy drum for 25, 30 years. I've learned a long time ago that people don't care about privacy.
They don't care. They don't care unless they're doing something bad usually. Or if they have a lot of resources and they don't want everyone to know exactly what they have. That's the two people that care about privacy.
To the extent that we can remove uncertainty, we want to obviously do that. But again, the question is, like, what does that really imply for us as a business, us as a support organization? If we're flooded with thousands of requests for, like, hey, help me recover, and we don't have some kind of automated process to do that, that's obviously not a huge win.
Yeah, 100%, man. I've been kind of dominating the conversation. I want to make sure GP and Hunter have a chance to speak at all. Actually, I've been talking too much, but you guys have any questions for Dan and Resh before we wrap it up?
Yeah, just really excited to see this launch, Dan. I know you guys have been like cranking on this for a while, and to see, the way that you guys are approaching these smart shops is really cool. I think it's interesting, and I can't wait to launch, my own shops and do my own merch for the Gigaverse, utilizing Boom, launch some NFTs, and have some fun with this thing. This is something that I've been really excited for, and I know that Doc has worked on some artwork as well that he will be launching with Boom, and there's a few different things that people should be paying attention to, and that is Boom. Boom is one of them.
I want to, if I can throw a teaser out, we hope to have an announcement tomorrow.
Oh, right? Announcement of an announcement. Yes.
Yes.
We love those.
Pre-announcing an announcement.
I love it. No, we live for those.
Yes.
So a big announcement from Boom coming tomorrow. You heard it here first.
So follow their Twitter.
Follow at Boom _money. And
_ wallet.
Oh, it's Boom. I'm sorry. It's Boom _wallet. It's Boom.money. That's right. So Boom _wallet on X. There we go.
Get in there like swimwear, guys. That is
in there.
Boom _wallet. Let's go.
One thing I just want to plug in, like, we have good music artists that we're launching as well. I mean, one of them is going to be the godfather of rock from South Africa. Arno.
Oh, nice.
Oh, Arnold's going to be on there?
Yeah, Arno is going to be on there. So we are trying to get people on board. We have Gym.btc will be launching on there as well.
Awesome.
And Gym has music industry. Triana will be there, exactly. Then we have Nat. So we have all these musicians that want to come on. They're looking for a platform. We're going to do on Boom. As we do that, we believe, and this is what my thesis is. A lot of these artists, in order to own their own work and also to reach distribution, will use platforms like this. They'll mint the music perhaps on Boom and release it to the marketplace, keep a huge chunk of revenue to themselves, own the music, own a marketplace. That's our goal, and we want to enable that I've said this many times, sounds really cliche, but the entire aim of Boom is to enable commerce for everyone. You should be able to be even in school. You launch it. You can just make yourself some a few dollars here and there. So yeah, so that's my goal. I think Dan has been working his butt off, to be honest, on this. And I'll be throwing one or two the other day. Hey, Dan, we got to change this and that. He said, God damn it, can you stop with the request? Let me finish this part first. So we went back and forth on that. So, but essentially, it's going to be great, to be honest, once we launch it.
Nice. There's a pre-release store. I missed it. Was this in the comments earlier, or did I miss it?
Ooh,
I just put it in there. It's just the list, just to give you the idea of the simplicity that we're going for.
It's clean. I like it.
Nice. I like it.
Awesome. GP, you got that? You want to throw that up?
Yeah, I can.
Throw it up real quick. Let's walk through it.
Yeah. So whenever you are taking a look at the this smart stores here, you can go and explore by categories, and you'll see all of the different creators that have launched marketplaces here listed here. You can see 3 Hunas right here.
So it's not populated yet, to be honest. Just for context, we'll be populating this soon. The reason why before the Boom wallet gets launched, we just don't show what's there, so people are aware what they can anticipate what's coming, basically.
Absolutely. This looks clean and simplistic. And
I just want to point out it looks better in dark mode.
Oh yes, dude. Oh, look how slick.
Yeah, really.
Highlighting behind. That looks great.
Do people still use light mode?
I have it on light mode because I just popped it up. But looking at Pieces screen, that dark mode is very clean. It's fresh. Let's go.
So this is pre-release. This is just like all it is pulling the store list right now. It's not linking to anything, not listing products, right? But simple banner, simple logo. You can have a tagline, right? You'll be able to customize your store slug. So if you want DeOrganized Media or you just want DOM, you can customize, like it'll be store/DOM or store/DeOrganized Media, whatever you wanted. But again, very simple kind of standard layouts that we're trying to kind of highlight.
I like the simplicity.
It looks good. It's slick. It's large icons, which is good for an older guy like me. It's going to be more attractive as a store owner or a creator. Like it gives me more options to catch eyeballs with these banners and whatnot. So I like it. And honestly, I don't light mode, dark mode is not that big of a deal, but I do think that this actually looks a little bit slicker in dark mode. That's just my.
I agree.
But I think that looks great, man. Good stuff. Dig it. And so announcement? What's the announcement tomorrow? People need to tune into, or you're gonna?
It's the pre-release announcement.
Follow Boom_wallet.
So we're gonna have this probably within a couple of weeks, maybe.
Yeah.
All right. I like it. Anything else we need to touch on, guys? Any last words? Thank you so much for joining us today, guys, and giving us your time, by the way.
Hey, thanks for having us. We appreciate it.
Right on. Awesome, guys. Dan Trevino, OG in the Stacks ecosystem. Boom Wallet. Boom.money is the website. And Resh is just an absolute Chad in the space as well. Thank you guys for joining us so much. Hana and GP, thank you guys for also chiming in. Always great to have your input. And I know you guys are both going to be utilizing the features of what Boom's bringing to market as well, along with us at DeOrganized as a whole. Thank you guys for tuning in.
Music is coming.
AI music it's here, brother. It's here.
Okay, you guys saw my title?
What's that?
The title under my name.
Your Royal Highness. Let's go.
His Royal Highness.
Let's go. Yes.
I didn't realize royalty. I should have known, Rash. It's obvious in your demeanor.
Should have took my hat off, you know.
All right, guys, I'm off.
GP.
Thank you very much for having us.
Yeah, man. Always a pleasure. Merry Christmas, guys. Best of luck. Happy New Year. And looking forward to supporting your announcement tomorrow and catching you guys soon when Boom is fully ready and launched. Cannot wait.
All I want on Christmas is a Boom wallet. Yeah, all I want on Christmas is a Boom wallet. Boom wallet. Let's go!
Full song by tomorrow.
Andy.
Someday.
Yes, sir. Boom to the world.
Let's
Boom,
go.
boom, boom.
Andy. All right, guys. Peace out. Thanks for joining today. Merry Christmas. This is actually our last live anything probably until after Christmas. So Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Much love to all of you. And get out and support your ecosystem. There's so many cool things happening here on Stacks. Thanks to Dan and Rush again. And we'll have some more recent content coming at you shortly. GP, I think you're having some audio issues, man.
How about now?
Now we can hear you.
That's probably a mute button, man. What's going on, guys?
It looked like you were actually like killing the intro too. It was
I
right.
was nailing that.
It was the best intro ever. Lost the time.
Oh man. I was just saying how this is the first inaugural episode. We're going to get to talk to Jamie F., Mr. Bain, and two of the next artists that are going to be contributing to Dogtails. So really excited for this first inaugural episode. And yeah, let's get into it. What's up, Jamie? How are we doing tonight? We got Jamie F. in the house. We got Mr. Bain, Peace Love Music, and GP, myself, in the house tonight. So what's up, guys? How are we doing?
Yeah, I'm doing really well. I'm excited for the show. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be epic. Pretty special, and yeah, I'm good. Thanks. Yourself?
Doing good, man. Doing good. You know, Jamie, you spun up this awesome idea to you know, help artists and also contribute to charitable causes, right? Did you want to do a brief explainer about, you know, your ideas surrounding Dogtails and you know, how it came to fruition, and all the work that the good work that you're doing with all the artists in the Stacks ecosystem?
Yeah, awesome. It's the artists that are doing the good work. Really, we're not doing too much because the stories sort of write themselves. But the idea came about as part of our just natural growth within the community, and we're a community that's sort of an underdog culture and founded on the rise of Peggy, who is the dog from Dogpool, who won the ugliest dog in the UK competition and then went on to Hollywood. So we sort of, it's quite poetic and quite, you know, it's pretty cool. So, and we built on that with Dogtails, which is basically where we collaborate with artists to retell real life stories, which, you know, we're not short as a race of inspirational stories. And as you know yourself, being our first artist, you did the story about Paul Stamets. We did do a story before that, but it was just kind of a pilot. It was just a post on X, and that was about Michaela de Prince. And then we did Henry Wanyoke, who's a Kenyan runner. And just recently we did Fela Kuti, who's musical, cultural, revolutionary icon, and all of these people have something in common in that they all went through troubled times and went, in a much different way to Peggy, had a bit of a rough start and or had to overcome some sort of adversity to get to where they were, so and to what they did. So yeah, we've built on that, and we're now tonight. This is the unveiling of Zanetta's story, and this is very different to the ones that we've done before because this is more personal. I think it's going to resonate with a lot of people on a personal level because of the subject matter, which you'll find out soon enough. It's different again that it's a photo shoot. So everything that we've done before it's not been photographic art. It's been digital art, it's pretty unique. And we do this to support the artists and charity. So they produced the storyboard NFTs. They're auctioned on Gamma as a week-long auction from the minute the first bid goes in. The split is, so far, everyone's agreed to do a 60-40 split, 60% in favour of charity and 40% goes to the artists. So the collection will grow and it will feature different artists and, more stories as we go. And pretty excited. It's probably the best thing so far to come out of our culture that we're trying to build. So
yeah, dude. I remember whenever you first hit me up and hey, pitched this idea to me, and I was experimenting with ideas and trying to find a way to incorporate some type of giving back to charitable causes into my artwork, and this idea just really resonated with me. Peace, did you have something to say, man? What's up?
I just wanted to on something Jamie said, and of course he's going to just give all the credit to the artists, and the artists, he's done an amazing job. The artists so far in the project have been great. He's done a great job picking great artists, but I don't want to undercut the amount of effort and work Jamie puts into this project on the regular and the stuff he's creating. Jamie, you deserve a lot of credit for what you put out as well, man. Don't sell yourself short is all I wanted to say.
Yeah, thanks. No, I don't. I mean, I enjoy it. And I think that's the attraction with this crypto and blockchain world that we're in. We get to sort of write our own stories. And it's funny because we're in an amazing age. Obviously, I don't want to digress too much, but with the dawn of AI and the things that we can all do now, there's dreams that I had when I was a kid that are now that I thought had sort of gone by the wayside that are now possibly a reality. And like doing Dogtails is just a blessing, and trying to build that community and just put those out there is pretty cool. So I do enjoy it. Yeah,
I think it's a pretty cool way to get artists to collaborate on one collection, right? Like you have multiple artists that work within Dogtails, and it's just a very unique way to approach getting artists to collaborate. And I'm a big fan of the structure and how it's set up.
Yeah, we enjoy it. Speaking of artists and collaboration, pleased as well to be doing this with not just yourself and obviously Peace and everything that DeOrganized has brought us, but also Mr. Bain, because he's as far I don't know anyone who's as connected in the sort of digital art world. Obviously, I don't know everyone, but he makes sort of genuine connections. Got a lot of artists follow him. So I think with this stream as well. So even though we're talking about the collection and this is a live reveal, this stream is something that we're going to do on the regular. We see how it goes, and it's going to be more about the people and their stories. And Mr. Bain, I don't know if you want to chime in, but I know the idea for the stream was sort of originally Mr. Bain's, if I recall correctly. It was sort of thrown out there, and we all sort of moved on it.
Hey guys,
Mr. Bain, what's up, man?
Good morning, GM, and it's really GM at this time of the world too.
Oh, nice. You're on the other side.
We're on the other side. It's supposed to be sunny Melbourne, but it's been raining, and we're spring. We're supposed to be heading into summer in December, but it's not the case. So it kind of feels like UK. So I think that's what Jamie's weather's going to be like in the UK. So I don't know about Peace and GPSC. I don't know where you guys are on your side of the world.
We're both on the eastern seaboard US. GP's a little on the southern side where it's cold, but not really for most people. And then up in my neck of the woods, it's about 45 degrees this morning, and that could be warmer than it gets. But ironically, the last show we did, I think it was the last show we did, Jamie was talking about how it was a sunny day out over where he is. So it's come full circle. Climate change is real. Yeah. We just don't know if it's our fault or not.
Yeah, is that 45 degrees or 45 degrees
45
Fahrenheit?
degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, that's cold then, right?
Yeah, it's a lot colder.
It's cold to me, man. I think it's pretty.
Yeah.
But my heat's on. It's
because we can get up to 45 degrees over here Celsius. So
yeah, that's a
but
hot.
We haven't experienced that. Yeah.
No, that's a warm day. But I'm gonna actually be down in Buenos Aires, so I'm gonna get a little bit of extended warm weather for a week, going down to Dev Connect next week. So I'm excited about that.
That's going to be awesome. Are you anyone else going with you? Or?
No, well, I'm going down with Stacks, so they're having me come down. But it'll be a little bit different than last time when I had like the whole crew with us staying in the house in Vegas last May. That was the best experiences of my life, actually hanging out.
Insane, dude. Yeah, and I'll be manning the ship here. Running the stream and helping. Hunter will be helping me run the stream as well. So we'll be holding down the fort for Peace while he's out there in Argentina, Buenos Aires, checking out all the Dev Connect and the other little get-togethers that are going on over there while they're out there. So it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Working hard.
Fortunately, I have these guys to rely on, but let's stop the small talk because the ladies are waiting, guys. We shouldn't keep the ladies waiting.
Yeah. So, I mean, so we've got Janetta, who is the, I don't like calling her a subject, but she is the subject of the story, and she's going to tell her story, and she's the subject of the photo shoot that Sashelka has done, who's the artist. So let's get him on, I guess, when you guys are ready.
Right on. Welcome, ladies. How are we doing tonight?
Hello, everyone. I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing, guys?
Good evening. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having us here.
Hello, everyone. How everyone is doing?
Doing great. Doing great.
Well.
Really excited to see some artwork for Dogtails. I have collaborated with Jamie too. So now we are collaborating, and we are collaborating on Dogtails. So it's awesome. It's awesome to meet you guys.
Ian, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bain.
Hello.
Oh my God, I'm so excited, really, guys, because it's my first experience. And when Janetta, just don't touch mic. Жан, микрофон не трогай. So yeah, and what I wanted. Oh my God, I'm so nervous. So I'm really excited, guys, because it's like we were waiting this day so long. Because this, I don't know how to explain. It's this story. It's really touch myself. I mean, and I believe it will touch you when you will hear it. And I'm so proud of Janetta that she decided to speak herself. It's like it's her hour. It's her. It's. Oh my God! Let's just start and then we will see.
Let's go. I'm really excited to do like live art reveals. That's something. It's a great idea, Jamie. I think that it's very engaging, and it's an awesome way to kind of showcase all the work that has gone into the different stories that are going into Dogtail. So this is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, awesome. And it's even more special because we've got Shanetta with us. And Sasha, I know what you mean about being nervous. I think, it's just normal. It's like we're going to be fine, and we guide you through it. And I think the photos are going to speak for themselves. We've got the story as well. So with each NFT comes part of the story, which Jeanetta obviously wrote originally, and then we just tweaked it slightly. So we've got all the bases covered, and I was keen to sort of find out and just sort of start really with how you used to sort of know each other, and because I don't think I ever asked that. I mean, how did you guys originally meet? Obviously, you're great friends for what you've done together and what you've worked on, but how did you guys originally meet?
That's the same question I want to know too.
I can say some words. So basically, Sasha, she is a very good friend of my cousin for many years, and I always heard about her, but I never just met her. And of course, the age gap between me and my cousin is 5 years. So I was a child when she was having fun with Sasha everywhere in the city and going to parties. So it was just, very like black and white. I was just too young to understand what they were talking or doing. So, but life happened. I ended up in UK and Sasha too. And somehow my cousin just, introduced us. And since then we became a good friend. And I'm very happy for it.
And Sasha, you're a multidisciplinary artist, aren't you? I'm glad I managed to say that word. I don't usually have trouble. So you've how long have you been an artist? Where did you sort of start off? And just tell us a bit about yourself and the work you do.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, I'm a multidisciplinary artist and photographer. I'm self-taught artist. I haven't finished any, university. About art. So, and I think art was always with me. During my life, from my childhood, in school, I drew these posters for these events, but then I got, I was like an accountant, general accountant, and then I came back to art. So it's like, I always drew like these cards for my friends, for family, I used to work as a designer of metal construction, so 3D. I was there and here and there. And yes, I can't, choose just one medium. I love, like you can see my oil paintings behind me. I love digital drawing. I love photography, and I can't, I can't choose. So I decided to do everything, what I want.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say you was an accountant and doing other stuff, because art doesn't always pay the bills, does it? So, but it's good to see that the way you're moving in digital space. I know you've done a lot of stuff and collabs with Mr. Bain as well, haven't you? You got the Two Worlds collab, Mr. Bain, didn't you? Recently collaborate on that.
Mr. Bain,
are you with us, Mr. Bain?
Yes, I am with you. I am with you, loud and clear. Yeah, look, it's. I thought that this was such a great opportunity because having the collab was a way to reach out to artists, and it's a great way to experience the creativity. Because, like, for myself being a photographer, it's I'm not a real artist. You know, everybody keeps saying, "Yeah, you're an artist," but I wanted to experience more. So that's why we had this the Two Worlds collab, and I've been supporting Sash. You know, we've been connected for a long time. So she was one of the first of the 6 artists to collaborate, and it's a real first-hand experience, you know, getting into the artist world, and knowing their techniques and styles and medium, and I know it was a great experience. And then when we you know, spoke with Jamie, it was just a wonderful way to introduce Janetta, and that's how it all came about. So I'm just like all you guys, you know. It's the first time that I'm getting onto here and really getting to meet Sash and also Janetta, but also GPSC and Peace. You know, it's a wonderful experience. I'm sorry that you don't get to see my face today, but I'm just moving around a little bit. I will. You know, one day it will happen.
One day we'll have a doc station.
It's only a matter of time. Once you come on DeOrganized, you will eventually dox. It happens to everybody.
Absolutely.
Dogtails has like started to, you know, give artists the space to, you know, express themselves, and you know, also kind of onboard new talent into the Stacks ecosystem. It's a really, really awesome thing to see. The momentum get behind Dogtails, and see all of these wonderful artists get to express themselves on it, man. It's awesome.
I think it's a great opportunity too with the collab that I'm having right now. I think Jamie has quite you know, a whole list of artists that he can connect with, and especially if we wanted to have this on a regular basis, we can certainly, you know, meet new artists and work out something along the way, and have Dogtail, you know, become a regular feature. That's what I'd like to see.
Yeah, that would be awesome. As I say, it's going to grow over time. Yeah, but just going back to you guys. So before, I guess we should probably move on with the story, if you guys are ready, and obviously the reveal as well. But just before we do that, I wanted just to touch on. So the photo shoot itself is based around kintsugi, which is a Japanese philosophy, and I just wanted to touch on who sort of came up with that idea, or how that, you know, evolved, because it kind of fits into the bigger picture beautifully. The story and your, you know, I'm talking, obviously not many people have heard the story, but from what I know, and knowing a bit about you, Janetta, and your story, it's and the way it's been done, your artistic impression of it, Sasha, is just all beautiful, the way it fits together. But I just wanted to know a bit more about the kintsugi side of things, because I think it sort of sets the scene before we do the reveal. Whose idea was it? Or
I think Janetta should tell about it, because it was her idea. I mean, I'll tell briefly. When we came, like, you know, the idea of the photo shoot came like when I oh my god, how can I tell, because you don't know the story yet? But okay, I'll try.
We could reveal. You don't have to if you
no. We can just, you know, I just try to find the words.
Yeah.
You know, when I heard the story, I knew the story, and I wanted to support her. I mean, you know, you can't find the words, and words usually they don't help. I mean, like, but I thought, you know, well, like, girls, we like to take photos. You know, I am a photographer. I can do nice photos. So I decided maybe if she wants, I can make a photo shoot for her. You know, just to support, to show how beautiful she is. I can do it. I can show the beauty. And I suggested and she agreed. And when we started to think about the idea, she told me about this kintsugi. And I was like, oh my God, this philosophy, I really dive deep in this philosophy. And I really like this idea just caught my mind and we decided to do it. So, Janetta, please.
Yeah, so basically, when we decided to do the photo shoot, Sasha asked me, what type of photo shoot do you want? And I thought a lot about it. And at the time, the most what I needed was the courage, self-esteem, feeling like myself, but at the same not. And I thought, I want to see there a strong woman. And so I'm just trying not to give too many details before the reveal. So I decided to kind of introduce her the kintsugi technique. I have seen many artwork. I read about this before, and I guess some things comes back to your mind when you need that the most. As people say, everything what we heard or we read, everything is in our heads, even if we don't think about it this moment, So yeah, it actually came to me at the right moment, and it was just perfect. It was just like, boom, oh my God, this is it. This is how I can show myself through Sasha's work, who I am, not who I was, but who I am right now after all that happened to me, and I couldn't be more happy with how exactly it turned out. Everything that was broken or is broken can again look even more beautiful than before. I just need to believe in that, and I do. And I didn't before. It was hard, but when I saw the photos, I was like, oh my God, that's not me. I don't think so, that's me. and yeah, that's me.
I think you've summed it up beautifully there when you said everything that's broken can be fixed or repaired and more beautiful than before. And that's for those that perhaps don't know necessarily what kintsugi is. I mean, I didn't know what it was until Sasha showed me the collection and told me about what it was. It's so it's Japanese philosophy, and it's based there. There was an emperor once. He broke his favourite ceramic pot, and at the time they used to repair them with large staples. And he sent it away to be repaired. It came back, and he didn't like it, and that he asked his artists to find a different way to repair it. And so kintsugi is they repair it with like a golden lacquer, and and he said it's even more beautiful than before. And and there's been a whole philosophy sort of built around that, and I think he summed it up beautifully, Janetta. And I guess that's probably a good time, unless anyone's got any questions or anything else we wanted to talk about, to perhaps move on and reveal the first piece. And maybe if you could just sort of tell us a bit about your story as we go, Janetta. And is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
Should we do that? Are you ready? Are you guys ready?
Yep.
Oh, absolutely.
Awesome. So I'm just gonna let me just get set up. Take me 2 secs. Chat amongst yourselves. I'll just get the screen share going.
Well, I wanted to say that I've never heard of Kintsugi myself until this story between Sash and Janetta. So just having a look at how the technique was performed. I mean, I had to go through, Google Chat just to find out what this kintsugi is, and it was just beautiful. So I'd love to have a look at the reveal right now and just to see how it marries up with the definition of kintsugi.
Well, I'm ready when you guys are. I've got the first piece ready, which each piece is titled after part of the kintsugi method, and this first piece is titled Urushi. So I don't know if you guys can see that. I have to look at the screen myself because I can't seem to share.
Yeah, you're up, man. You're up.
Okay, perfect. So Sash, I don't know if you want to start off, or maybe Janetta, if you'd like to start and just tell us your story and how this all sort of pieces together.
I can't see the piece. Is it there?
Yeah, you're sharing your
cannot see either.
No.
You're sharing your screen, but I don't think you're sharing the right tab.
Okay.
Yeah. You're sharing your live screen, but not the actual
let's
picture.
let us know when you got so unshare.
We're live.
That's all right. This is the DeOrganized way, man.
It seemed to work okay last time.
It did. I'm not sure what you did differently.
No. Give me a sec, guys. Sorry about it.
Not a big deal. I can't see it until I turn it on. So make sure it's appropriate.
Yeah, sure.
Everything's appropriate here. It's fine.
Let's try again.
So how long did it take you guys to produce this? Was it one shoot?
Yeah, it is one shoot. When we discussed everything, I just took my props in the car and just drove to Janetta's place, and we made it for the shoot. I don't remember how many hours did it take.
With all the girls talking,
Yes.
from 2 to I guess 10 p.m.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Well, we were
dark.
talking a lot, a lot.
Yeah,
we haven't seen each other for a bit, and before Sasha have never been at my house, so yeah. But it was amazing.
Oh wow!
Time.
Yeah.
There it is.
Sorry, I think I'm ready. You should be able to see the first piece.
I think you're ready.
Now we
Absolutely.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah.
I think Janetta can start with this story, and if we will, maybe later can talk about the photos. So.
Okay. Yeah. So this girl at the photo, she was 32 years old. She was an ordinary person, living her life, working, work home, like every other person, and at the same time feeling incomplete, unhappy, realized that hated the job, was invisible in the relationship, misunderstood, and it was just everything not right. I'm grateful that I'm alive. I'm grateful that I'm healthy, but just something is wrong. And at one moment on a holiday, I have noticed a lump in my breast. I did not panic. I'm on bloody holiday. Why should I? I cannot change anything right now, right here. So I thought I will just ignore the fact for a bit. I will enjoy my holiday and I will deal with this when I'm back at home. And I did. And time went by. Doctor's appointments, nervous thoughts, anxiety. It just kicked in. Actually, even before my holiday, I been redundant. I lost my job, so maybe that's why I was just doesn't matter. I will enjoy my holiday and then come back home, you know, deal with this. So, yeah, many doctor's appointments, biopsies, mammograms, all of those thoughts while sitting and waiting for the results. In the meantime, if I got another job, I was so happy. Oh my God, I was so happy. At least, you know, a bit of light, kind of in the end of the tunnel or something. And then I remember I had that appointment to find out about the biopsy results. I came alone. I asked my partner not to come with me because anyway I will come back home and I will tell you everything about it. So don't miss the job and, you know, so I went there and I sat in the room and the surgeon came, a couple of nurses came, and I heard those words that you usually see in the movie, you know, but when you watch a movie, you don't have any feeling. I mean, you just watch a movie. And at some point, it felt very surreal, like I'm watching the movie, but now I have feelings. And it's not really nice. And when I heard that, the phrase, I'm sorry to tell you, but you have a breast cancer, your biopsy was positive. I did not cry. I was just watching at my surgeon's boots, brown boots. And I still remember every detail. I think so they were explaining me stuff about what's gonna happen next, but I honestly don't remember. I remember the boots. I guess that was my coping mechanism at that specific second. And so I got all the information, the details, and I still wasn't crying. And I remember I thought, so I don't have feelings. What's wrong with me? And I even asked the nurse, is it normal that I'm not crying? And I was explained that people are different and they react differently, which is normal. I'm like, okay. But still not quite realizing what is happening. And I still remember, so it was so silly, just before leaving the appointment room, I made a joke to a surgeon. He was absolutely shocked, if to be honest. And I think so, I mentioned that before. I said to my surgeon, well, at least I will get the boob job for free. Which he his reaction was like he didn't knew exactly how to react. Should he laugh or should he be uncomfortable? And I just left laughing. I sat in the bus going back home. I was just sitting and watching people, how they move on with their lives, and it was just like normal day. I came back home, I put the music on, I was dancing and it's so sorry, so weird to talk about it right now. It was I was dancing, singing. There was a song, Big Girls Don't Cry, and I was baking cupcakes. I just thought I will bake cupcakes, that's it, you know. Sounds so silly now. And everything was like a normal day until my partner came home. And he was like, so, what's the news? Is everything fine? And I asked him to sit down and I said, well, the test results were positive and I got a breast cancer. And I explained all the details and was really watching his reaction, didn't know what to expect. He was listening, and when I said that I won't be able to get pregnant for quite some time, then he started to cry. And you know, usually in the movies, people are holding a person that's been diagnosed with cancer and telling that everything will be fine, and just, you know, brushing the tears of the cheek, and I was doing that to him. And I'm like, everything gonna be fine. I'm young. I'm cool. Everything will be okay. And I just moved on with my life. Suddenly, the doctor's plan have changed. They thought I will have a chemotherapy first, and then we will see. Unfortunately, the results show differently, and I had to get the mastectomy. And the second I woke up after the surgery, I thought it's a bad dream. I was not sure where I am, and just confused. In a couple of minutes, I got myself together a bit, and I looked at my chest, and it wasn't the same anymore. I don't have anymore what I had like 2 hours ago. And how did that happen? How can you just lose a part of your flesh, your body, your femininity, yourself? But I was holding cool, I guess. In 2 hours, I was going back home. And actually, first I cried the next morning when I felt the physical pain, and when my partner came to give me painkillers in the middle of the night, and I couldn't move on my own. The pain was so bad. And then time went by. Every day was a struggle. Struggle to move, struggle to look at yourself, because it's not the same. The body is not the same. I'm not the same. What I'm gonna do now? I have the support of my family, but inside of your head you are alone. You know that you have that support, but in your head you are alone with your thoughts, with everything that you feel, and you see that reflection in the mirror that's not you anymore. You, but not you.
Jamie, do you have the next photo?
Yeah. Yeah, thanks. Just just give me a shout like you did, and because I can't actually see what's going on the screen apart from looking at the piece. But yeah, well done for sharing, Shanetta, and I'll move on to the next piece.
Yeah, so I couldn't look at myself in the mirror to see a broken woman that is no longer like a woman. After the mastectomy scar healed a bit, I had to go through the chemotherapy for 6 months. I can say in the movies they don't show a lot of details, a lot of feelings. I was late to my first chemotherapy appointment just because I couldn't step out of my doorstep. It still felt surreal, like it's not me. I went, I got the drugs, and I thought, what next? So how it's going to be? Usually people say it kicks in on the third appointment, on the third chemotherapy. In my case, it was not the case. In my case, it hit me pretty hard after the first one. After the third appointment, I started to notice that I am losing my hair. And I was trying to save the hair so badly. I haven't washed my hair for like 5 days. I just put it in a ponytail, and I was afraid to touch it, because every single touch just takes more and more hair off. And one day I just felt so fed up. I just needed to clean my head, And I thought, where is the point if everything will end up in the bathtub? So I went to my partner and I said, shave my head. I need to release. That's what that uncomfortable feeling, you know. And my friend was filming and my partner was shaving my head. I was laughing, I was crying, I was laughing again and then again crying. And the feeling when you touch your scalp, it's insane. I know it's just the hair, but for us women it's a lot. It's our identity from one point, and we all have hair, but we're not the same, you know. We look differently. And for me, it was a shock. It was really a shock. I was ashamed when I looked in the mirror. I was ashamed the way I looked. I was afraid what my partner will think. What if he thinks that I'm ugly now? And I had a bunch of stupid thoughts and weird feelings. And my friend was telling me, oh, you look amazing, don't worry about it. And my partner just scratched my scalp and said, oh, that's cool, you look like the army guy, which did not sound funny for me, but I guess he just tried to be funny. And I remember I took a photo and I sent to my cousin, and she was absolutely amazed by that. For I don't know why. She said I even look better than with the hair, which gave me a smile, really a smile. And next morning, I was just playing kind of in front of the mirror. I was just doing faces and telling myself, oh, who is that chick in the mirror? You look quite nice. And it helped. It helped for a bit. It gave me a bit of normality, I guess, because nothing is normal, but it's just a new normal. And yeah, then chemotherapy went along. It was very hard. I lost all the hair. I lost my eyebrows, my eyelashes. I haven't had a single hair on my body. It was just insane. The amount of physical pain that you can feel during the chemotherapy. It was way more than I was told to. Every person takes it differently, and I was not ready for it. But I'm happy it's finished. After chemotherapy, I went through the radiotherapy. It's not that painful, it's just a bit uncomfortable. And that took a month. Every day for 5 working days for a whole month. You have to come into the room, expose yourself, get half naked, different people every day, and you lay still and pretend that you're not where you are, basically. At least this is how I was helping myself, I guess. And finally it's over. Everything over. No more of constant scans, no more of needles. Like, that's it. And actually the scariest part, I guess, it was, yeah, but what now? What I'm gonna do now? For the last year, it's like someone tattooed on my forehead, a cancer patient. I had a new identity. I am a cancer patient. And I have my appointments. I have to take the medication. I have to take care of myself and do this and that. And now that's it. It's over. I'm still bald. I'm still have no eyebrows or eyelashes. What now? And you know, friends and close family, they're trying to be very supportive, and they're so happy that you finished this road, and I knew I
Sorry,
should feel
Samantha.
happy, but I wasn't feeling happy. It was a new beginning of
Photo,
something.
please. Jamie.
Sorry, next piece.
Next piece, please. Jeanette, sorry about the interruption.
No
and
worries.
Did the doctors like did they inform you, you know, when you're going through the chemotherapy? Like, were you being told that you're going to lose your hair, you're going to lose, all that before you went through the procedure? Because when
Yes.
when you started, yeah, okay.
Yes, so my diagnosis was stage 3 hormone positive cancer, breast cancer, and my oncologist straight away told me basically there is a way to save the hair, the cold cap. So they basically freezing your roots of your hair an hour before, an hour after chemotherapy. But she said it won't help. In your case, you need a very drastic measures, a very strong chemo. I had 3 different drugs, and one of them was like, the nickname is Red Devil, so they even covering the bag because it has very dark red color like blood. So for some patients, it's very hard to see that pumping into you. So it was just not my option to save any hair. It was just too strong. So yes, I was informed, and it is what it is, you know. You just accept.
Yes, when you mentioned about when I first heard this, it reminded me. So my mum went through the same thing, and she had a breast removed, and but the thing that seemed to impact her most was when she lost her hair. And I know, obviously, just from what you're saying, you know, it's going to change your appearance and your, you know, like you say, what you look at in the mirror. So, I mean, I can't imagine having to go through that, but I know for my mum, she said the chemotherapy was just awful. You know, going through that, you lose all your taste buds and everything else. But I don't want to die, you know, go back. But it resonated with me what you said about that, and it kind of even I didn't sort of realise how much it impacted my mum at the time. But looking back on it, yeah, it's a huge deal to go through that so many women and so many people go through. But please continue, Shanetta, and if you need me to move to the next slide, just say and I'll move along.
Okay, and just about the hair, as you mentioned, your mom's experience. One of the things that was probably one of the hardest was to tell my mom. The thing is, a bit less than a year before I got diagnosis, my mom had breast cancer stage 4, and when I was ready, I asked my mom and my brother to go on live on a video call, and my mom said so happy with the biggest smile because she thought that I will say that I got pregnant. And I said, Mom, I love you, be strong, but unfortunately I have something very sad to tell you. I got breast cancer. And my mom thought that it's a very bad, dark joke. She's not swearing, but she did badly. She thought it's a bad joke. It was April month, and she thought it's a bad joke. So it was hard to see her look of her face. I still remember that. And with the hair, my mom did not lose any. Her circumstances are a bit different. I lost all. And you know, when you, like at the beginning when I shaved my head, somewhere there was still me, just no hair. But when you're moving along with the chemotherapy, you get that chemotherapy medication, you have those symptoms and then consequences of those symptoms, and people usually don't mention that you get steroids, and with those tablets, it just suddenly you don't look like yourself. I remember I was sitting and waiting for my appointment for chemotherapy, and it's been maybe like 5th month, and I noticed that all of us, we all look exactly the same. Exactly the same round shaped face, bald head, no eyebrows, no eyelashes, swollen, just same. Like different clothes, but we all look same. Then they connecting you to the machine, and it just weird. You remember that your body felt differently before, and how on earth? I'm 32, and I struggle to like breathe. I mean, it's just hard to turn your head or lift your arm or talk. You just constantly feel so weak. And yeah, it's just hard to understand for yourself. I think so we can move to the third photo. I guess when I see this photo, it's really I guess shows exactly how I was feeling at one point. I would stand in front of the mirror, naked, look on my scar, and turn away. Just turn my back on myself because I couldn't accept myself. And after I finished all the active medication, and there was a Valentine's Day. And unfortunately, long story short, my partner decided that he doesn't want to be with me anymore and that we are done. And this is when I just lost it. It felt like the whole world just slapped me hard, straight in my face. I felt betrayed. I felt, that's it, my life is over. Who will look at this? Who on earth will be able to accept this? It's ugly. It's not me. And for some time I hated myself. I felt like everything is my fault. My fault that I got sick. My fault that I made my mom unhappy, that I got sick. My fault that I showed too much weakness for my partner, and I guess he didn't like it. I just was so much disappointed of myself. And I just turned my back on myself. And I went for therapy. I talked a lot, cried a lot. And at some point, I just got tired of it. And I remember when Sasha suggested me to do the photo shoot. And I was not ready to do it. Then, when I was straight after all the medications, I didn't want to have photos of that. Time went by, lots of things happened, and I started to get my hair back. And I remember I guess I looked like a cartoon character with like 3 or 4 thin hairs. And I was so proud of it. I thought, yes, it's going back. Oh my God, it's going back. And then my cousin came. She surprised me with her husband, and I took my hat off and I showed her my scalp, basically.
It's almost like baby hair, isn't it? Coming back.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, my phone is going off. Yeah, so it was very much baby hair, and my cousin said, well, I'm happy for you, but if to be honest, if you want to have a normal hair, you have to shave it. And I'm like, no way, I'm gonna shave that. that's a victory. It's going back. And you saying me I have to shave that? Are you nuts? And she's like, well, you know my experience. And yeah, you will have to shave your head. And I'm like, I'm not gonna do it. And then I thought, wait a minute, but what if? And I don't want that if. So I went and I shaved it. I actually, just to triple check, I shaved it 3 times. And oh my boy, I'm happy I did that because I have the full head of hair. And the eyebrows, and I mean, I guess people that haven't went through cancer are really and oh my god, what is the word? Underestimating the hair in the nose. Oh my god, how it's important, guys. I was so happy to have that too. And bit by bit, I felt that like I'm me, but just a bit different. And then I remembered about the photo shoot again, and I connected with Sasha and I said, let's do it, if you're still up to it. And she was like, yeah, of course, I was waiting for you and just wanted to make sure that that you're ready for it. And then she asked me what type of photo shoot you want. In the nature, intimate at home, to reveal yourself, not to reveal yourself, just what do you want? And I remember I thought, okay, what really do I want? From all of this crap that I went through, I want to see a victory. I want to see a strong woman. Okay, what is a strong woman for me? And straight away, for some point, I just saw that image in my head. Very strict black women's suit with killer heels, with that blazer and nothing underneath, and very like with the art twist, you know. And then I was like, but something is missing. And I guess people are right that when you're in a shower, sometimes you get brilliant ideas. So I remembered about the kintsugi technique. And then I sent a voice message to Sasha and a couple of examples, kind of like black and white photo with like very strict suit, and then I mentioned about the kintsugi technique, and she haven't, I think so, you haven't heard about it before, right?
No, I haven't.
So I sent her the link to read about it and some examples, exactly how it looks like. And I thought, what if I will just buy some golden makeup or paint or dye or something, and I will just paint my scar. So at the same point, I'm not revealing myself fully, but that paint, it's like my armor in color. The place on my body where I am most vulnerable, and every single evening, every single morning, I'm reminded about it. Sometimes you have phantom pain or phantom feelings, like I read about it before. When some people, when they have like amputation of limbs, they may experience like a sensation, like the arm that's been amputated, it's itchy, or they feel tingling there, but there is no limb. So how can you feel it? And sometimes I have that till this point. Like, yeah, you just sometimes watch a movie and you feel like, oh my God, like my boob is itchy. And you do what your brain tells you to do. You like, you know, I need to scratch, and like, oh, damn, I don't have a boob. Okay. Just moving on with the movie, I guess. And yeah, it's just different. It's never gonna be the same like it was. And I thought it's gonna be an amazing photo shoot. And Sasha, if you want to say something from your side.
I mean, just what can I add? I just wanted to show like how she is fragile and at the same point so strong. How she is beautiful, you know, like this unshakable spirit. Like, and I think we did great job. We could convey everything. I think this kintsugi technique, like, really helped us to show everything we wanted. Then you can feel it on the photos. I think, of course, you know, I would like to hear your opinions, guys, too. But it was like, you know, when I came to Jana's place, it was like, at the beginning we feel a little bit maybe uncomfortable, right? Because we didn't know how it will go, how we do, and when we started, it just went, you know, like easy. And oh my God, she has an amazing dog, and he takes he took part in our photo shoot. Yes, so we just you know, I just wanted how to say, is this photo shoot about the healing? You know what I mean, like about acceptance and about reclaiming like identity when it was lost. You know what I mean? So I think we did great, right?
Yeah, I think so too.
Well, if I would love to just chime in on the technique. So when I first saw the, you know, the lining around your scars, it really does, you know, give you a better understanding of the you know, the kintsugi. Is it kintsugi? Is that how you pronounce it? Kintsugi technique. And I thought like, is that a permanent embroidery? That's what it feels like to me. You know, it's like an embroidery. Like you've actually touched it up with the you know, with the gold etching. But is that a permanent thing that you put on there now?
No, it was just a makeup for the photo shoot.
And you
well, that might be a great idea, isn't it? Sorry, Jamie. Yeah.
No, sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Bain.
No, I thought it might be a great idea. Like if the way they do the pottery, you know, in the Japanese style, is to get some gold flakes and permanently etch it on there, because it'd be like a great statement.
Yeah, and it's about the philosophy behind it as well, isn't it? That you know, be sort of proudly displaying your your cracks and what sort of breaks us and repairing that. And you went, Janetta, you went on a bit of a spiritual journey as well yourself, didn't you? So you did the Camino walk, is it? You telling us about that before? Just wondered if you'd mind just sort of sharing a little bit about that. We've still got there's a couple more slides. I don't know if that's what you was sort of moving on to as well. But there's still, what have we got? 2 more pieces, I believe.
So I just thought that, the past year and a bit, it was just too much. And I was so lost in my head with all of the anxiety and everything. And I just needed to remind myself, who am I? That I can laugh again, I can enjoy my life again. And I just needed to reassurance for myself that I can do things, like I can do something. So I did a bit of a homework just to roughly understand what I'm going into. I bought some gear. I put everything in a backpack, bought a ticket, and I was in a plane to Bilbao, Spain, not knowing how to get to the destination, not knowing where I'm going to sleep, nothing, absolutely nothing. Everything before, it was planned, it was specific date, specific time of the appointment. I knew what to expect because it was written in the letter of the appointment, and I was just ready for that. But I thought, during this Camino, if I really want to see the change in me, I need to change the way I act. And I said to myself in front of the mirror that I will act completely different than I would normally act. So if I would be a person that plans things, I'm not gonna do it right now. And let me tell you that I have never traveled anywhere alone. And I always had a fear of that. Even when I separated with my partner, I thought, oh my God, so now I won't be traveling anymore. I won't do this, I won't do that. And then I thought, but that's a lie. I can do it. I can at least try. If I won't like it, I'm gonna come back home because I bought only one ticket. And I left the plane and I thought, holy moly, oh my God, I'm actually here. What to do now? I don't have any plan. What on earth did I thought? I mean, I just wanted to slap myself for not planning in advance. And then, wait a minute, I can do it. So basically I found a way, 3 buses and 1 train, and I got to Saint-Jean. So that's in France. It's the first chapter of the road of my journey. And yeah, next morning I woke up, I had a breakfast, and me and one Danish girl, we started to work together. Not everything was smooth. First day is the hardest day, and we got lost for 2 hours. So then we had to find the way and get back the right road, and going through Pyrenees. It was something. It was definitely something I was not prepared for. especially with the backpack that was way too heavy for my weight. That's the first lesson I learned. But I managed it. It was insanely hard hike, but I did it. I reached the Roncesvalles. I saw that monastery that I read about a bit, and I thought, oh my God, I am actually here. I did it. I mean, I came here on my own, alone, with no help whatsoever, just me. And I felt so good, so afraid, but so good. And I met amazing people, absolutely amazing people. And I cannot be more grateful for them. I learned about myself a lot. I learned that I'm quite funny person. At least that's what people were telling me about. And because for so long I was so sad, and the only thing I can remember me crying. But I was happy there. I was funny. I remember one American guy in the cafeteria said very loudly, "This is the funniest girl on Camino." And it felt it so good. It honestly felt it so good. I was like, I'm still cool. And
Janetta, sorry to cut in, but the Camino is a pilgrimage, isn't it? It's a walk that lots of people do to
overcome something, to deal with something.
Yeah.
Yes. It's a different reasons. People are coming there to walk that road. I mean, someone went through illness like myself. Someone lost a loved one, a baby, a mother, a father, a husband, wife. Someone tried to hurt themselves, and different stories. I heard so many and so different stories, and I'm happy. I was every time hearing a story happy and thankful that I'm there, and thankful for a person that came into my way, because this way is not just to walk. This way brings you people, specific people that you need to meet. And you hear people saying like, oh, Camino Magic, Camino Magic. And I'm like, at the beginning, what is that Camino Magic? I'm just walking. Like, you just need to walk. And I remember I judged some people. I was very selfish that day. I remember I saw a group of young girls doing the same hike with very small backpacks, and one of them said, I don't understand how people can do this hike with those heavy backpacks. I'm so happy that I am using the transfer. And I thought in my head, well, not everyone can afford that. Let's start from this. And on the second half, I wanted the experience. And from one point, that bloody heavy backpack, it felt like it was all that pain that I was carrying lately. Every single time when I felt pain in my shoulders, I was reminded about that pain. and then I met some people, and one guy helped me with my backpack. Apparently, I striped it the wrong way, and it was just a game changer. And I developed the blisters. The same guy helped me with that, and I couldn't be more grateful for meeting Mickey. He's 60 years old, retired Irish man, and I mean, he was like a father for me going through Camino, and I learned a lot from him, and it was just so much fun to meet every person, because going along, then there was a lady who just, stopped in middle of the road, seeing me, and she was like under the rain, and she was like, "Oh my God, I thought about you for the last 2 days, and I was wishing to meet you. I just need to gift something to you." And she was searching something in her backpack, and she gave me 2 little bags of sheep wool that apparently helps with blisters. And at the time, I have developed the Achilles inflammation, and I couldn't walk. And I thought, that's it, my Camino is over. But how is that happening? I got redundant, I got cancer, I have been dumped. I came here and now it's over. And I still remember the Italian guy, Massimo, when he saw my food, he was like, "Finito, home." And I was crying, and I was like, no, I'm not ready to go home. And then the Camino magic happened. My bunk bed neighbor from Korea, she was hiking with her mom. Apparently she works as a pharmacist, and she gave me the supplies, she explained me how to use it, and I had everything for 3 days, and inflammation went lighter, felt lighter. I bought the sandals, and for the next 5-6 weeks I walked with my sandals. And when I think about it, like yesterday actually I watched a couple of videos that I have recorded during the Camino, and I just thought, holy crap, that's me. Like, that's insane. And I couldn't be more proud of myself and everything that Camino showed me, taught me. And when you have that Camino magic, then you suddenly are put into the situations where you find yourself that you can help someone else. And it just happens so naturally. And this photo specifically, it really shows that happiness, that smile that I had every single evening. My feet were inflamed. It was so painful, but in my head, in my face, I was that happy. I was exactly that happy. And I'm very proud of myself that I did it.
You should be. You should be proud. I mean, I really appreciate you sharing with us, and what you've been through, and just how brave and you are for doing the photo shoot, and the journey that you've been on to choose yourself and to do the things that you wanted to do and to go for it. and all the people you met along the way, and the way you've come through the other side with the Kintsugi spirit. It's inspirational. It's an inspirational story, and I think the photo shoot is just amazing. It all, like as I said at the start, it just all pieces together beautifully. I don't know if anyone else has got anything they'd like to add, or
I would love
just you. Oh, sorry.
I didn't want to interrupt or interject, and I'm not I'm not trained on the style or the like the method, but I do like to observe what's going on, the emotions that are captured, and Sasha, you did say this too, like you were trying to show, the vulnerability, but along with the strength, and you captured it well, and it's such an amazing and compelling story. So awesome! I think it's a great collection, a great concept. Well done. Thank you so much for sharing this with us today, because this is really great stuff. I love it.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say the same. The bravest part is that she decided to share the story. I mean, herself, because at first when I asked her, when Jamie came to me and about this project and about the Taylor, sorry, and I was thinking like, okay, what story I want to talk about, and I thought, no, I can't find, and then I thought, oh my God, maybe Jeanette's story, maybe she will allow to tell people about her story, because I think it's really like story that everyone should hear, because we cannot mention around us, but sometimes somehow you can touch this topic. I mean, maybe some of your like friends, you know what I mean. And when she agreed, I was like, oh my God, okay, I will not show your face. I will do drawing, but then she agreed to show her face and to speak herself, and I thought it's the bravest part. And when she said, even this story that we were going to share, will help at least one woman, I did my job, at least one. And she said, and I was, oh my God, we definitely should do it. And thanks a lot, Jamie, really, for this opportunity, because I'm so emotional about this project, about this story, about everything, and about this charity that you decided to share. So I'm speechless.
yeah, it's sorry, go ahead, Mr. Bain.
You can go first. I just want to say a little bit too, based on the story and how much it's touching not just the people here, but also. But you go ahead first too.
Yeah, thanks. It's it has definitely been emotional, and couldn't agree more, Sasha. It makes it extra special. We've got the story written, but it's just so much better when it comes from the person who's actually actually part of it, couldn't believe that you agreed to do it, Sasha, because I know it's a big deal, and your reason for doing it is fantastic as well, and I think you demonstrate the Kintsugi spirit. The whole thing demonstrates a Kintsugi spirit about embracing what we may perceive as flaws, and just rebuilding yourself and choosing yourself, and it's been emotional all round because of and I think a lot of people, everyone has a family member who's perhaps touched by cancer, and it certainly struck a chord with me and made me reflect a little bit in a way on what my mum went through that I would never have done without speaking to you. So thank you for that. Go ahead, Mr. Bain.
Well, Janetta, you have made me feel guilty about not appreciating, especially my late grandmother and also my auntie. So you have a you have a kindred spirit in me, because they went through the same procedure, but it's a great emotional experience that that I've just rekindled now, because obviously my late auntie, she didn't make the battle, but my grandmother, during the war, you've known, some of you have known my story already, and I didn't realize how painful and emotional it must have been for her, because she didn't go through chemo. We didn't have, like, during the war and all that. She didn't, so the to lose one breast with very minimal painkillers, it was something that I felt that I haven't appreciated as much during the time that she was with us. So thank you for for sharing this this amazing story, and you've turned something into an awareness that especially a lot of people around the world, that a lot of them are not as brave as you are. So it just feels good to hear perspective, and we get to learn that you can overcome these kind of things in life, and it's more motivational, and it just strengthens your character and who you are, and that we can actually live and move on and move forward and enjoy what's to come. So, and it's a great collection, especially on Sash's behalf too. I'm just looking forward to the next step, what's going to happen, because most definitely I'll be putting my hands up for what's to come.
Yeah, so these will be, or at least half, if not all, will be ready for auction tomorrow. The auction is in support of the girls and the charity, which is, sorry, can you, Janetta, remind me?
That's gonna be Breast Cancer Now UK.
That's it.
So I have been in their event, and it's an amazing team of volunteers, and it's so much support that they do, because many volunteers, it's a women that went through breast cancer themselves before, and you just feel just not alone, and you, first of all, when you hear that phrase, you have been diagnosed with cancer, it's like, me, but I'm just 32. What are you talking about? You straight away thinking about it, like, no offense, but everyone that I talked to in that event thought the same, and like, but the cancer is only for old people. My grandma had cancer when she was like over 70, and that's somehow that felt normal, but not at 32. What are you even talking about? And And I chose specifically this organization because they're doing events for very specific age group, and more it's younger women with similar circumstances. So when you're put in the room with like 40 other women that going through exactly the same, you don't need to talk to anyone. You just straight away feel supported. Like, oh my God, I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one who is at this age and has to go through all of that. And I had an amazing experience there, and I'm very, very grateful for their work, everyday work. Yeah, that's why I chose them, and I just think they're amazing organization. I'm glad to help them.
Yeah, I think those kind of services are sometimes underrated. I think because often people just, you know, in that situation, you want someone to talk to. I know, again, we sort of draw on our own experiences, and I know my mum had a lot of good things to say about the Macmillan cancer nurses who used to come and visit her. So yeah, I know that life is about the human connection, isn't it? And we all need that, no matter what sort of stage or what we're going through in life. It makes things a lot easier if you can connect with people on a personal level, and especially if there's people who are going through the same thing as yourself. So, yeah, this is a worthwhile charity. Let's say the pieces will be on Gamma tomorrow. Ready for auction. The bidding runs for 1 week, but it doesn't start until a bid goes in on a piece. And there'll be a minimum bid of 40 STX. For those that don't know, you know, you always get in touch with us, and we'll walk you through it. But Stacks is a fairly easy blockchain to navigate, as easy as easier than most, to be honest, because you know the wallets are quite straightforward to use. But you'll have to keep an eye out on the link. We publish a link because the Gamma site is going through a bit of change, and
Jamie,
they
make sure you drop that link in the live stream every day while the auction's live. Every day, drop it in there. It'll remind me to shout it out on the show.
Yes, yeah, I will do. Yeah, because you have to go to until Gamma migrate everything across, you have to put an actual bid in, you have to go to the older version. So yeah, I'll do that. Thank you. And yeah, appreciate you coming on and doing this, Shanetta, and you too, Sasha. And it's, you know, it's been fantastic, and a real unique Dogtail, and I hope we can do you justice, and, you know, do right by you guys, and get this story the attention it deserves, and the photo shoot the attention it deserves. So yeah, thanks a lot, guys, and yeah, appreciate all of you. So
yeah, thank you so much, Peace, for having us
Thank you a
here.
lot for everyone.
Yeah, no, thank you guys so much for coming on. Janetta, for sharing your amazing story. You really are you're hardened, you're battle hardened. Life gave you some things so that you could challenge yourself and prove yourself to yourself, is really what it seems to have happened. And Sasha has caught that excellently. So very, very awesome stuff. Thank you guys so much for coming on and doing it on our platform. Jamie, love the stuff, man. It just keeps getting better. And we've got a couple more minutes if anyone has anything else they want to shout out, but I think we covered all around it. And how about final words? Anything else anyone needs to share?
Well, it's been a pleasure for me. No, it's been an honor to come in, experience this myself. I might get used to this, but no, it's great.
You guys are. I mean,
It's addictive.
I do it every day, guys. I've been streaming since 7 o'clock this morning. I haven't been on the stream since 7 o'clock this morning, but it's and I'm on the East Coast US, so it's just going on 8 o'clock at night. So I've been streaming for about 13. My stream has been going for 12 and a half hours, just about right now. I started at 7:30 actually.
I think it's a good opportunity for Dogtail, to have something.
Well, and it's
on a regular
it's a
basis.
win-win situation, right? If I'm streaming all day, I need stuff to stream. I can't. Normally, I wouldn't be on this. By the way, I should have just. I'm a little bit of a control freak, so I can't leave it well enough alone. I should have just let Jamie handle and not come on. That was my plan to begin with, but I can't help it. But we do this every day, and Mr. Bain, you're always welcome as well. We've chatted a number of times in the dog coin spaces, and I love the vibe. The whole, we have a really cool community here that supports art and technology and the human side of things, and I really appreciate you guys coming on and doing this, and happy to have you on more often. I'm glad you liked it, Bain.
Most definitely. But thank you, Janetta and Sash, and of course Jamie, for bringing us all together. It's a real pleasure, and obviously we've got our space coming up too, so we want to continue with all this on Friday night. So looking forward to it also. So thank you, Peace. It's a great show that you have on live every day.
Thank you for saying that, man. We work really hard, and it's just it's a lot. It's a lot, but it gives us the opportunity to do stuff like this. And this is a cool thing. You don't get to do stuff like this all the time. See art, getting the reveal, being part of the technological breakthroughs that we're having. We're putting stuff like this in the digital realm, and maybe I'll bid on some of this. I have bought a few of the pieces in the other collection, so I probably should have one of these too. I got to decide which one I'm going to bid on. Actually, is really the truth. But I love supporting stuff like this. This is really for crypto and Bitcoin and the Bitcoin ethos to succeed, and that's what I'm mostly here for. The capacity to maintain self-agency, to create value and retain some of the value you create without everyone else's hand in the pocket, or people dictating you what you can and can't do and how you can and can't exchange. In order for that to actually succeed, it can't just be money. There's got to be real stuff behind it. And this is what brings value, the human side of things. So thank you guys for participating in this experiment we're having.
Thank you for listening, and thank you, Sasha and Jamie, for all the work you have been putting into this. And Mr. Bain, thank you also for participating, and everyone for listening my story and the support. I do really appreciate. I would never think that I would do anything like that if someone would tell me on my most vulnerable day that I will show myself like that, and I will talk to strangers about this while they're looking at my photo like that. I would never believe.
Come on,
I
Janet.
would never
Well,
believe.
Web3 family,
But you know what?
I just
it sounds like
wanted to say she's new. She's new in Web3. I mean, at all.
Yeah, she's also. It sounds like she's proud of an accomplishment, and she should be, right? You feel proud about this, like
I am.
You've
I am
shined.
proud for
You've
myself.
shined in the face of adversity. You're beautiful, and you. And you have a beautiful story, and it's been captured. This is it's really great stuff that that you guys have brought forth together, and so thank you for sharing. It really is. It's beautiful, and Jamie, thank you for putting this together, man. You're, like I said earlier on, don't sell yourself short, because I try to be not forward and boasting on what I do. And I know that there's a lot of warts in our show and our production. We don't seem very professional. We're a little relaxed, maybe, but we provide a platform to put these things together and to offer opportunity, and that's actually a value. And Jamie, you're doing the same thing. You're by putting your project together and networking and building, you're creating opportunity for artists and people to express themselves. And so that's a big deal, man. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah, no, couldn't have done it without you. And we're all, doing our bit. And you've built DeOrganized. Don't sell yourself short. I mean, I love the conversational style of the streams that you do, and you're amplifying everyone's voice. And you're just such a good guy, always willing to help people out. And I'm just with Janetta on this one, that if I think, Janetta, you said that if you could make a difference to just one person, perhaps I weren't the person that you were typically thinking of, but definitely made a difference and impacted on me. So yeah, and Sasha, put the way you put it all together and the photos, they're brilliant. And Mr. Bain, I always respect your opinion when it comes to digital art, and I'm looking forward to doing more of this kind of stuff with you. So yeah, nice one all round. Thanks, guys. Good stuff.
Awesome stuff. Thank you guys for joining tonight. An excellent first episode of, what are we calling this show?
I think we're still undecided, but it was just a Dogtail stream. It'll evolve.
Maybe that's what I was going to say, but I wasn't sure if you had actually had like a name. We'll have to come up with one. We can call it the Dogtail stream, but we'll come up with a name. But excellent first episode. Thank you guys so much. Best of luck for when the auction goes live. What day?
Tomorrow
on. And so, all right, so make sure I get that link, partly because I want to use it, partly because I want to share it out for you guys. All right, guys, that's a wrap for me. Great show. Thank you all for joining tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Peace out, guys. Great stuff. Talk to y'all soon. Have a great night.
Bye.
The basics of what speed flow is and how it adds to the stocks ecosystem. How you can use speed flow for various stuff like swapping of your favorite token, putting your BTC to use, single-sided liquidity and yield on Bitcoin. So since we're waiting for others to join, let me quickly do this.
Peace, are you there? Nice.
Okay, so I'm going to wait a bit, then start the class. Let me try to get everything sorted out real quick. But yes, let's start today's class. So again, welcome everyone. Welcome to another episode of the Stocks AI Guild Bootcamp. Today we're going to be going over what or how you could like create content on Bitflow, since most people don't know what Bitflow is since they're so new. So first, what is Bitflow? Bitflow is a decentralized exchange on the Bitcoin ecosystem or the Bitcoin blockchain. So Bitflow is designed to help solve the problem of fractional liquidity. That means it helps you trade both stablecoin or Bitcoin pegged assets. Basically, it helps you trade Bitcoins, tokens that are on the stacks blockchain, like your main coin like Rush, Leo, and the likes. Also, what Bitflow aims to solve is that Bitflow aims to solve the problem of idle assets, which Bitcoin is all about. So Bitflow is here to create a yield or DeFi strategy for the assets on Bitcoin. So basically, it involves you can supply your SBTC on Bitflow and get rewarded through liquidity pools there. And there are various core features in Bitflow. Mind you, I'm going to go through this real quick because I'm also going to do a recap of the original classes, just a quick recap. So Bitflow allows you to swap. That means you can swap your meme coins, your stable assets, or anything with minimal slippage. And you can also earn real yield. That means you can stake your assets and get rewarded with sustainable returns. And then Bitflow also offers single-sided liquidity, which you can see from your STX on the Bitflow pool. And through that, you can supply only your STX and get rewarded for that. So next, the benefits of Bitflow, why Bitflow is so based. It is created on the Bitcoin layer to which leverages stacks to bring smart contracts to Bitcoin. So what Bitflow does is that it uses the programmability of stacks to allow DeFi on Bitcoin. It allows SBTC integration. SBTC is a one-to-one pegged Bitcoin, which enables users to perform DeFi with it. So Bitcoin allows people to do that with the SBTC. And now I'm going to go over the last class. We've talked about prompting, how prompting could help you grow, and how to do effective prompting. So today I'm going to just go brief on how you can do effective prompting without having to do too much. So first, when you want to create, when you want to make effective prompt, you have to know what your context is. You have to be clarified on what you want to do, and then you have to define your constraint. So first of all, when you say context, that means what your AI is. That means you have to give your AI personnel to get effective prompt. For example, like let me give an example, a practical example to be precise, so you guys should not be confused. I'm going to go to okay, so what on my screen is that? So now I'm going to show you guys how to give your AI a persona. So first of all, you can use any AI for this, mind you. So for me, I'm going to try to use my Google AI Studio, since I already have a persona out there. But let's go over how to create a persona with Gemini. Okay, so first of all, you have to think about what type of persona you want, or what the features you want your persona to have. Like for example, I want to create a prompt engineer that is well versed in the creation of AI images and AI videos that looks more like 3D animations. So I'm going to tell my AI to give a set of system instructions that gives the well, I hope my screen is visible. That gives an AI the set of personalities. Personalities. So now I'm going to, although it's advisable not to use bullet points or asterisks or stuff like that, because it's some AIs do not work better with those. So I'm going to try to like do this the easy way. So I'm going to ask it to tell the AI that you are a very advanced AI prompt engineer skilled in the field of AI images and video creation. And also I'm going to add this for quality also with experience and would reward photography. The reason I said photography is because when you want to like create an image, the photographers have better sense of how to create images, what images should look like, how they should look like, the best way it can come out, the best angle, stuff like that. So I'm going to run that and see what Gemini gives me. So it gives me this. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this system instruction and then take it to my Studio. I'm going to show you. So the site is airstudio.google.com and you can access it. It's basically free for everyone in case you have no access to subscription. So I'm going to put this in and then I'm going to switch this to Gemini. Okay, so now I want to like create a normal image, but I don't want to use a reference image. So I'm going to tell you to create an image of, oh yeah, another important thing. The best way to use prompt is by using them as JSON files. So JSON files are like super important when you're trying to create a personality. So always make sure to add the fact that all its output should be in JSON format. And so I'm going to add that all output must be in JSON format. So since I've done that, I'm going to ask it to create an image of I said her humanoid kangaroo. So I'm going to run that and let the AI go through that and see what it gives me. Although it's most AIs usually work with more complex prompts, but most are very easy to use, like Nano Banana. Nano Banana literally just gives you what you give it and gives it to you back in better format. So now it's running the prompt. Oh yeah, another important thing is that for your prompt, always remember that you must add a negative prompt, because negative prompts are more like what you don't want to see in your image. Okay, they are what you don't want to see in your image and what you wouldn't like to see in your image. So an example of a negative prompt is maybe disfigured or 6 hands or 6 fingers, stuff like that. They help distinguish between what you want and what you don't want. So now you can see that in my prompt here, you can see that it's first went through the concept of what I want to do. So it analyzed the concept of an humanoid kangaroo, that is a kangaroo with human features, and then it's recommended the like a framework for it. That means like a framework for it. So wait, was someone under? So next, it's analyzes the type and it gives me suggestion about what its skin should be like, about the texture of the character and its anatomy. So, and then the next one was it gave me suggestion on the lighting of the image. I mean, that is why the photography side was very important. And then it's also gave me the camera settings. That's also this. And then it gave me a final output. And it says here, this is the explanation of what it does, what it did rather. So it says I chose specific keywords like anthropomorphic and bipedal to enforce the humanoid shape, reference to Aaron Sims creative and unrelated similar AI. So basically what it says here is that it tells me the reason for the prompt and why it is optimal. So I'm going to copy this prompt real quick and take it to I'm going to use 2 different AIs for this. I'm going to use Gemini and run this, and I'm also going to use Google AI Studio for the second one. So it's loading. Let's see what it gives us. That's fast. So voila, see what it gives us. It gives us a kangaroo with humanoid feature that's hands and standing upright, because kangaroos don't normally stand this upright. So it gave it the shoulders, the hands, the legs standing aloof, and then you can see here that the background is more like as if it's taking a picture. Do you get it? It's very, very smooth, and you can see how clean it is. So next, I'm going to show you another type of AI you can use. So I'm going to try image and for portrait this image.
Is it possible to make the kangaroo like somehow more Bitflow, like themed?
Oh yes, definitely. So I'm going to have to go here and edit my prompt right here. So mind you, we must first know what Bitflow basically represents. Oh wow. So we're going to go to Bitflow's page. We see that they have a yellow and black, yellow and black logo, but mind you, they do not have a mascot. So I'm going to download the logo and head over to my AI. Head over to my AI, copy this real quick, paste it, and then I'm also going to upload my logo. And mind you, this is the tricky part. Okay, so the tricky part is how we can integrate this logo into our prompt. So now, since I can't for sure say that, okay, does the logo can be like in the background, because the AI would have to like go through many steps to just do that. So I'm going to ask it to um Manot Kangaroo, add the uploaded image as a. So my sense of thinking is I should make the image a logo on its chest. Okay, so a logo on its chest. But then I don't want the kangaroo to be shirtless, so I'm going to have to be specific more. So wearing um I'm just going to go with the black shirt. I'm going to add the plus on its chest area. And then I'm going to run that and see what it gives me. In the meantime, so I'm going to teach how to use the image info, which is best for JSON prompt. But today we're going to be using this now. And we're going to be using this. And mind you, your aspect ratio is very important when you want to use an image for something. So if you want to use an image for a video, but then video is a landscape, you choose the 16:9, which like works because this is the standard video mode, that's landscape, or you want to do a portrait mode, that is 9:16. But if you select a 1:1, it does not give you the desired output where you want to make a video. It makes it less, very, very compacted. And that is not good when you're running the video because it's then, it then changes the output and makes it less what you want. So now the AI is running a consultation on what I just showed. So they want to invert it. It thought about the fact that if it adds a black logo to a black shirt, it will basically be invisible. So it thought about a more better way, but I don't think it's about that. Let me check. Pixels, okay, bright orange, yeah. So although the image may not be concise, it may not be the way you want it, because for most of this AI, they do not do well with already uploaded image. So I'm going to have to upload my image here again, just to be clear with the AI what I want. So now this is the tricky part. So pixel art logo, I'm going to put in bracket right here, image provided. Okay, so what that tells the AI is that I uploaded an image already. Why don't you use that image to create the logo that is in the centerpiece? So now I'm going to run this and see what the AI gives me. In the meantime, this is what is given for the other AI. You can see here that it gives the kangaroo in human form. You can see how better it looks than the nano banana, but it also has its benefits. You can see the yes, but yeah, you can see that it's quite good the way it looks. So I'm going to save that. Mind you, when you're creating with AI, don't think that the first image you create is the best one. Okay, always try to create more than once to have a proper, can I say, average image, like the best image possible. Okay, so once you keep it, okay, yeah, this is what we got. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
So this is what we got. Because of
So are you recommending people to have almost like different platforms open and then have the same prompt feed into different platforms so you can get like a collection of different results?
Yes, because that would help you get better at what you do. Okay. If you're able to
So
like, yeah,
what
continue,
I'm
James.
what I'm thinking is one way to approach this is to generate a prompt and you feed that prompt to different platforms, and then you check the best result from all the platforms, which one you prefer, and then you take that one and develop it further.
Yes, exactly. You take the best one possible and then you create around that one. Because no matter what you think, you can't necessarily have the best output with one AI. Okay, you have to like engage with various other AIs to always make sure your output is way better. Do you understand?
Mhm.
I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I'm going to try it out. Due to some issues, I'm going to, since the bounty says a Christmas theme, so I'm going to try to make the kangaroo more Christmas themed. Did you get? I hope you guys can hear me. So now I'm going to upload the beautiful image again. And then run that. And I'm going to go back here and try running what, sorry, try running what I got from this and see how this comes out. So, mind you, I will drop this personality in the Discord for anyone that wants to have access to it. It's everything here is basically free to use. Anyone can use it for a limited amount of time. Because I think when it comes to the image aspect of Google AI Studio, I still think Google AI Studio is the best because it gives you unlimited image generation per month. You would have, you could also try LM Arena. Let me type that so you guys can see that. LM Arena. So LM Arena basically uses Nano Banana without any other implication. So we're going to go here and see what we've gotten. Yeah, because of I did not add the logo, it gave me a whole new logo. So this is the limitation of this, because you won't be able to update a logo. So that's why I recommended using different AI, because then some AIs will allow you to upload while you are creating images, but others won't allow you to do that. So I'm going to copy this prompt. No, I'm going to create this prompt. I'm going to change this to adventure to see how it goes. I'm going to see how it goes because for some reason, because of I made the shirt black, the AI decided that making it black and this one like that doesn't work. I'm going to try to make the shirt orange and see what I get. Does anyone have a question so far? So we can, we can go through it together just to be safe. Okay, so this is how you use LM Arena. LM Arena basically allows you to create an image without any updating or trying to get anything. So now I'm going to try to upload the image. This image? No. I'm going to upload the image. See, I can upload the image with this. So I'm going to also add the fact that this is the image. Uploaded. So I'm going to close my bracket and run that and see what the AI gives. So in the meantime, let's go check out how our last prompt did. So since the background is orange and the shirt is orange, it makes it even more better. So let us see what the AI gives us, and maybe we could work with that. Now this is loading. So now, since we had a bounty launched earlier, late last week, about creating a Christmas themed beautiful bounty, beautiful video. So for now, I'm not going to create a video because I want you guys to create with your full imagination. So what I'm going to do is just show you how to create a themed image with what I'm doing. So now I'm going to wait for this to load and repeat this prompt and run it. So let's check on our, okay, so and the marina is done. Oh yeah, you can see it now. You can see the two different types. Although this one did compromise the image, this one brought out the image perfectly. Hero, did you see it?
Yeah.
So you can see that this one compromised the image, although the character looked better. But this one brought out the logo better, but the character is a bit, not up to us. So I'm going to save both of them.
Okay.
So now we are going to go to Gemini to try the festive aspect of this. I'm going to upload that. Upload the image. Mind you, the reason I'm uploading the image, like I said, is for the AI to have a, should I say, like a preview of what it wants to create. So it wouldn't like have to hallucinate and create its own image. Okay. Most AI, because they don't have access to most of what we say, like when we say create a logo and we try to explain it, most AI don't have access to that information. Their database is not that advanced. So they tend to create it with how advanced they are. So then that's usually like, it makes it differ from what you actually want. And that is not what we want right here. So we want to create the pattern perfectly. So now I'm going to go over here and explain why the prompt is like this. So it says that I define the shutters vivid orange to blend with the logo background, ensuring the black pixel art geometric leaf stands out sharply as the brown element. That means it's made sure that the beautiful logo is very, very evident and it's not like reversed like the other images. So now we're going to go here and voila. We have Rue in the Christmas art, wearing a
That's
beautiful
really
shirt.
cute. Can you post that on social media just so that there's a, the BitFlow people can see it, there's a record of it. And I really like to share some of these workshop stuff on X.
I'm going to drop all the images in the Discord. So I'm going to try to do the count with this one. So mind you,
Tell
we're still
people
going
where
to
to go, like where to find CTSN Discord, because maybe few people know that.
oh yeah. So to access the CTSN Discord, just head over to the CTSN.ng. Hold on, let me try to get access to it. So you can always have access to the CTSN Discord through the CTSN X profile. The link is in the profile, and I'm going to try to access it right here so you can see. So all you have to do is go to your search button and press CTSN underscore NG. So once you go there, you're going to see the Discord link right here. And then if you click that, it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord. Is this the right? I think advanced link is let me try to text. So it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord. Let me try to confirm it's working. Yes, it's working. Yeah, I'm still that. Wait, why does it say that? I can just read the interest rate. So it's going to take you to the CTSN Discord, and then to access everything that we've done so far, you can head over to the content creation channel, which is totally open for everyone. But just to be clear, you can get role at state channels and roles, or you could get it. Let's see that. Well, so you can head over to the content and creation channel, and you have access to all the past recordings of the bootcamps. So in case you are curious about what we've been doing and you have no access to it, you can head over to the CTSN Discord, and you would have access to every material that we've used so far, and also every tools in regards to both development and the music production. So head over to CTSN Discord and get in there to have everything that you need. So now I'm going to go to LM Arena to see. Oh yeah, oh wow. So as always, the first one, a little bit crooked, but then this comes out well. You can see the beautiful logo, the enchant, the Christmas environment, and everything. So I'm going to save this and send it. So the next aspect is video creation. So since most people do not have access to most people do not have access to paid Gemini or Flow or Google Video. So we're going to try to use video to, which is basically free for everyone, but you do each. So that's why, mind you, this is not an advice. That's why it's perfect to have more than one email when you're dealing with AIs, to have the opportunity to access the different tools available. So once you're able to do that, you'd have little to less issue creating as much as you want and exploring. So I'm going to switch to Veo 2, basically. And then this is another important aspect. So like I was saying before, when you want to create a video, there are only two aspect ratios available. There's the 16 by 9 and there's the 9 by 16. So although most of the images created by Banana have been in 1:1 because of the limitation and all. So I'm going to have to just work with them. So I'm going to go over here and upload my image. Mind you, the thing with video creation is that you can choose to be more specific with your prompt, or you can choose you can use keywords, or you can just use advanced prompting. So I'm going to have to use keywords for this. So I'm going to ask the AI to animate this with acceleration aspects. And although this is just for show, it is not like the normal way of prompting. Like, you don't prompt like this because this is not advanced. I'm also, you also have to make sure that whenever you're prompting the video, you have to make sure that you take into, you must take into factor the camera angle, the lighting, and the way your character is. So I'm going to say, let character work with camera move. Let character work while. Okay, so I'm going to, for more details, I'm still thinking about the prompt. So I'm going to ask character to work as if it's uploading a vlog. Okay, so we're going to run that and see. Oh yeah, see, you can see here that there's the 10 over 10 generation. So that's for free limits. You can generate more than 10 without using the Gemini API, basically. And although you could just subscribe to your Gemini and get a more better option, but for those with no access to, no access to exclusive aspect of it, so I'm going to ask Gemini to do the same for my image. Since I'm just going to change this to shooter, because when you upload the analysis, it's working on it. So now I'm going to check on this. Yeah, it's downloading, and now okay, so let's see what that gives me. So I hope you can see that. You can see that, like I said, because of it is not 16:9, the image is cut enough. You can see it is not even in half, it is more like in quarter. You cannot see the logo, you cannot see the art, you can only see the little background and stuff. So I'm going to save that, and we're going to have to work on this aspect again. So another thing you can do for this thing is to make sure you add the aspect ratio in the prompt. Okay, that's another important thing. So if you say you want to like create an image and then you add it to your prompt, the AI would, okay, let me try to so I'm going to try this, copy this, paste it, and then I'm going to tell it AR, which basically means aspect ratio 16. So now this is the important part. So I'm going to have to go with 16 ratio 9. So let's see if the AI would be able to do that for me. I'm not too confident in this. So now this one. So because I did not put a dialogue, the AI had to generate a dialogue for me. So I'm going to be sending this to the chat for those who want to listen to it and see the difference between both generations. So you can check the CTSM Discord for access to the videos. And then I'm going to go back here and see what this one does for me. So I'm just going to be giving a little bit of like input to what you guys should do for the bounty. Since Bitflow does not have since they do not have a mascot, my best advice for anyone is to make use of one of the various meme coins available on Bitflow. Oh yeah, it did the thing. It did the thing. I forgot to add the image. So it did the thing, although the image is still 101. Yeah, but it looks okay. So now you can check the Discord for access to this, to the video. So okay. So the next aspect is we're just going to go over. We're going to try to like create a dialogue for this character. Okay. So I'm going to go over here and copy this and paste this. So I'm going to upload the character, and then I'm going to tell the AI the important thing is the way you structure your prompt, like I said. So I'm going to try to structure my prompt in such a way that the prompt is not complex for the AI. So I'm going to make it very, very simple. So I'm going to ask the AI to let the dialogue by go as follow. So I'm going to say welcome to the month of the worship I see. I'm going to use XMS for night mass. So I'm going to say trade on Bitflow. I'm going to say don't forget. I'm trying to make sure that my prompt is not, my dialogue is not more than it's supposed to be. So, okay, so straight on Bitflow. So let's see if the AI is able to create the old prompt around this. And another AI you can use for your video is Flow. Although Flow requires Flow does give 100, so 100 points I think per month. Also, so you can basically create using 100 flow points per month. And once you create those, you would have access to the voice and the animations and everything. So I'm going to go over here and see. Okay, it's loaded. So I'm going to go over there and see. So now I have access to my phone. Let me check real quick. So it's slow again. And let's check our Gemini to generating. So, mind you, when you're working with Flow, you can let your imagination roll out because Flow works better with imagination. So you can let your imagination work around what tell you what to do, how to do it. So as access to Nano Banana, you can basically create image with Flow. So now another perfect aspect of Flow is that there is the text to video aspect in which you put in a prompt and Flow helps you create that image or that video rather. And then you have frames to video, which you have to upload two different frames and add them together. So let's say, for example, you have like two distinct images. So you can, wait, let me try to do something to show you guys. I'm going to try to these two. So I'm going to tell like this to set from of the course as true. So I'm going to try to run that prompt to show you how the frame to video work. So when my video is ready, I'm going to go at it and see it. So this came out perfectly like I put into it. So I'm going to try to upload it so you guys can have access to it. If you do not understand anything, please don't hesitate to raise up your hand or ask any question because this is an open class. Everyone is welcome to ask a question. Uploaded, so you guys can have access to it now. You can check how it's so much. So you can check. So we have kind of error there. So you see how the frame to video works. It's basically made sure both of them are in the same image. And then it's also, this is the first frame, but then this is like the middle frame, what the prompt I asked it to do. And then this is the last frame. Okay, so normally what it does is that it doesn't like add both frames together. It makes them separately, but because I asked it to add both characters together, it's had to do that. So now we're going to go over this one. So now you see how good it is. Yeah, and you see that both frames are also in the video, so showing that the frames of video is meant to like make sure both frames like mingle with one another. So I'm going to save this. So I'm going to save this, and then the next aspect is ingredients to video. So what ingredients to video is that it basically allows you to upload more than two images. I think more than two images. It allows you to do that, and then at the end of your upload, at the end of your uploading, your prompts will define how both images will interact with one another. So now using this, I'm going to ask the AI to make this to characters, but to like mind you, you can also use the prompts from your Google AI Studio system instruction personality, but I'm just taking it slow because that would take more time than we have, and I wouldn't want to take too much of you guys' time. So I'm going to try to show you guys how the latest video came out. So I'm going to upload this and show you guys, so you guys can have access to it. So it doesn't seem like it's, So I'm now going to, you can also create image with Flow, but that is less used on Flow. So I'm not going to have to work with the Bitflow image created. So I'm going to use the prompts that we used for Gemini. So I'm going to upload that, and then I'm going to do this, copy the prompt about this. Okay, so I'm going to crop and see. Waiting for that to upload. Oh yeah, the video is done. You can see both characters. So that's the beauty of AI. AI, you can do anything you want. So what do I see after this? So I'm just going to add the word July and add the command there. So I'm going to run that, and we can have a look at what we created. So you can see both of them are pricing with receivers. But yeah, let's check this one out. And it's not too much. And then you can see that although it's not like super fixed, but it still works. So now we're going to have a look at good. Okay, so it seems like our engine is created. So I'm going to play this and see what. So this came out as good as I thought it would. Let's see the second one. So I'm going to upload the and mind you, you're all free to so there you go. That's how you can experience AI stuff. That's how you can create videos AI while also doing other stuffs. So if anyone have a question, they're free to ask the question right now, because we've come to the end of the class, and hopefully you guys learned a lot. Oh yeah, Tim Lang, what's up?
I have a question. So
Yeah, ask.
when you try to use an image as a reference for video generation, right? And let's say that the said image has like writings on it. Sometimes when you use the video generation, it doesn't give you, when it comes out, it doesn't give exactly what it's supposed to give, like exactly what is on the image. It just writes like gibberish text.
Oh yeah, text is another limitation for AIs. Some AI cannot analyze text and remake it. So your best option is to add it after you've created the image. Do you get? That's
Oh,
that's one of the uses of that's one of the use of the Canva and your CapCut.
oh, okay.
Any other person have a question? Okay, since we have no other question, I think we've come to the end of today's class. Thank you for joining. I hope to see you guys next class. I hope you all have a great night. Good night. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, that was a great session by the Stacks AI Guild and our good friend Bolupeak, showing us how to use some of these amazing AI tools available to us. Thank you guys for tuning in. I am going to continue with some pre-recorded content momentarily, and I believe GP and I will be back with you guys around 2 p.m. to cover the Fed speech. It's scheduled for 2 p.m. still right now. If that changes, we'll let you know. But we'll have something going on, and stay tuned for more content. And as always, thank you guys so much for continued support and tuning into what we're doing here. We really appreciate you, our audience, and just want to say that. We'll be back with more content shortly. Stay tuned.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Or from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Fast transactions are fat. Where is that? The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share growing in the morning.
0% slippage with the new HODLMM concentrated liquidity market maker over at Bitflow. Awesome stuff going on over there. Well done, guys. Can't wait to play around more with it. And there is opportunities now for phase 2 of the beta testing, going to launch soon. There'll be some boot camps helping people learn how to go through these later on in the month or maybe early December. And we're really excited about this project because it's really going to take trading on the Stacks ecosystem to the next level. You know, the liquidity provider opportunities are going to be really cool, and just 0% slippage on swaps is something we need, or way lower than 4%. The 4% slippage is probably something that's been holding the ecosystem back a little bit. I'm glad these guys are solving the problem over at Bitflow. Let me bring on the Chads. Stop sharing my screen. We got GP in the house. Good morning, brother. How you doing today?
Good morning. Doing good, man. Doing good. Just getting started. Happy hump day.
Happy hump day. We got 300 in the house. What's up, brother? How you doing today?
What's up? What's up? Peace. What's up, GP? Good to see you. Bizak on your camera. Awesome.
That's right. I forgot this has been a new camera.
Yes, dude.
It's actually better quality.
Got a new light too. So
so nice.
might be the lighting.
Very cool. So I mentioned in the opener earlier today when I first opened the stream, you guys will be running the stream tomorrow without me, which is I'm sure you guys can do it. But I just I like to remind everybody, give these guys an extra hard time tomorrow. They need. So my broker, right? My real estate broker, who's an old guy now, and I've been doing it for a long time. But when I first started, and he still says it to all the new guys, he used to say, I want you guys to have hard transactions. I want you guys to get beat up a little bit because that's how you learn. That's when things go smoothly, you don't learn how to tie it up. And we're easy here. We don't care. We're a little bit of out of the ordinary is kind of our thing anyway. So I'm sure you guys will do fantastic no matter what happens. But I do want you to get beat up a little bit. So people tune in, give these guys a hard time in the live chat, or don't. Give them support. Show them some love. I don't care. But just show up. Show up for the homies tomorrow.
It'll be a good time. Me and Three have ran the show once or twice, one or time or two. So
yeah, I mean, and you did the night show for forever. So you're not new to doing this. So
I think it'll be good for Three to get a little bit of experience with the producing side of things. That'll be cool, man. Be good.
Yeah, I think so. We also got Nosferatu in the house. What's up, Nos? How you doing this morning? Nos is actually our newest producer as well. He's got some producer access. He's gonna come on. He's gonna help out a little bit, being supportive of the. Hunter has to ominously flex a little bit. All right, let me bring on our guest.
Also, go chain right here, son. Go chain right here. You ain't got that, do you?
I know. That's a win.
I'll win. Oh, nice. GP wins, right? GP got Jesus. GP got Jesus, so GP wins.
Everybody needs a little bit of Jesus. Everybody,
Yeah.
Where is Jesus?
Jesus? Oh, Jesus! You said
peace. Has he risen? There he is.
He has risen. Let's go.
He isn't, dog. Well, you don't need to put him closer to the camera or something. He blurred out. You can't blur out your Lord and Savior. Come on.
We have the homie white official Ovi Mars coming on.
Let's go.
Ovi, how are you today, man?
Hello.
What's up?
Good morning, GM, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning. Ovi is he's been in the ecosystem for a little while now, and he's a participant in Stacks D grants. And he's got a really cool project called, is it STX Works or Stacks Works?
Stacks Works. Yeah.
Nice. Why don't you there's a lot to know about this guy. He does live streaming. He's a musician. He plays some music. He's really good he can play the guitar. He can sing. And he also is a coder. And he does a regular live streaming on Binance as well, on the Binance platform. So, Ovi, why don't you, now that I kind of spoiled everything, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just like I'm basically a physics enthusiast, and I've been a theoretical physicist and robotic engineer. So I've just switched up myself. I've been into media industry in Pakistan. Like it's been like 16 years I've been spending with the ATL, BTL, TTL campaigns with the different brands. And after that, I've just realized to do something different in Web3. Then I've entered myself into different channels in Solana. Then I've just hopped out from there. Then Freddie is one of my first friend on Stacks, and he introduced me like why don't you opt into the Stacks ecosystem? I said okay, let's do it something. So I started with my token with like a white on Stack City. Then after that, I'm just trying to working on some different applications and gamification stuff as well. I've been working as a VFX artist, CGI artist as well, and I do lots of things according to like acquiring or need whatever but I'm not stuck on a single thing. But gradually, by the time I'm trying to change myself in somehow like to promote myself promoting the ecosystem. Keep doing promoting on Binance, we have a team matrix actually, individually on Binance. We have 80K people whenever we do our live together. We always say ourselves defenders of the assets. Every single one character is representing that different chain. I'm representing as an STEX. You can visit the matrixclan.com. So we are 9 core members, and we are keep doing promoting the different chains. But mostly whenever I hops in, I always promote stacks on Binance every day. Mostly people don't know about it in South Asia. So we do BTC party and give away to the people on a raffle wheel twice in a month. Yeah, so we are keep building our and keep expanding. We have another group which is Portal Latino from Latino gangs, and Alondra is in our.
Oh, I think we lost him.
I think we lost him. Goddamn.
We
and
did.
I know
We
GP was very in the Latino part. He's like, hey,
Hey,
people, Latinos.
Let's go.
Hey.
Vamos.
Vámonos. Let's go.
GP was interested in the Latina part.
Yeah, I'm a Filipino dude. We're like part Spanish, like Spanish Asian.
I'm Italian, which is almost the same damn thing. So, I think he's back. I hope.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Oh, maybe not. I heard it, but I don't see him. Might be having some trouble. So. I wish he was here because I would love to have him talk a little bit more specifically about his project. It's a freelance platform, so similar, not dissimilar to the gig marketplace piece at Zero Authority DAO, but a little bit different and its own take on the process. And it's basically a way to almost like a Fiverr, but on stacks, where you can offer gigs, accept gigs. There's an escrow piece where you offer a gig, you put up some money. It can be stacks or SBTC, and on there, he's still just working on it. It's a new project. It didn't exist before D grants. He's literally building this as a proposal for his D grant. He did submit his milestone 1. He has a testnet MVP piece that's a little bit, I was hoping we might even be able to try it out a little bit, but I don't have the link handy. Hopefully he'll be back. Let me actually see if he's DMing me. Now that you guys all saw all my DMs.
Let's go. Docs the D.
It goes down in the DM. It goes down in the DM.
Good thing I don't talk shit about people in DMs.
Damn.
I don't really talk shit about
underscore.
Just don't leak the group chat, yeah? Don't let everyone see the group chat. We be hiding alphas from
you mean the stacks alpha
platform. While we are a media platform, we're going to gatekeep alpha. Except you keep tuning into DeOrganized, then maybe, just maybe we give you all alpha. But until then, it's just gonna be in the group chat. Maybe.
Word. Are those sneakers behind you, bro?
Yeah. I'm a bit of
nice. It's a good test, bro.
I'm a bit of a sneakerhead.
Oh, I think he's back.
That's nice.
I think he's back, right? He's back.
You with us, OV?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry for my bad.
Yeah, no worries, man. Honestly, it happens. It happens.
Yeah.
All right. So without further ado, why don't you tell us a little bit about STX Works? What your plan is for the platform moving forward, what it does, and where you're expecting it to go.
The thing is that there are different platforms for freelancers and clients, and people are struggling with the KYC especially and getting the payment in the right way. And I've been experienced it in past years many times, and not getting the the legit one people. Also, the different countries has a different governance terms and conditions according to the when you going hop into the KYC stuff. So there is a way like what we are integrating, the people can X integrate here for confirmation. Also, the directly experts or Ledger wallet, you can connect it, and you don't need to. There is an escrow, and also we are integrating implementing the NFTs leaderboard for clients and freelancers as well as a leaderboard, so they can gain some points and they can as an rewards. And yeah, the accumulating the BTC for everyone easily, the payments on SBTC and stacks, both options in it. And hopefully like before what I'm targeting, like if it is executed from our back, the milestone 1 grants. So I'm pretty much sure like it will be done by the mid of the December, maybe by the first week of December. It will be beta test, it will be on for everyone.
Very good. So basically, if I want to offer, I have a job I need filled, and I want to offer it on the platform, I'll be able to go in as a I guess what's that
as
user?
a client, as a client, you are hopping.
Or right, I'd be a client, or well, I'd be a client. I wouldn't be a freelancer. So or a client hires the freelancer. So I would put there'd be a job board. I put up the job, and I put in the stacks or SBTC that I'm offering for the job. That gets escrowed as soon as I offer the job, or does it not get escrowed until somebody accepts the job?
Yes, until that accept the job. Once both are, because we include the chat system. So once they get agreed, then escrow will create it according to their compensation,
Right.
whatever
I have
agreed with together.
I post something with my scope of work, what I'm looking to do. Freelancers on the platform will see the job, and they'll be able to kind of get into a conversation. They'll be able to maybe bid for the job or something.
Yeah, maybe it can be a bit, because it depends on compensation. Once they got agreed with both of terms, then escrow will create it. So I'm trying to make more feasible. There are 4 milestones on each client. Once they completed their attachment of their, let's say like if somebody wants to create a logo design, very simple, or website, the first draft has been completed, the milestone 1 complete from the client, and they checked it, then it confirmed it. Still they cannot get the complete payment until they finish their job, because mostly it happens like the people gone in the middle of the midway. So this is not I want, like until you can complete the job 100%, but at least it can confirm and give him the approval, like I've done like 1 or 2 or 3 milestones already, I need to complete the 4th one to get the complete payment.
So you can have, similarly to how we have DeGrand set up, you have certain milestones in the job. If as they reach those milestones, that might release some payment.
Yeah, I can share with you as well. It's open up in my.
Yeah, you can share.
Or it's something like Upworks, right?
Yeah, I just shared it. Is it here? Let me check. Okay. Share. Is it here?
I don't have a request to share. There should be a share button, or just a hotkey H actually too. I think you should see a share button at the bottom in the studio.
Yeah, exactly.
And then when you click it, you pick whether
you
can pick whether you got which tab. You have to choose like what screen whether you're sharing your whole screen or a tab or whatever.
I'm sharing. Once it loads, you can share it. Just a second, share it is, because it's on a. It takes out 1 or 2 minutes for loading for pre-render stuff on backend for server, so you can use it. So we've tested it like in a couple of times, and with the different wallets, Ledger wallets, and through SBTC and STX, both are functioning very well on testnet.
I'm not getting a screen share.
Yeah, no, I've shared you the link actually, because there is some error glitch on my end. That's why.
Oh, okay. So there's actually, can you drop it in the private chat right here?
Okay.
Oh, there it is. I got it here too. All right. I got this.
But give it like in a 1 or 2 minutes for HTTP server loading. Then it comes.
All right. So let me. That's not the one. Oh, we did it.
Yeah, here it is.
All right.
Yeah.
So this is the platform. And let me get back on here. So
there is nothing right now because I can create it, or you can create it as a testnet. You can test right away. No problem.
Testnet? It's on testnet?
Yeah.
All right. So let me actually change to testnet wallet.
And once you confirmed it, so I can give you like or you can, if you have 2 wallets, you can put the wallet when we are agreeing with the freelancer, because escrow cleared in between, and we are putting the one more, the treasury wallet, so which is getting the some few percentage for the maintenance for the website and treasury. Or for the whole project free.
All right, so I'm on the client page now, so I could. This is where I would create. So create an escrow is actually where I would create a gig or put forward like a scope of work offer.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and you need to put the freelancer's wallet address.
What's that? That's so it automatically.
The freelancer wallet address.
Oh, this is for. Okay, so this is after I've actually reached an agreement.
Confirmed your deal. Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
So let's start from. So if I was browsing, where would I see? So I'm on the freelancer dashboard. If I was going to be a freelancer, how could I let people know what my skill set is, or is there a way like where I can set up my user account, show some of my scope
and profile?
Yeah.
Yeah, the profile thing and NFT. That's why I just hold it up, because I'm trying to integrate the NFT stuff with the profiles individually for everyone. Like once they reach the good milestone, and the more jobs you do, you are more up on leaderboard, so they can get the rewards as well.
Okay,
so we are just working on it.
Yeah. So
for a while.
So I'll have if I'm looking for work and I have I'm a content creator, I can come on here. I'll be able to set up my profile, showing like my prior work, my CV, my portfolio of prior work, and then I'll have an NFT for that.
NFT, once you done the NFTs for the registration, once you achieve the good performance, then we will give the NFTs for clients for the approval, like in a 100% one, like in a legit one. Hold a second.
Okay, so you're gonna use now. Will that be like a dynamic NFT that'll like update over time as I get more work done? Keep my information on there. How's that gonna function? Oh, did we? OV, you're muted. Oh, okay. Oh, I gotcha. It's prayer time. That's what I thought I heard. So very interesting though. So you're going to be able to submit yourself up there, and as over time as you do work, you'll be able to basically earn some reputation for completing work. And if you're looking for people that are doing work, you can come here and post your job, and they can engage with you and see what you're doing. See if you're interested in the job.
That's sick, dude. Earn your reputation and get some bucks for stuff that you're already doing in the ecosystem. Looking cool.
Yeah, looks cool, and yeah, it reminds me of Upwork in Web 2. So yeah, it's something good to have like a freelancer version of it in Web 3.
Yeah, absolutely, and excited about seeing this come online. It definitely seems to be very fast and efficient right now in the early alpha stages. So excited to see more of this.
I got a question, Ovi. So my question is, and it's pretty simple. What do you think your success metrics for this would be? Like, how would you measure the success of this application in the next, like, maybe a year, short-term success, long-term success? How would you measure that? What defines success for you?
Ovi, we there?
I don't think Ovi's here though.
No, I think he had some background stuff going on. So it's
right.
it's prayer time in where he is. So that's fine. We got about 15 minutes until Find2Earn, so hopefully he can make it back before the end of the piece. I would just say that I would expect success would be, I guess the first success would be completing the first, project, the first successful agreement where, client posts a job, freelancers post a certain number of freelancers post their account, create a profile. So having some clients and freelancers set up accounts, and then actually engaging in gigs, engaging in projects, facilitating milestones, number of payments, that sort of thing.
I have the few campaigns, and according to this, which I'm thinking to run according to that, to promote the platform, the proper commercial for it, and because I have some FMCGs companies, and I can ambassadors or different wallet companies like a Zeely or anyone, or Layers wallet, which I'm thinking we can integrate with it as well, and so to collaboration with the different platforms, so it can helpful for expanding the more.
So I
also,
wonder,
there are different.
I wonder if Stacks just announced a partnership with Wallet Connect. So I wonder if that actually, do you see that as being any kind of impactful on your project?
Stacks is going
I think he's dealing with background noise. So
yeah, I think he's having trouble hearing. And
sometimes network issues. There's a glitch.
No worries.
Yeah, no worries, man. So what do you expect? When do you expect you're going to have a live on mainnet project by the end of the year?
Yeah, maybe by the end of this November, I'm doing as soon as possible because I need to move on a few more things, which I'm looking for, like a gamification stuff as well on stacks. Also, the few more stuff which is already I've sent you on my document, the pitching deck. The two or four platforms I'm looking to creation on stacks, not just only this one. I'm not sticking with this one. I'm keep going with the 4 or 5 platforms. This one is a good one. After that, the music one, the regarding the interactive NFTs, which I've talked about before, like which is something different, like an FFT work. I'm creating something like in a very entirely different thing. Like you don't need to QR scan or something. Just printing out. If I say the 1 GB of data, I can print it out on a A4 size paper. So anybody can, it's something different. So these kind of unusual stuff I'm trying to make usually. So I'm trying to integrate with it. Also the BSC chain, I'm trying to integrating with the stacks actually. That's my main hook as well.
Oh,
On
really?
Binance, connecting with the Binance, yeah.
You're trying to connect stacks in the BSC chain?
Yes.
Very interesting. And you're working on a music
Music
NFT
as well.
project. How's it? Tell us a
Yeah.
little bit more about that.
It's like if you got a photograph and or anything, it can convert it into NFT, and you need to scan it on a decoder. Decoder is like in a user interface dashboard, and encoder is only available for the developer, not for everyone. Nobody can create it because it's something a very different thing, and it is difficult to comprise the audio waves into the photograph or any image, the multicolor image, and with the FFT, the complete sound waves. And sound waves can be scannable through the decoder through your, if you are on it, you can hear it. For the samples, people can get the samples on platform, on NFT platform, like a 4 or 5 sample of NFTs, so they can test it, they can understand how it works. So if you have the NFT, you own it, and let's say any song we have, and you own it, and you don't need the internet or anything. You just need to, same as like an offline audio, but it has image as well, the audio FFT into the embedded into the image form.
So
the
the
data is
NFT,
embedded into
the
audio.
NFT, you would need some kind of like an application to play it on.
Yeah, the same platform application, the same, yeah, platform itself and an application which can.
So it's
retrieve
almost
the,
like it's almost like an encrypted NFT. There's some of the data is publicly available for anyone to use. Some of it needs
yeah,
to be
not
decrypted
exactly.
or decoded in the application.
Yeah, yeah.
Very cool. Actually, Zenitron, who's going to come play Find2Earn with us in a little bit, has part of his Skullcoin project. They developed encrypted NFTs. The way those work, you have them on the Gamma marketplace or on a marketplace. They show like certain, the NFTs are used in a treasure hunt game called Skullcoin, like an on-chain game, where you get some information like the type of NFT it is or the type of information that's on there. But then you actually have to have the NFT in your wallet, be connected to the platform and logged in to get like some of it's like clues for a treasure hunt. You have to go look for this, you go look for that.
Yeah, I've experienced it.
Oh, so you're
before.
familiar with
Yeah.
Skullcoin.
Yeah.
So it's similar concept, I'm assuming, where you just have some encryption on the NFT where not all of the data is available until you can decode it.
Also, if we can say like there's an NFT which has infinity music. It keeps going. It is designed like that way, like a radio with a synthesizing sounds, and it is keep going, like a nightfall sound or anything like in a meditative kind of stuff. Usually we binaural sounds.
So you have like a music generating
NFT. Yeah. Infinite music generator NFT. Exactly. These kind of stuff as well.
Wow, very interesting, man. Very interesting. When do you expect to have that developed?
After Stacks works, I've quickly jump into the BSC connection. When after the BSC connection, yeah, I'll just dig into this one as well, because I've been working. I've started in 2019. I have the samples for it, but that's a very small part of audio which can put it into a single NFT. But now I'm able to put like in a 4 minute, 10 minutes of audio into one single box, which is 1080 pixels.
Very interesting. And you stream, how often do you stream on Binance?
Yeah.
Daily
Oh,
daily
every
on
day?
Binance.
What's the and
Every day
you have a
Binance.
group you have a group you work with. I can't remember. I don't have the website handy.
Team Matrix. Team Matrix, Matrix Clan. Let me write. Here it is, matrixclan.com.
All right. Let me actually put that on there. So, and you guys are all like heroes. It's a comic.
Yes.
Oh, you got a comic.
Yeah.
Comic thing going on. Here's you.
Yeah.
Like the theme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
But
GP's working on his own comic. He's got his Gigaverse characters and the Gigapepe and the spaceships and the memo bots. We're actually giving away. Oh, we gave away a memo bot last week. Memo bot NFT. So GP is working on some comics and stuff too. You guys should definitely get together and collab maybe.
yeah, we usually do in that way, like in a comical theater on every. Yes, we can talk to like that every time. We are the defenders of the assets. Yeah, man. So welcome to the Matrix. So this is how we always do, like in that way. And we have a global community, like from Algeria, Switzerland. Everybody's representing from different countries. I usually represent the Southeast Asians, like Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, Nepal, and Arn Pai is from Australia. Everyone has a bullish. We have Telegram. We are putting like in different stuff as well together. But it's rare. When we honor, there is no any higher or lower in our team. It's like we are all on a round table, and everyone is very much experienced in their analytics and their development stuff and all. So we always educating the people on Binance according to the new upcomings, AI technology and all stuff.
And so each of you guys represents a specific token
Yeah.
to the platform. And
Yeah.
down here, you're representing Stacks.
Stacks,
In the Stacks ecosystem in this group.
Yeah.
And regularly with your live streams on Binance.
Yeah. Sometimes 24 hours, sometimes 12 hours I'm doing.
Oh, really?
8 hours. Yeah. I don't sleep. You can ask anybody. Like
I know, I believe
people
that.
know-
There's never been a time where I haven't been able to get you. I believe that. You've mentioned to me many times. I do sleep, but it's only from like 10 p.m. until about 4 a.m. and that's all I got. Which is for somebody that doesn't sleep, that probably sounds like a lot.
People keep saying to me, like, "No, please take care of your health." I say, like, "No, 5 days are enough for me in a whole month." Just keep doing until I got frustrated. Actually, if I not get the result, whatever I'm coding or something, when I'm stuck in, and I'm keep awake myself to engaging with the audience as well. Meanwhile, and working on coding as well, and both things I'm going. I've put one co-host so they can manage the live as well, and the KOLs I'm putting it. And there are more. I'm bringing out like more people on Team Matrix is centric to the Binance, but we recently launched our BSC token as well. Just as like suddenly we are just doing fun, and somebody hops in our space and say thank you. I said okay, thank you. Okay, so let's make a coin, the think tank. So okay, the Tinker Banana tank. So we put like that. So yeah, it's good, and we do BTC parties. And what I'm doing, I'm putting like more people to get aware about the stacks. Literally, people don't know about stacks on Binance. They are not much aware about it, and people are putting their trading into different tokens. Daily Binance is opening up the new tokens. So stacks is one of the most, what I'm seeing, like a very stable one, and it has a very good moves on each candle, and it's not like in a volatile so much in that way like other tokens are doing it. So just just making up every space is open up with the stacks. I put the stacks handle, and people can get into their stacks and interact with the stacks token, and they bought it. So more more wallets hopping into the stacks.
And honestly, that's a huge lift for the ecosystem. That's more than anything else. We need developers building new projects, which you're facilitating personally. You're building some stuff. Thank you. And then we need more users and more exposure to users from other blockchains, which you're also helping us do with your streaming and Binance. So, man, I really appreciate your participation. You're welcome to join us anytime, by the way. It doesn't have to be just a speech.
Thank you so much.
Spotlight your project.
It's been a privilege. It's been an honor to be a part of your ecosystem. Like, I've been always feel bullish on ecosystem. Like, and I was like a sheep, which has no way, and it's running, keep running. One day I've said, okay, now I find a way. I find the flag. Oh, somebody help me, I'm here. So yeah. It's good to see you, every single one. So yeah, what we are doing, I'm planning to do a BTC party again in this week. So hopefully, if you can join up, anybody, GP or you, anybody of you guys.
It might be hard for me to join this week because I'm traveling. I'm leaving on a long flight on Friday, and I'm going to be in Buenos Aires, and that's kind of a new thing for me. But definitely soon, I want to get on there, and I appreciate the offer. I know eventually it's only a matter of time before I join in and meet your crew and get in on some of your streams, and definitely want to get these guys in too. They're always a good time with these guys. That's why I keep them around. We will be awesome stuff, man. We're going to be playing Find2Earn rounds shortly. Absolutely welcome to stay and play with us. Zenotron oftentimes lets the new players come and get in on the whitelist round, make it a little bit easy, maybe win a little bit of stacks meme tokens. So I'm going to play a quick word from our amazing sponsors, and then we'll be back with Find2Earn rounds momentarily. So please stay tuned, and we'll be back in a minute.
Sure. I'm here.
All right, man. Looking forward to it. Guys, stay tuned. We'll be back in a minute. My homies. GP, what's up, man?
Good morning, Steve. How are we doing this morning, brother?
You're in a different location, my brother. I thought you
Keeping it on the move.
You get that big smile on your face. What's been a good?
Yeah.
All right.
GP is all glowing, bro. Look at his face; is glowing.
He's had a good day. Wavy. Let's go.
Only the highest frequency vibes.
Let's go. Nice. We got Hana in the house as well. I'm not sure. Let me see.
Salam alaikum.
We are a little early still. Let me see if White Crypto's having trouble getting in here. Oh, where is he?
Yo, yesterday I got the degrees of the weather wrong. It's 33 degrees. So that is why.
Yeah, it's closer to 90. It's closer to 90 degrees. That's getting warm.
Yeah. So this was wet, but now it's all dried up.
I was like, wow, I'm surprised. I thought they get much hotter down there sometimes, you know? You're a little closer to the equator than I am.
Yeah.
But so it's hotter today?
Yeah, it's hot. They are very, 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 very hot.
Are you're representing Team Purple?
I just found it close.
Nice.
Yeah, dude, it's raining and cold where I'm at, man. Starting to get into the rain.
Purple's a good color. It's the color of royalty.
That's my favorite color. If you saw my mixtape, oh, they're written Purple Mars 1, Purple Mars 2, album Purple.
I have seen.
Feelings,
I actually
everything
have.
purple.
Purple's a great color. I have seen that. I have noticed that's the theme on your albums and a lot of your content. I dig it. I like purple.
GP nice headsets that you got right there, bro.
Yeah, dude, it's Lolo's son's had let me borrow it. I'm using equipment, so it looks like it's coming through loud and clear. Is it clear?
Very loud and clear, bro.
Good. Sounding good, man.
Solid. I'm glad. I've been trying to experiment and figure out how I may be able to do some streaming from over here. It looks like connection's good, the computer's strong enough to do it, and the microphone's coming through loud and clear. Awesome.
Very nice. It's always good when things can be a little bit more
efficient,
functional. Yeah.
Functional.
White Crypto was here, but he dropped out. He might be having connectivity issues. If so, what we'll do is we'll have him join us in one of the spaces soon. Sometimes that happens. People have trouble connecting to the live stream. We all know how that goes, So if you're listening, man, don't worry about it. Keep trying. If we get you in, we'll chat about it. Very interested in talking more about Stacks Tribe and that project. But if we can't get you in today, we'll get you in soon one way or another. We'll get you some exposure for the ecosystem. I think they have a X handle. I haven't even, man, I'll tell you, I've just been meetings and spaces and calls, lots of stuff with D Grants. He wasn't in my track, so I don't have, I think it's Stacks Tribe. Yeah, Stacks Tribe is the handle. Let me actually share this. Oh, here he's back. Let's see if we got him. What's up, White Crypto? How you doing, man? You with us? He might be having some technical difficulties. We can't hear you if you can hear us. But he's with the new project, Stacks Tribe Africa.
There we go.
I believe, if I got the right one. I hope I got the right one. I might have the wrong one. Might be a different project. I think it's Stacks Tribe that he wants to come talk to us about today. If you guys aren't, make sure you go give them a follow. It's at Stacks Tribe. And they're looking to teach crypto in simple words, helping expand the ecosystem. And we'll get back. If he comes back, we'll get more into it. And if not, we'll talk on the spaces soon. We'll get him in a space. Sometimes it's just a little bit more stable there. Guys, there's a lot
collaboration between and
again?
Stacks Tribe.
What was that?
I'm wondering if there's like some type of collaboration that we could set up between Stacks Tribe and Let Africa.
There he is.
There we go.
Hello, guys.
Hey, what's happening, man? How you doing?
I'm good. I'm just, I believe I was having small network problem while setting it up, but I'll be fine now.
Cool. No worries, man. And honestly, it's not uncommon. It happens a lot in this medium. Restream's a little bit tricky. Sometimes it's hard to stay connected, but it seems like you're good now. You're coming in loud and clear. So welcome to DeOrganized. Great to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us today. And why don't you tell us a little bit about your project?
Okay. First of all, I would say it's very, very exciting to be here because this is actually my first time on the organized media, and I'm so excited now because I believe most times I'm usually down there on the comment section, always commenting and every other stuff. Yeah, so it feels good to be here live. Yeah. So, and I will say thank you guys, thank you to Peace and the team for giving me the opportunity to be here live today. And I believe there's a lot of people watching. So yeah, thank you guys once again. Okay, so actually with Stackstripe, yeah, I'm actually not the only one managing that particular project. We are actually four. Understand? So we have four founders for that particular project. I myself, Valentino, Target, and Doski. So we're actually four that's actually handling that project. And if you look at, yeah, exactly. If you look at the Twitter banner up there, you are going to be seeing the handle of the four founders. You will see the handle of the four founders there. Yeah. So actually the idea behind Stackstripe came on a particular space that we were, because most times we used to have our own personal space where we just vibe, we onboard new users. As it is now, Stackstripe actually has a WhatsApp platform where we just interact normally, locally, we interact locally there. So we decided to say, okay, let's bring it out to the open. We have been doing it since, just that we don't actually have a particular name that we give to it. We don't have a name like Stackstripe. We came up with Stackstripe as of last 3 months, I guess. Yeah, because we were on a space and doing our normal space vibing and onboarding new users and every other thing. You understand? So our space is quite simple. It's a place where when you come, even if you don't understand what we are trying to say and every other thing, we allow you to say it or maybe ask questions the way you understand, even if you have to speak it in your own native language and every other thing. Yeah, we would then have to find somebody that actually understands your language and then translate it to us, something like that. So yeah, we were having a space that day, and somebody came on the space on the speaker role, and we were trying to like onboard the person, trying to tell the person some basic things about stacks. And it was actually a guy, and the guy was like that he doesn't really understand English that much, that he's not fluent in English, that if we can actually explain it for him in Igbo language. Now, Igbo is actually one of the languages that is mostly speaking, is one of the languages in Nigeria. Understand? We have Igbo tribes in Nigeria. So the person was like, if it's possible for us to actually explain what we just said in Igbo language. And we said, okay, since we have somebody that is good in Igbo there with us on space, and that the person is willing to explain, it's okay, we'll allow the person to actually onboard you into Stacks using Igbo language. And at first, I thought it was going to be disastrous. Yeah, but it was quite successful, because after everything, the guy was very thankful and very happy because he understood some of the things that was explained to him in his own local language. So we were observing, but after the space, we decided to say, okay, since this thing is going to be working like this, why not adopt it in our own space, where when we come to space, if we have new user or new person into the ecosystem, we can actually say, okay, if you are not comfortable in being onboarded with English language, we can actually onboard you using the language that you understand. So we said, okay, that we will be trying that particular style. And then we started doing it. It was working. And one thing we noticed that most people are very comfortable. Like, it's actually, we don't actually have a rule that says you have to onboard somebody into Stacks using English language. I don't think there is a particular rule that says that. So
Definitely not.
Yes, yeah. So
yeah, no, listen, and this is a huge, it's a huge opportunity to, like, especially with the LLM, the AI models that you can now use to help translate and facilitate more broad communication between people with different languages. There's a lot of opportunity here. Of course, we don't want to only make, Stacks is not supposed to be only for English speaking people. Clarity is in English, so there's a little bit of a programming language barrier potentially, but even then, there's we can create tools that make that more functional. But I think you guys are onto something. I think that there's definitely an opportunity to reach more people, help expand the ecosystem, really kind of create opportunity for people that maybe wouldn't have had that opportunity a few years ago. So I think you guys are onto something. It's a definitely a noble cause for sure.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. And even if you check most of the members in the ecosystem, if you want to experiment on it, you can try it. Most of those people that are actually not comfortable speaking on spaces, most times you can try to like let them actually come to mic and say what they want to say, even if it's in pidgin language. Yeah, you can just encourage somebody to come up to the space and say, okay, that thing that you want to say, how about you say it to us in pidgin language, and you are going to see the difference between when that person is speaking in English language and when that person is actually speaking in pidgin language. Because yeah, I believe English language was being taught to us. It's actually not the language we came out with, so you understand. And most times somebody tend to be comfortable with that particular language where he or she can express himself. So it's very, very understanding that you actually know the language that that person is comfortable with. Yeah, then you'll be able to get the full potential of that person. So that's just the idea behind Stacks Tribe.
I like it, man. I like it. You're building a community and helping onboard people into the ecosystem. I think it's a great project. I'm glad that we saw you guys get some funding. GP. I haven't had a chance to introduce Gnome yet, the advisor in the house. Good morning, brother. How you doing today?
Doing great, guys. Gem Fiona, Gem GP, and Gem Peace, Gem everyone. Like, thanks for having me on the show. As I was saying before, it's been a long time since I last joined, and just cool to be here. I won't be able to stay here long because I have another meeting, like in Europe. They changed already, like time zone. So like all the meetings are switched up by 1 hour.
Yes, I know.
It's always a tricky part, like in the US.
It's a nightmare for 2 weeks.
yeah.
I know because we're partners with Bitcoin Live and Nick's over in the Netherlands, so it's a little bit like we were supposed to have a meeting Tuesday night, and I'm waiting for him to show up, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh yeah, you're actually going to be an hour late today, aren't you?
I don't understand why we don't align it. Like, why it must be like we could do it at the same time, and there will be no issues between the US, for example, and Europe. And yet, like in Europe, they changed the hour 1 week earlier than the US.
Lost weight. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they don't coordinate that. To be honest with you, it's like 2 weeks of chaos every 6 months because it's not lined up in the spring either.
No, correct. You know what's fun is that, I mean, it's just more this thing. Like, we trust governments to do the best for us, and we're not even able to coordinate a freaking time change. But that's something for a conversation for another time.
Right. Well, you know what it is. It's probably at some point it's just a flex. It's like, no, you're going to copy us. No, well, we do it first. No, you're going to do it. So it's just, ethos is the problem, probably. So really excited. Let me ask you, White. Do I call you White? White Crypto? How should I address
White Crypto? Good to see you on this on DeOrganized. So is this the first docs?
Yeah, this is actually the first docs.
Let's go.
Oh, let's go, bro.
Make people feel comfortable about being their true self on DeOrganized. I dig it. No, thank you, man. I really appreciate you coming on today. Let me ask you before I forget. How should people follow you? Are you looking to grow more community members? Should they follow you on X? Is there a Discord? Is there a Telegram? Or is that stuff in the works?
Yeah, we started up very small, and now with the grants in place, we want to get it out there as much as we can. You understand? Because then we believe now we are being recognized by Stacks, and it actually helps boost our morale. And we feel very confident in what we are actually trying to build. So actually, for now, we don't actually have Discord or this thing for now, or Telegram. We just stick it with X for now. But since we are actually going full time public, we will be making a preparation to have those ones in place.
Nice. And so, what are your current milestones for D grants? What are you guys trying to accomplish?
Yeah, actually, the first milestone is actually trying to onboard about 150 users currently.
Wow,
So I
that's
believe that's the first
aggressive, man. That's a lot. That's not a small number.
Yeah. It's actually not easy to do that, but we are pretty confident in what we can do, because I believe by the time we start putting out the words out there that okay, yeah, you can actually bring your friend. It's not actually compulsory that he or she must be very good in the English language. I believe some people will be very confident to actually try what we are doing here and start.
Awesome, man. I think you guys will be successful no matter what. It's a nice team. All of the guys in that project, by the way, are constantly dropping into our spaces, supporting us on the live stream. Target showing up all the time, and all you guys. I see you in there, man. I've seen you coming in, saying hi in the live chat, commenting, and all that stuff, and I really appreciate. That helps us tremendously. So, whatever we can do to return the favor, do not hesitate to ask. We're happy to work with you guys to help you reach your goals however we can. If you need us to shout out, you have space going on and you need us to repost it, or you got something else going on, don't hesitate, man. We're happy to, or you got something you want to come back on and talk about something sometime, always welcome. Really appreciate you. You guys are always cranking in the ecosystem. I know you guys do a lot of stuff with the STX AI group as well. Steve is a friend of mine, and I love that project. So, we're all part of the greater Stacks family here, right? And I love seeing people move forward and grow. You're taking on your own project, starting to create your own community, and those things are immeasurably valuable to the growth of our ecosystem. You're getting people engaged, you're getting people onboarded, you're teaching people that are non-crypto native, which is the hardest part, how to get into crypto, and so kudos, man. I really appreciate you stepping up and putting the work in. It's not an easy job, I know, but my best advice is just be consistent, keep doing it. Push it every day, even when you don't feel good. You wake up with a sinus infection, you take a little bit of Claritin, and you do the show anyway, because that's how we do. You know what I mean?
Speaking from experience.
Speaking from right now.
Thank you very much for that. It's actually interesting because now we have been some actual requests for if we will be adding some other extra languages to our spaces when we try to onboard people, because some people are kind of requesting maybe we can actually go extra mile in trying to adopt other languages. We've got some requests about adopting the Kenyan language, the language that is speaking in Kenya, but it's going to be a tough one, but I believe we are going to get there. Yeah.
That's coming from Freddie? Is that coming from
Freddie? No, it's actually not coming from Freddie, but I believe Freddie would so much love us to have that particular language adopted into our listening schedule.
Yeah, he's an absolute Chad, man. I love Freddie. He's a good dude, and he will steer you the right way. So you guys are obviously part of the Stacks Africa team and all of that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly, I really love what's coming out of there. I'm a huge fan of Sam and the Let Africa Build Lab project. I think that there's a huge, and it's not just Africa, really. There's all places all over the world where this crypto is creating an opportunity for people to develop skills and engage in a broader global economy in a much more holistic way than has ever been possible before. So I think that it's really, I love seeing this, the growth of opportunity for people all over the world. And you're helping facilitate that, brother. So don't sell your projects short. If this is important work you're doing, keep pushing forward.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm actually feeling pretty confident in myself because now we have Let Africa build solidly behind our backs. Yeah, once I feel there's a place I'm actually having issues, or maybe I feel I'm actually confused in this particular place. Yeah, I have Sam to actually reach out because I believe he's one of my mentor. He's actually very available anytime you try to reach out to him. So yeah, I'm very confident in myself now.
Yeah, Sam is a great leader in the ecosystem. He's always been reaching out and help. I first met Sam through GP. GP was creating his collection, and Sam was just helping mentor him on how to create NFT how to work with the contracts in a little bit, just helping because he knew GP was there and needed some help. And that's just how he is. Back in cohort 2, he did it was actually called Stacks Labs. They took the Stacks Labs account over from him for now the newly minted Stacks Lab entity. So, I mean, Sam's a trailblazer big time, and absolutely a good ally for what you guys are doing. I'm sure he's happy to help out. But man, I'm really I'm proud of what you guys are achieving. I think it's good work, and I cannot wait to see. I can't wait to see you hit your first milestones.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. We can't actually wait for that. It's actually going to be an exciting and also a tough one for us. But I believe we are not going to get better if we don't actually try. So obviously, we are going to be putting ourselves to the challenge. Yeah.
I dig it, man. I dig it. Guys, here's the thing. I don't know. We have about 15 minutes until our regular Find2Earn time. Noam had to drop off. It's too bad. I wanted to ask his opinion about dual stacking before we dropped him off. Dual stacking goes live at 10 a.m. like in just 45 minutes from now.
Crazy.
44 minutes. So we got 15 minutes to figure out what we're going to fill in Find2Earn with today. I wanted to do Cook to Earn, and Hero had suggested that we show people how to make the songs that we're doing. Do we want to make what do we want to make a song for?
Make a Suno banger? I don't know. I mean, I think we should do maybe something for Stacks Tribe.
Yeah, do we want to make a Stacks Tribe song? Maybe we'll do that.
Dual stacking song.
Dual stacking.
Stacks Tribe song. I would so much love that.
Yeah, let's do it. I was gonna suggest. I already have a pretty fly dual stacking song anyway. Yeah, so let's do Stacks Tribe song. We'll figure it out. Hero needs a song for Stacks Pot. You know what we can do? Well, we'll show everybody. This is what we'll do. This is how we'll do it. Okay, we'll demonstrate how to make the songs. We'll do a song for Stacks Tribe, and we'll show everybody how to use Suno. It'll only take about 10 minutes, and then we'll drop the link for the Suno the free credit sign up, so everyone can try it out, and they can make songs for whatever they want. Drop the link to the song they created in the live chat, and we'll look at it throughout the day, and we'll pick the three of us. We'll pick the best song, and I'll send somebody 10 STX for whoever creates the best ecosystem song. Right? So we'll use Stacks Tribe as the example, so we can show everybody how to do it. And then so we're gonna do 10 STX and a Stacks Invader. How about that? We'll do the top song gets 10 STX and a Stacks Invader NFT.
Let's go.
That sounds like fun.
Well, Hero, we can do that. Well, I'm going to show everybody and let them all compete. I'm just trying to give the Find2Earn guys something to do today during the segment too. So why don't we do this? I'm going to go. So this is what I'm going to do. I got the Stacks Tribe handle. Do you guys have a website, or is it just the X account right now?
just the X account. We don't have. You know how much it takes to actually own a website.
Yeah, it's not. No, I understand. I really do understand. Okay, so this is what I'm
You
going to
can
do.
talk to. You can talk to the Stacks AI Guild guys. They can vibe code a website for you. So yeah, you know where to reach out to. So yeah, it's easy also to make your own website. Paul, you can do it.
I'm going to show you guys
real quick.
What's that?
So Balu, big shout out to the Stacks AI Guild, man. Balu permissionlessly built an app for the weekly Pokemon tournament that we have in the Stacking It Out Discord. Crazy work, and it's much more streamlined and efficient now, lining everybody up for these battles in the Stacking It Out Discord. So, yeah, I definitely second that. The Stacks AI Guild guys can definitely help you vibe code a website if you need one.
Absolutely, and that could actually be an episode that we could do that on stream too at some point.
I think so.
Hero, if you want to join us, you have the link. Come on in and chat.
Come kick it. He's like, why does GP look like a gamer today?
Game.
Because I got game.
Yeah, bro. I made something for you, GB. I think you saw it on the timeline. Yeah, I like the vibe that you have right now, bro.
Let's go.
Hyundai.
Also, Hyundai. Hajime. Did you guys see that video I made for the Gigaverse AR for Cryptonauts?
Oh yeah.
Maybe we could play that too. I wanna play that and show that off. I've been using Google AI Studio, like just doing some storyboarding and then running it through a Google AI Studio and then kind of splicing the clips together with Clipchamp. And seems to be a pretty feasible method for making some marketing material.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
That episode showing off that too.
All right, we have Hero in the house. He's going to help us. He's going to learn with us too.
You are now watching a master.
Come join us, man. You're always welcome, man. Always welcome. All right, so this is what we're going to do. I'm going to show you guys how I get the AI to help me make songs for projects in the ecosystem. So this is my Chat GPT. I'm just training it right now on Stacks Tribe. Stacks Tribe is a project that came out of DeOrganized Cohort 3. They are onboarding users to Stacks and Bitcoin via engaging in local native language among new users in Africa, focusing. I don't need to focus on anything. I want to write a song for their project using Suno.
You are now watching a master.
Can you help me?
Did you hear your tagline piece?
What?
You are now watching a master at work.
I like it. That should be your tagline, though, man. All right. Let's anchor the song around Stacks Tribe's mission, onboarding African builders and creators into Bitcoin via Stacks in their own languages. Wait, is that all pretty much accurate right now?
Yeah, I can hear you very much. You said what?
Why don't we how about feed the information from the application? Would that help? Or is that too much?
I can probably actually let me.
Yeah, you can do it, and then you can just simplify it.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, we can actually do that. Hold on, let me.
We can go through and get the information from all the applicants and do stuff like this.
We can.
That's a smart idea here. That's a good suggestion, bro.
Yeah.
Because we've been doing that with ground evaluation bot that Blockface is doing, and it's taking data from social, it's taking data from the spreadsheet, taking data from spaces.
You guys have access to the spreadsheet?
I don't remember where it is, but we used to, right? I think.
We used to, but it's not public right now. So
Oh, is it?
It's not this. Oh, maybe there is a. I don't remember anymore, to be honest. But I have access to the regular spreadsheet, so I won't share it on the screen, so it's not.
It should be public information though. No, in DeGrant's cohort 2 it was. I thought
Yeah,
it
it
was
should.
pretty
It should be public, really. Like, because entering is public. There's no reason why this couldn't be public.
Yeah, it just it's got contact information on there. The one I have access to, so I just won't share it on screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't want to dox anybody's information on accident.
Yeah. I'm looking for. Where are we? Stacks Tribe on here.
Stacks Tribe. Ooh, I found it.
Here it is. All right.
A community that onboard new users using basics stuff.
Yeah, I got that on the website. That should do.
Okay.
Actually, we don't need all that other stuff anyway. So I got here. Song title. One voice, one chain. Here's the lyrics. Hook.
What? Using ChatGPT.
Yep. How do we want?
That's where everything happens.
Oh, they even give me a. They want to put it in E minor. All right. You know what? Optional rollout tagline. We don't need to worry about.
So what was the? What did you ask? You fed in the context, I believe.
So first I just I put the X account hand link.
Okay.
And just wrote some basic information about it. Then I copied and pasted the same that you saw on the website. So this is public facing.
Yeah.
So this is where I just copied from the DeGrants recipients page.
Yeah.
And I put that in there, and it gave me this.
Okay.
So then I'm going to go to Suno. Suno.com.
Great.
I'm going to the create page, the create link. And so here I have two fields. I got lyrics and styles. So I'm going to copy these lyrics exactly like they wrote them. With the where it says hook and bridge and all of that, keep that in there because that'll help it structure the song properly for you.
Keep what in there?
Like where it says, like on here where it says intro, hook, verse 1, hook, bridge, final hook. You know, leave all that in there because it'll help structure the song. And so I just I pasted all of that in the lyrics section. And in styles, I never just use what they say for style. I'm going to change some stuff here.
Okay.
But I copy and paste it in there.
What if somebody like me who doesn't know so many different music styles?
But you can use what ChatGPT suggests if you want. It was saying Afrobeat fusion with funk and modern trap elements. That's already not bad. Let me. What's your White? What's your favorite kind of music?
Hip hop.
Add a strong hip hop influence, deep bass.
White, what do you think of Afro pop? Since in Africa, Afro pop and Amapiano is the biggest genre right now.
Yeah,
this one.
that combo is actually quite nice.
Yeah.
What would the customers wanna hear? That's what I'm interested.
Yeah.
The people that you want to onboard, what would most of like the list?
Yeah, if it comes down to the customers, I believe Trihona is actually right with the Afropop, because right now in Africa it's more like the Amapiano
Afropop.
and yeah.
Now
What,
the
like
biggest
the
genre.
Taylor Swift of Africa?
Sorry?
Like the Taylor Swift of Africa?
It's more like the house like who's the guy who was doing house the one with the beat. GB, do you know the guy?
No, I don't. But
You know the vibe? Oh, there you go.
We just that scrap, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Cape Town, we build again. TikTok block in our native tongue. Knowledge for the people, the future be going, yeah. We move with purpose, gold in our soul. Stacking dreams through the vision zone. Bitcoin roots, stats sky high. Decentralized truth, no need to lie. We just stack, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Nairobi, we build again. Teach the block in our native tongue. Local hard, global.
It produced really quickly. Like you don't have to wait for like 10 minutes.
Rhythm, innovate, confidence born from every line. Africa rising is our time.
Fire.
Too easy. It's too easy.
Wow.
We don't need music producers anymore.
We just stacks, one voice, one chain.
I'm loving the smile on White Crypto's face right now.
That's all that matters.
Does it say Bitcoin at all? I wish it's mentioned Bitcoin. Nice. Really good music.
It does say Bitcoin inspired, dude. It's so good.
Yeah, man.
That's crazy.
This is version 2.
Like, can you try the different ones in the same day? Like, does it cost the credit?
It all takes credits. It all
Like,
takes.
when you press on the right hand side, it takes credit.
What's the sub like?
Maybe like a remix edit.
Can you remix to Amapiano?
Omo.
You
What
want
I
me
meant is like, what is a credit? Like, what's the limitation for me? So I just, when I play around with it, I can be careful.
do you have a? Did you use the Hold on, honey. You want to use your invite link?
Oh yeah, let me send it over.
Send your invite link to the guys. Drop it in the private chat, and then also drop it underneath the live stream so that people watching that want to participate can do that, can use that and get some free credits.
Yeah, let me do that right now. And you can change the vibe, right? Do the version that I sent in the private chat.
Yeah. So what I would do, I have obviously like more credits than I'll be able to use in a month, even making tons of songs, because I just paid for the year and I get monthly credits. So let's make it Amapiano style. And let's go. chart miner. It automatically makes 2 for you when you do it. I don't know if there's a way to set that. I might be able to actually change the settings on that, but it takes 10 credits each, I think.
So what's the third and fourth and fifth? Oh, those are the.
This is everything I've made so far.
Okay.
These are all the songs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Dude, Master Chef in the kitchen. Let's go.
Yeah. How many did you make?
This the job we
ride. It's like how many kids I have. I'm not sure.
There you go. This is the biggest genre in Africa right now.
This the job we ride. Stacks on the beat, Africa in the vibe. We just stack scribe, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Cape Town, need to the game. Teach the block and I need to done. Knowledge for the people, the future we done. We just stack scribe, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Nairobi, we build again. Teach the block and I need to done. Local heart, global drum. Yeah. Step by step, we educate. Culture, rhythm, innovate. Confidence bomb from every line. Africa rising, it's our time. We just subscribe, one voice. Breaking limits, breaking the frame. From village stores to global fame. Bitcoin power, remember the names that
Keyboard. Well, Hana, did you drop that in the comments of the live?
I drop it in the chat. Let me send it on the now. Compliments to the chef.
Insane how fast I think
Guys, there's a Zero Authority bounty right now. Zero, drop that link in the comments below the live stream so we can share it out later.
There's a bounty?
Yes, there's a bounty on Zero Authority. There's a new bounty on Zero Authority. Zero's
what?
I haven't seen it yet. I don't have the link's not
Oh, that's
I sent it in the chat.
Stacks on the beat, Africa in the vibe. We just stack scribe, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Cape Town, need to the game. Teach the block in our native tongue. Knowledge for the people, the future begun. We just stack scribe, one voice, one chain. From Lagos to Nairobi, we build again. Teach the block in our native tongue. Local heart, global drum. Yeah. Step by step, we educate. Culture, rhythm, innovate. Confidence bomb from every line. Africa rising, it's our time. We just subscribe, one voice. Breaking limits, breaking the frame. From
Yeah, maybe we can do a for Dogecoin. What do you think?
Yeah,
I think
that's a good way.
So we can do it. I think doing it for Skull Coin makes a lot of sense. Make a song for Skull Coin.
No, Dogecoin. The one
Oh,
that
Jamie's Dog Coin?
Yeah. I don't know if he has one yet.
Can I get a copy, please?
Yeah.
But what I would love, guys, is if somebody else does the next song. So me or maybe what's White Crypto? If White Crypto or me can do the next song, so that we get to learn, you know, and we pick a subject like Dogecoin or.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so I dropped.
Please, can I get? Do I get a copy of this song?
Yeah,
or-
man, I'll send all of them to you. I'll send you all of them. You can play with whatever ones you want, man.
What you did on this? What you did on this song? You've combined Nigeria, South African music all together in one genre, which is Amapiano. It is a fusion of hip hop, dancehall, a little bit of hip hop. So it's a mixture of all those genres.
So White might have some trouble sharing his screen. Hero, maybe you want to screen share and show us how how to do it based on what we showed you?
I don't think I can share my screen right now because my phone won't be able to take up that particular.
I understand the complexity there. Let me. I love this song. It actually, I could let it play all day, but it's honestly, guys, it's like it real. Like I made one for BoostX the other day that was just like phenomenal. Similar kind of. I started with an Afrobeat idea, and I just evolved it a little bit. It's again, it's fire. Like you can really do some amazing stuff. But Hero,
Yes.
I want you to take that link, get your free Suno credit.
Give me an assignment, boss.
Share your screen with us. You're going to share your screen. You're going to create a song for. You can pick whatever project you want to make one for. Because I can make songs for all of the projects. So whoever you pick.
Can I pick it for him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Stacks AI Guild.
All right. All right. Well, Hero, is that comfortable?
Yeah. Just give me a sec. I'm just trying to share my screen.
Let's go. So now you're watching. We are turning a vibe coder to a musician live on DeOrganized. We are turning Eurogamer to a musician, to a producer right now. Let's go.
Definitely not very like music, like not a master music. I just listen.
You know what you're doing right now is what you did to me to vibe code. So
yes.
No excuses.
Okay,
I got you.
So I need to feed some information about Stacks AI Guild, right?
That's what I do. Yeah, I go to ChatGPT.
ChatGPT.
I mean, sometimes I'll actually just write the lyrics myself. I don't always go to ChatGPT for them, or I'll have a lyric starter and then I'll go into ChatGPT. But for these purposes, and you can absolutely just go into ChatGPT, share links about the project. Sometimes I'll start with, what do you know about the Stacks AI Guild, or what do you know about BoostX, or what do you know about Zero Authority, or all of that. By the way, I will share, guys. Let me share. I'm just gonna. I'll put yours back in a second, Hero. I'm just gonna share real quick.
Okay.
There is a bounty live on Zero Authority now for Dog Clan Bounty Hub. 90,000 PEGI up for grabs. I believe it's for 3 winners. Navigate a new blockchain is not easy. This bounty invites you to open the door for Stacks newcomers and give them the confidence to jump on board. Create a post that shows how to use X First Wallet and to visit Velar, Bitflow, or FactFun and carry out a swap of STX for a token of your choice. Share on X, tag your chosen project from the token swap, tag Dogcoin STX and Zero Authority DAO. Use hashtag all aboard Stacks. 3 winners, 30K PEGI each. And that's over at zeroauthoritydao.com/bounty. So, and I'm going to drop the link for that in the comments below the live stream so you guys can easily find it as well. And without further ado, we're getting to Mixmaster Hero Gamer live.
The legend live. You are now watching a master at work.
So we actually have a website that Blockface used something called Framer to create, and it has like a portfolios, which is pretty nice looking on. But it has a lot of like additional information that I might not need. So I'm just gonna go to. Oh, here's a team of Stacks AI Guild. Looking good.
It's still showing Peggy on the screen.
Oh, really? Oh. Is my screen or whose screen is this?
Your screen
I
should
think
be
it's
Zero Authority right now.
Oh, hold on a minute.
Oh, it's on Zero Authority.
Sorry, I thought I switched it off. I must have. What happened? Why does that keep dropping out? All right, your screen is up now, Hero.
Oh, so I'm just trying to search for AI Guild information, and there was a website created with like portfolios and stuff, UDC, the stuff that we've done. It's actually got the team, but I think it's almost got too much information on this website. So I'm just going to go somewhere else to fetch information. And I don't know if you know this app, guys, Team Lurky.
I only heard you guys talking about it briefly yesterday.
Oh, it's so good, man. Like if you have a space, what you need to do is like say lurk this space, like basically like listen to this space, and after you'll give you a summary. But what happens is I'll show you the site quickly. You can go and search for coins like stacks, and it will tell you who are talking about stacks on Twitter Spaces.
Ah,
it's really cool. It's got the KOLs because Luna, Crush, and Cookie.fun, they have the KOL for written content, but this one has everything about spaces. So, for example, this guy was talking about stacks on spaces. Ting Lurky account had a space, and we mentioned stacks there.
Is this only if you actually tag Lurky in the space, or are they actually tracking all of the spaces?
Only if you tag. So there's about 3 tags per day, which is kind of enough. And you like I tag Stack Town Hall, so you listen to Stack Town Hall, and it has all the information about that space. It knows exactly who attended as well. It's super smart, like whatever they created. So yeah, shout out to them. Why did I come here? Oh, because I wanted to show you. I work with the founder to put our shows on there as well. So actually has an AI guild space. And I wrote like a bit of information about it. Actually, there's more. So I'm just going to go to my DM and fetch that because I thought it was pretty good. Here you go.
You can make a song about Lurky.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'll send them for
Big
free.
shout out to Didi. He put me on to Lurky a minute ago. He's pretty ahead of the curve.
Oh yeah. It's just such a useful platform. Like they're just having the TGE right like now. But even without the token, it's just so useful. So this is the information about Stacks AI Guild. So what do I say? I want to make a song. Make a song on Suno about Stacks AI Guild. Here is the information about Stacks AI Guild. Is that enough?
Yeah, I think so.
And the handle is this.
I don't think there's a need for a handle.
Okay, cool. Enter. Perfect.
So now it gives you all the type of genres: lo-fi, upbeat, electronic, pop, rock, rap, cinematic. So you can tell it which type of vibe that you feel.
I want a vibe that caters to all. I think I just want a popular one. Now let's do a Web3 one. I want to pop it to AI enthusiasts. Enthusiasts. How do you spell enthusiasts? Okay. Okay, it's done it now. Suno prompt. So I take this to Suno, right?
Yep. You take that to Suno, and you're gonna copy the lyrics. You should have. There you go.
Oh, custom. Oh, okay. There's simple and there's custom.
Right. You could actually just drop all of that into the simple. I like using custom.
Okay, lyrics. Oh no, that's not lyrics. This is this style?
Yep.
Yeah, the style.
Where is the prompt? Ah, here. Okay. Prompt box.
And then you
Here.
go take the lyrics.
I didn't even read the prompt, to be honest. So I'm
You
just gonna
You don't
you
have
copy
to.
you copy the title.
copy the title. Yeah.
Remove the title. You start from the verse.
Verse 1, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it matters, to be honest, but you don't want
When I did that last time, it read the title and say title. No. It started singing.
yeah.
No.
It doesn't say about Bitcoin, I think. Let me just double check.
Or you can just tell it to add a little bit about Bitcoin also in the verse or chorus, and then it changes the lyrics.
Bit about Bitcoin. Does it say about crypto? Web3, that's okay. And crypto. There you go. Right, here's the updated version. Okay, copy. Lyrics, verse 1. Okay, it has Bitcoin now. That's good. Bitcoin.
Bitcoin's good. MK.
Okay, right. Okay. What do I do next? Should I add anything else? Advanced options, whatever that is.
I haven't actually played with those very much.
Yeah.
The weirdness
Even
one
me.
is interesting to me, but usually because I'm making things about ecosystem projects and I want it to be more serious.
I want a female, I think. Let's see. Okay. I can choose male and female.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay. That's it? Create?
Yeah. Congratulations, you're now a producer.
Producer, rapper, all that.
Yeah.
All in one.
A burger flipper.
Oh, all packed in one.
Back to me.
Oh, so you made 4.
That's right. First, when you're using the, it does. I forget exactly how
The
that
freemium.
was.
Upgrade
Yeah.
for a full song.
Oh, you're not able to get
Oh, that's right.
the high quality ones.
The high quality ones are only for if you pay.
Yeah.
High quality as in what?
They tend to be a little bit better songs, but so the 2 on the bottom will still be awesome.
Okay.
Just yeah, you
As
can
in like audio quality better, higher quality, or is it like the
they tend to just be better songs. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know why it would.
It'll be.
Yeah.
You won't hear that it's AI when they're the top 2s, but the last ones they just give you a decent one. But those top 2s, you play, if you can play the top one, it is finished. You can hear if you go down. We can start off with the one that
you can
finished.
play, I can play already?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can play it whilst it's still rendering.
Very poppy. That's a very movie.
We cannot hear the side.
You can't hear it. You might have when you share the tab. Are you sharing your
Can you
screen
see
or
me?
the tab?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't hear the music.
How do I
Yeah.
share the music then?
When you share,
When you click the share button.
are you sharing your tab or are you sharing the whole screen? I think you're
I'm
sharing.
sharing the whole Windows.
There might be an option to turn music on. So when you click your screen share button,
Okay.
you should have an option.
Audio output.
No,
Yes.
that's not it. That's not it.
It's like a little ticker in the bottom right corner.
Oh yeah, when you click share your screen, the option to share your screen, like you can share the tab instead of
Also share tab audio. Should I turn that on?
Yes.
Okay, I did.
And now you just got to reshare the tab.
Music?
Negative.
No.
You hear music?
No,
You
because you're
can
not
say-
sharing the tab, you're sharing the whole screen. So you got to just share the tab. So pick the
gotcha.
share tab option.
Yeah. Let me close a few windows. Okay. Well?
Still nothing.
I
hold
think
on,
you
let me
can
put-
share
hold
the
on,
links.
there it is.
Oh,
There it is.
yeah, we got it. We got it. We got it.
A very like the cinema, like a TikTok cinema and everything.
The bottom right hand corner is a volume. Is that super? I don't know if it's like at the bottom right hand corner on the page. There should be like a little volume slider.
I don't see it.
Here
it is.
over. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's all the way.
Yeah, bring
Okay,
it
let me
down.
try it
Bring it to halfway because it's super loud. I couldn't hear you talking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, here.
Yeah, that should be good.
Okay. Oh.
Plug in the dream, we're online tonight. Builders and thinkers, chasing the light. AI sparks.
It's a very pop song.
Very pop song.
Which I don't mind because I don't know.
It doesn't matter. Like really, like it's not all about what we like. Like you had asked
it's about
like
what
earlier, it's what the audience is going to appreciate and listen to. So.
It's a very in a cinema kind of like, you know what's the movie Dragons?
Yeah, a little bit.
You on
Okay,
board
let's
with
try the
this?
next one.
Congratulations, Hero. You're now a music producer.
Insane.
Thanks.
You have graduated. This is
3
nice.
minutes. Wow. How about this one? I like this.
I actually think I like this one best so far.
Yeah.
Mm.
AI. I like this. I like this one.
And I think if you click the 3 dots next to the song, like to the right of the song,
Yeah.
that gives you down. You can download the MP3.
This one's good. Lyrics. Clear with the lyrics. Okay, so basically now I just need to put it into like a CapCut, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can download the MP3.
Visuals together.
This one is a wave.
Of commercial use. Oh, you really? I didn't know you had to. Oh, you can't use it. You can't use it unless you
Commercially.
You can.
Oh,
but you
they-
can't. Like if you could download anyway, you can still download it, but you're not technically you don't have the commercial rights to the song unless you're
That's
paying.
okay. I'm not selling any product,
No.
so
yeah.
So I think I'm actually pretty, in my previous jobs, I know about all this kind of rights and stuff. So I know what to do, what not to do.
I mean,
Really,
you can
you do whatever you want, and if it ends up being a huge hit, you just won't get the money for it. They'll keep it.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. Now in the AI Guild, what I try to encourage is I will now go and teach somebody else how to do it, so that we pass on that knowledge. So you are my, let's say, the AI music producer teacher, and I will go and teach somebody else.
Awesome. And honestly, what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to go into the Skullcoin Sigma chat, let all the regulars know that we have a contest that they can. I'll give them. I'll link to the post with Hana's referral link, so they can all get free credits, and I'll have them make a song about Skullcoin as a contest, and then we can. We'll give them 10 STX and a Stacks Invader to whoever wins. We'll give them till the end of the live stream to submit, and we'll announce the winner tomorrow morning. And wait, DM me your email address. I think I have it somewhere anyway, but DM me your email address, and I'll send you all of the ones I made for the Stacks Tribe this morning.
All right, thank you very much. Allow me to take permission. I believe I will be going off now because my phone can actually handle. I'm getting what's it called, temperature overheating here. So thank you guys for having me here. It's actually been an honor being here, and I'm looking forward to always coming back again to share with the Stacks community what we have actually accomplished and what we have next for them. So thank you.
Right on, man. You're welcome anytime. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you, and looking forward to seeing you guys grow with the Stacks Tribe. Psyched about the project, man. Thank you for joining us today. And all right, let me bring on our guest. We got Dano Ferrin in the house. Dano, what's
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning.
I'll give you a brief introduction, and then I'm going to let you tell us all about whatever you want to talk about. I don't know a whole lot other than I met Dano down in Buenos Aires a couple weeks back. He was giving a talk about quantum resistance, which is a serious issue that I think not enough people are taking seriously enough. And then in my little bit of research after I chatted with him then about coming on the show, I did a little bit of research, which oftentimes I do no research because I want everything to be authentic when you're talking to me. But when I was doing just kind of find out how to best present him, it seems like Dano's an OG developer in crypto and a bunch of projects. He's been around the block a little bit. He knows what he's talking about. So I'm super excited to have him here today to share his wealth of knowledge. With that, Dano, tell us about yourself. What's the most important parts of your background? Because there was too much for me to pin down.
Yeah, I've been around for quite a while. I'd say I'm early. I'm not OG, but I'm really early in some of this stuff. Before this crypto stuff, I had a previous life as a desktop developer in Java, and that's really kind of what got me into Bitcoin. I was working on, there's this thing called graph analysis where you take dots and lines and you connect them together. And there's really fancy algorithms from this one company that I wanted to try and use to lay it out cool. Because there's this new framework called JavaFX. It was entertaining tech for me, but I needed some real data to lay out some of these graphs. And that's about the time that Bitcoin hit its $1,000 hit. And so I started reading up on some of the Bitcoin libraries and said, you know what, UTXOs, there's these acyclic directed graphs that I want to kind of render on this graph algorithm that I've been working on. I wanted to see what it looks like. And that really just started my descent down to the rabbit hole. I generated it for a Coinbase hackathon. I used that as a forcing function to get me to finish to build something. So I built a little program where you could graph your UTXOs. I briefly thought about building a forensics company around it, but I just don't have the government contracts. And having been on both sides of the forensics bit, it's kind of creepy. It's not too comfortable. So I sold it off to someone for a chump change. And then I spent nearly 3 years at Google thinking, you know what, if I work at Google, I can get this blockchain stuff out of my system. Didn't work. At Google, every few years, you kind of switch, unless you're going, super staff engineer and you're going to be committed to this feature for life. Every few years, you tend to switch groups. It was about the time that I started to need to switch groups because we had shipped our products that we needed to do. And that's when a recruiter Consensus called me up and said, hey, do you want to work on a Ethereum client? It's written in Java. And I've been following it the entire time I was at Google. And I'm like, yes, I do. So it wasn't too much of a hard sell to get me to work at Consensus. I started working there. The client I was working on, this was before it was called Hyperledger Besu. It was called Pantheon. And the idea was it was going to be an enterprise Ethereum client. And at the time, that was a great idea that needed to be explored. And we needed to figure out exactly what was going on with it. So we spent a lot of time. We brought Besu up to, we named it eventually to Hyperledger Besu because Pantheon, the name was taken by some other project. And we joined the Hyperledger project, got it up to active status, got Hyperledger Besu up to fully functional, fully performant mainnet basis. And about that time is when COVID crash hit. So I had been working on some deep database layer stuff, trying to improve the speed of our performance to build this bonsai tree thing. I'm working on that database and throwing in COVID. Kind of burned me out, and there were some changes going on in Consensus, and I'm like, this isn't quite my vibe. So I spent a few months at Reddit. They had an idea they were working on. Community Point, some of you older people may remember that, where they're going to take all of their Reddit karma and move it on chain. There were scaling problems at the time, like just about every crypto project. But I think the bigger problem that Reddit had at that time was they were in the process of going public. So anything that had just the whiff of legal problems got the kibosh really quick, because what was more important was that Reddit survive and go public. And that was totally the right business decision. So it was kind of a rough stay there. And then I switched over and I worked at Hedera. I spent almost 3 years there at Hedera as well, and upgraded their EVM. They had a really old version of EVM. Their focus wasn't really EVM. They had this really fancy consensus algorithm called Hashgraph that's leaderless. You don't need it's not like you need to have one person in BFT, everyone build it together. There's some really fancy math behind it. But what they needed was to improve their smart contract system. And being in Java, I worked on Java and Besu, spent time improving the EVM there, and bringing it up to standard, bringing it up to snuff, and bringing features where I could integrate their native token system to where they could then do DeFi on Hedera with native Hedera tokens. So that was my major contribution there. And then I took about a 2-year detour, part-time at Hedera, part-time on my own, trying to get this feature called EOF finished. People may have heard about that. It went the distance. It's one of those features. I think Ethereum development and research is a problem sometimes. Features kind of languish, and they don't know if they're going to ship or if they're going to get killed. So when I started working on EOF, I thought it was going to solve a lot of key problems at Hedera. And then I saw that it was really pointing to some key problems at Ethereum as far as the governance. And so I made a commitment when I left Hedera. I'm going to spend the rest of the year on this, and I'm going to bring clarity to EOF. It's either going to be shipped or it's going to be killed. And that actually leaked into 2025 because it was in the process of being shipped. But ultimately, it wound up getting killed. And I'm fine with that. And my goal was to bring clarity to it. And I think it helped Ethereum in its process of figuring out what it's trying to do. So after that, after I worked on EOF, I started looking for other things that I wanted to work on. I was briefly in a prototyping group at the Ethereum Foundation. But eventually I got contacted by Ron from Tectonic. And Tectonic is working on, we're in stealth, so I'm only going to reference what we have on our webpage, quantum secure defense tech. Working on quantum cryptography, learning a lot about the quantum threat. And this is some very important stuff that we're doing. I really want to talk about it once we go public, some of the stuff I'm working on. But quantum's really been the next rabbit hole I've been going down. There's a lot of great opportunities for it, and there's also, more importantly, some important things we need to do before we really chase the brass ring and try and do all the real fancy stuff with quantum. Probably the top level line is that quantum is on track to basically destroy elliptic curve cryptography in all ways, shapes, and forms that it's used. It's kind of scary when you think about it. So,
and it's only a matter of time, by the way, right? I mean, it's definitely happening. The only variable is when, and if it happens sooner than we expect, it's going to be it'll be catastrophic for crypto.
Right. And so, like all things quantum, there's not much certainty when it's going to ship. It forms like this bell curve. So a couple of weeks ago, one of the I think it was Scott Aronson was his name, someone who's been in the crypto industry for a long time, not the crypto, the quantum field for a long time. And he kind of has a reputation as a timeline skeptic. Says, hey, yeah, this quantum stuff is cool and awesome and everything, but it's going to take forever to ship. We don't have the technology. A few weeks ago, he combined his change of position in a joke. He was kind of making a joke that, we don't know if there's going to be presidential elections next. So he said that we're going to have a computer implementing Shor's algorithm before the next presidential election. And he kind of hedged that and said, yeah, 2028. And that got a lot of people talking. Now, a couple of things, put some caveats in what he was saying. If we have a quantum computer that runs Shor's algorithm and it factors the number 15, that meets the standard. But even that is a huge milestone, because the quantum computing, it was an idea that came up in the early 80s of a new way to do computation, to use quantum mechanics and all the weird fancy stuff about how quantum mechanics work together. But it took about 10 years before someone figured out an algorithm that would actually use quantum mechanics to be useful rather than being an academic curiosity. And that was Peter Shor, and he came up with Shor's algorithm. And it solves a rather difficult cryptography problem, which is how do you factor large numbers? RSA at the time that he invented this was the number one cryptography, public key encryption cryptography. And all cryptography depends on algorithms where there's an easy part and there's a hard part. And the easy part is what you do to encrypt it, and to break the encryption is the hard part. You want it to be really, really hard, as in age of the universe, heat death of the universe hard to run backwards. So you want these algorithms that run forwards quickly and run backwards really slowly. And that's what makes it cryptographic. And so in this particular case, it was factoring large numbers. And factoring a really large number to primes can be really, really difficult, like 4,000 bits is like the typical high end that they're using for some of this stuff. So Shor's algorithm can actually solve that if you have enough of these mystical things called qubits lined up together. It can solve it in an instant. Everything will just go in harmonic. It'll figure out and reinforce the correct answers, cancel out the wrong answers, and you'll get that answer. The problem is this technology didn't exist in the 90s, still doesn't quite exist today. So that's been on the radar for a lot of people. So when elliptic curve cryptography started forming and they realized that the cryptographic hard part that they were depending upon there, the discrete log problem, the thing that you run backwards is difficult. It also depended upon, it could also be cracked by Shor's algorithm. So when this came in, a lot of the cryptographers were always kind of, keeping it at a distance. And some people were making fun of them. It's like, oh no, quantum computers will never happen. And some of them are like, yeah, they will. It's a matter of time. So that brings us to one of the early quantum scientists, Dr. Michel Mosca, came up with an inequality: x plus y is greater than z. X is how long it takes to in the concept of post-quantum cryptography, and in the concept of remediations against the quantum threat. He came up with the equation x plus y is greater than z. X would be how long it takes to deploy your countermeasures for the quantum threat. How long it takes to get your post-quantum cryptography in position in all the systems you need it. Y, and the way he framed it, is how long do you need to keep your secrets? And then Z is when will a cryptographically relevant quantum computer show up? So this is a rather forward-thinking thought to be had back in the 90s, early 2000s, about when we need to worry about quantum computers. And the math kind of scared people in the mid-teens. So the amount of time the time it's going to take to deploy new cryptography, about 10 years. And if you need to keep something secret for 30 years, which for some Defense Department standards is exactly the right amount of time to keep things secret, if not forever, and you realize that you're going to have a quantum computer by 2050, we're going to backwards, and by 2010, we were already in trouble. We weren't going to be able to keep our secrets as long as we needed to do. If someone got the encrypted data streams with all our secrets, they'd be able to run it backwards before we needed to keep it secret. So in 2016, NIST launched a process to establish post-quantum cryptography standards. And that resulted in about 22. They ran through several rounds, and they came up with a few winners. Dilithium, Falcon, and Kyber were the three winners that came out of that. And a fourth one, a hashing algorithm that is standardized as SHLDSA. Dilithium got standardized as MLDSA. Kyber is MLKEM. And Falcon still hasn't been standardized yet. But those are the three cryptographic things that started showing up around 2022, and that's when people really started getting excited about post-quantum cryptography. Algorand's already got it built into their state proofing, and if you know the right stuff to run, you can actually do your transactions with Falcon on Algorand, which is kind of interesting. They're the first blockchain to actually ship a user-facing account that can be verified with a post-quantum signature. So that's kind of where we are today. And when I look at quantum, I look at Moska's algorithm a bit differently. I look at instead of the time to implement and the time you need to keep secrets, because in top secret stuff, it's harvest now, decrypt later. You take your data streams that are given you to the public, you just store them until you have the quantum computer to decrypt them and read them. It's a bit different in crypto because you need to keep your keys, your authority to act. So as long as you need to hold your coins and act on them, that's called the diffusion. So it's time to implement plus diffusion. If that's greater than when quantum computers are going to show up, you're going to lose your money. So that's the approach that I'm taking when I look at crypto in this area. There's a lot of different uses for post-quantum technology. That's the area I'm most familiar with, and that's my particular area of practice within Tectonic as cryptocurrencies. It's not the only thing that we do there, but as far as cryptocurrencies, the issue there has to do with how long is it going to take for these post-quantum signatures to diffuse across the ecosystem. And that was part of my talk at Bitcoin Builders in Buenos Aires, where I brought up that this is where the real threat to Bitcoin comes from. So we have these computers that might show up as early as 2028. I'm more of the camp that they're going to show up and possibly be useful in 2033 or later. They're going to be room size. It's going to take a month to decrypt your key. They're going to be more interested in trying to figure out where submarines are before they start trying to crack people's cryptocurrency coins, but you never know. Performance always gets better. A lot of people are kind of surprised at how quickly that people like Google and IBM have addressed issues related to the error corrections. They've attacked that problem much quicker than they thought they were going to get to, which is what's spooking a lot of people for when these computers are going to show up. They're using techniques that I don't really understand involving things called qubits, logical qubits, decoherence. But the short answer is they can run these quantum calculations instead of in an instant. They can run it in a month to get the answers to crack these things. So the impact there comes in when you have your keys, your quantum keys, your keys that are subject to quantum attack. How does that affect a cryptocurrency ecosystem? And I think Bitcoin and Ethereum are the top two, and they have two very distinctly different ways that I think they're going to go about it in the next 5 to 7 years, to address this threat. Bitcoin is famous for not changing things unless they absolutely have. In that case, to persuade people that they absolutely have to change this is going to take a lot longer. But then you also got, go ahead.
That's the conundrum, right? How do we, once the threat becomes apparently absolutely have to, it's too late.
Yeah.
So how do you convince these guys? We got core versus knots right now arguing, and so how do we get them?
It's 2 days before the day after tomorrow. Remember from South Park?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Welcome, Michael, Dano, Michael.
So, Dano, it sounds like there is a countdown to someone breaking into Satoshi's original Bitcoin, broadly speaking. And it could be as early as 2028. And by the way, when someone has a quantum computer and can do this, they're not going to say, hey guys, look what we built. They're just going to have it and then kind of abscond with the money as and when they choose the timing of.
So the good guys will brag about it in a scientific paper. That's not who we're worried about.
Right.
Yeah, so people who don't publish that we're really worried about. What I want to ask is, there's a difference between what's happening in quantum and reality and what's happening in journalism and white papers and papers used for funding. From what I understand, the major players here are players like IBM, Google, and Fujitsu, for people who actually want to take advantage of their algorithms. Is that broadly true? Or are there other players I don't know about?
So there's an entire quantum industry that I'm learning about. Quantinuum's announcing a chip today that I'm going to tune into their live stream and figure out. They're a company based
Blue
here in
Wave
Colorado.
was there as well, yeah.
Yeah, Blue Wave. So there's a lot of smaller companies that are producing these devices. So one argument that people might make that these are only going to be, these are going to be Defense Department computers no one's ever going to get access to. That's not the case. There's companies building billions of dollars to make these available to stock traders and people who want to forecast weather. So the retail distribution of these quantum computers is presumed. They're going to be out there. You can't just presume that it's like a nuclear secret and no one's ever going to use it. So that's one part of it.
I shared a link in the chat to one such ecosystem out of Switzerland called QAI-Ventures. And so there are entire ecosystems with capital looking to be the ecosystem in this space, because this is the level of investment at sovereign wealth, is it not? To actually do this?
Right now, probably. What is needed right now is basic level engineering. I think so. When Scott Aronson's epiphany, one of the things that he said was that there doesn't need to be more breakthroughs. It's just engineering work to grind this down and make sure we can get performance fast enough.
Sorry, does that mean that this needs to be open source in order to really happen fast? What do you think about that argument?
So that's an angle I really hadn't thought of before, because some of these computers, without a doubt, are going to have patents. There's going to be huge patents on some of these, and that's going to slow things down when it comes to open sourcing.
Right, but if you look at how Linux worked, Linux became the most secure kernel on the planet precisely because of how they developed it. If you look at what Jim Keller's doing with TensorTorrent and betting on RISC-V, they're betting on open standards beating the closed patent standards. That's why I say you believe that for this to really move forward, it needs to be engineered in an open source way to take advantage of the speed and resilience that Linux and Ubuntu have and everyone else.
So there's a couple of parts of the industry that are going to impact this. I don't know much about the actual physical quantum computers. I'm more tuned into my particular line of work into post-quantum cryptography. And those, I think, are done without open requirement. NIST, if you're going to get your algorithm approved by the NIST to be used across defense systems everywhere, you have to sign an agreement that you're going to have a royalty-free license to distribute and share it.
Right.
And because of this, royalty-free, no cost, no charge, everyone can just build it and write it. People can come in and implement these algorithms, and they can get really solid algorithms. And that's honestly, the few times I've been involved.
Sorry, can you explain to the audience the significance of NIST? NIST, I think, is a big player here. Sorry.
Yeah. The National Institute of Standards and Technology is an American department, and their responsibility is to set standards for things like weights, measures, time. To have the atomic clock was developed up here in Boulder, Colorado, near where I live. Just things like that make society regulated and standard. So we know a mile is this long, a kilogram is this much, and so they standardize also things like cryptography, like SHA-3. This is the definition of SHA-3. This is how you use it. This is SHA-2. And they defined a whole lot of things. And some of the things they publish are FIPS, which is Federal Information Standards Practices. I don't know what FIPS stands for, but what it really means is if you're going to work with a government system, this is the published standard of what you need to do, and this is the standard of what it looks like. So these cryptography algorithms that they brought through, or they brought 3 through, they're in the process of trying to bring more through. These are standards, FIPS standards, and this is the way that you do it. This is a clear definition. And by making them require to be royalty-free, patent-free, unencumbered, it allows a whole ecosystem of these libraries to be written, and they become stronger. The few times I've been involved in trying to get encryption precompiles through on the Ethereum network, one of the concerns coming through testing is what's the quality of the particular library we're using. And what we found is the more standardized it is, the more people that use it, the more there's a spec and utility, the stronger those particular libraries are, the more resistant they are to things like crashing and side channel attacks. And so you make it open source and free and available, and you make everyone use it. And if I come up with an improvement, like there was a patent that used to cover SECP 256K1, where there was like a 40% speed up that came just from that. So when that patent expired, Bitcoin Core immediately put it in their code. Everyone started using it, and everyone's using that code, and things just got better. So when things are uncovered and open to everyone to build it, and everyone can share their secrets, and there's the spirit and the intent that, I've done an improvement. If you think it's valuable, please, you use it too. You integrate it in your software, and I'll integrate yours. That sort of working together and builds a much stronger lattice, because everyone's out there trying to. Yep. Iron sharpens iron. So the open source technology and the post-quantum cryptography, I think, is really going to be valuable. The problem with quantum technology is there's clearly and definitely money to be made, and that's where things get difficult in open sourcing, like, say, a standard quantum computer. And that gets into more complications, because there's more than one way to build a quantum computer. You could use optics, you could use trapped ions, you could use superconducting, because these qubits are not necessarily a physical phenomenon. There's just ways that you express it and get the math going with these. So it's tricky there. But
can you say that part again and maybe explain? These quantum qubits are not necessarily, these are just conceptions, not necessarily what's happening physically, so to speak.
Right. So the theory of what we call classical computation resolves on bits. Bits have two states, true or false. And you put them together, you put 8 of them together with these true and false states, you can represent a number between 0 and 256. And all our computers are based upon these classical bits that are either true or false. They're either on or off. You switch logic based on this. It's clear, it's defined, there is no ambiguity in it. Qubits have essentially 3 states. There is 0, 1, and then there's a superposition. And even the superposition is multiple states within that. Because in that superposition, you got to say how close it is to 0 and 1. You need to know what the phase is. Some of these states involve complex numbers. Huh?
Is that the qubit trilemma, where you have on, off, and both on and off?
Yeah, in a superposition. And to call it superposition is to paper over a whole lot of the complexity that makes quantum mechanics work in quantum computation.
So the language we use isn't necessarily a reflecting of what's happening at a scientific level. These are just abstractions we use in settings like this. Gotcha.
Right. So the superposition covers a whole lot of fancy stuff of how the entanglement works and how these qubits interact with each other. So the idea is, if you make these, and there's another complex thing with quantum mechanics. In the superposition state, you never observe the superposition state. When you measure it, it collapses either to 0 or 1 based on some probabilistic function of the superposition. So it's like you got this bell curve that's in multiple complex expressions and phases, and it's, people get PhDs on this stuff. It's that complex. But it's so powerful.
You're kind of describing like there's 2 points and a sine curve between the two, but every time we look, we only see the result of one of the 2 points, not the sine curve that actually is there.
Yeah.
So
this is exactly that.
But thank you. This is very interesting. I apologize for interrupting.
Oh no, it's great. It's great to dive into this. And it's not just a sine curve. It could be any curve. The shape of the probability is actually what makes it work.
The topography. Yeah.
So there's ways to get these qubits to interact and sometimes they entangle, sometimes they don't, but they interact with each other. And so you get these probability curves and you superimpose all of them. And what happens is the correct answers get magnified and the incorrect answers get canceled. So that's why when you get 3,000 of these working together, you can suddenly just shake out a 256-bit encryption key for RSA or ECDS.
It's kind of like a decision tree that gets pruned in the end.
Right, except it's really fancy math and it's really hard to grok.
Gotcha.
But the math proves that it shakes out in the end. I mean, this is like if quantum mechanics is to calculus as calculus is to arithmetic. It's probably the way I would take an approach to it. I don't really understand much of the quantum mechanics. So,
say that one more time. Those levels.
There's arithmetic, there's calculus, and then there's quantum mechanics. And like the levels of logic to go in there and abstraction. It's not something that I understand. I think the math I topped out in engineering school was differential equations, and even that made me scratch my head. It's like, how on earth is this working? But
I'm still trying to understand what a partial differential is, and I'm learning category theory right now. So yeah, I feel like
I never made it to category theory.
I'm struggling my way through the monad and other Leibniz's ideas.
Yeah. But what's interesting, I mean, talk about math. I learned all this advanced calculus, and I think I actually have used some advanced math. I actually had to use linear equations to do a 3D transformation, a pinch and zoom transformation. So like the one class that I thought I would never use, that I thought it was boring, that I hated the teacher in college, was the one class that I actually needed professionally. Never had to use calculus in software work.
Is it because of the consistent scaling? Ha ha ha! Its rate of change is what a pinch zoom is.
It's the 3x3 matrix. So you do, and in that you can say what the tilt is, what the focus point is, and what the zoom is.
3D object, not a flat thing. It's not 2D. It's really 3D.
It's 2D. It's 2D, but you need a 3x3 matrix because of the way the math works. And I guess probably a good example of the quantum mechanics. Even though we see the 1 and the 0, there's hidden variables that very much impact and influence the way the mechanics work, even though we only ever observe a 0 or a 1 when we measure it.
Which brings in
the magic.
Which brings in this whole idea of sometimes the truths that we think are truths are simply truths from the perspective of one of a myriad of observers.
Right. And that's the thing, is like sometimes when you observe these systems, you might think it's the exact same state, and they'll collapse to something different. So it's the measurements destroys a lot of the data. Yeah, and in fact, that property, that property where you observe it and it resolves one way or the other and destroys the information. This is some of the more exciting stuff of quantum mechanics that is like 5-10 years off before we could actually use it. You use that feature of the state being destroyed and a measurement happening, and you can create a cryptographic key with quantum technology and classical technology, so that you can create a signature that I can prove that I've signed once and I can never sign again. So this is called a one-shot signature. One of our advisors submitted a paper of the year in Crypto 2025 on that.
Wow.
About one-shot signatures.
What's one-shot signatures?
His name's on our website, Omri.
Omri, okay.
Yeah, I only know first names. All their names are first names. Omri Shmuley.
Okay. The reason I ask all of this is because I've had the opportunity to talk to 2 people that have graduated with masters from Cambridge from my travels to Buenos Aires and San Francisco and whatnot. So I've talked to them about this and what Fujitsu's doing and the difference between journalism and actual production ready systems. And the last thing I would say is I understand there's a gulf between the qubits we can operationalize today and the qubits we need to operationalize this and manifest reality. And a lot of people are debating on how quickly we're going to get to this gulf of the qubits we need. Is that broadly right?
Yeah, that's probably right. There's people who think that we're just going to hammer right through this and we're going to figure it all out by 2028. And then there's people that think, this is going to take us to 2040. It's harder than it looks.
Correct.
So that's why there's like a range of estimates that we don't know when quantum computers are going to land. Because we're not actually putting 3,000 qubits and entangling them. That's something that's beyond our ability. We're entangling like 2 or 3 qubits together, and we're running like millions of these with like 9 digits of error correction on it. And from that, we're estimating what, from these gate operations, what the full qubit farm would have looked like if it would have shaken out. There's still a lot of classical computing that goes along with this quantum computing.
So you're saying that we're limited by the amount of decimals we have with the mantissa that we're currently using?
No, that's the error correction rate. We need we need some like millions and billions percentage of correctness. We need to be correct that much of the time. We need to have an error like 1 out of 1 quadrillion measurements. We can have an error for this to work is kind of what we're saying. And that I think is where most of the advances from what I've been reading. I'm not a PhD, I'm not deep into it. I just really got into quantum a few months ago, but all the papers I've been reading is a lot of the advancements and a lot of the excitement comes around this improvements in the error correction rate. So that was what some people thought the hurdle was going to be.
So the Thomas Edison light bulb moment is reducing the amount of errors that these algorithms produce in their solutions,
right? And doing it at scale.
Yeah.
And one of the critics' papers that I read, they said, "Great, we can do this, but the number of qubits you're going to need, is that going to fit on a chip that you can cool?" Because you've seen these quantum computers are these chandeliers. The chip's actually at the bottom. It's fancy cooling stuff to bring the bottom layer down nearly to absolute zero. And the number of qubits that they think they're going to need to solve some of these in a reasonable time? Can we get that many on that chip that we bring to zero? So these are, there's no real breakthroughs, scientific breakthroughs needed. It's all engineering for how do we get that chip bigger? How do we get more qubits onto that chip? How do we get more chips cooler and get them to interact? These are, that's I think where the real vibe shift has happened is people realize it's purely an engineering problem now, a really hard engineering problem, but an engineering problem.
Nonetheless,
this could be 2 to 3 years away where they realize this, though.
Right, it could be 2 to 3
as early as
15.
Yes, it could be as early as 2028. So the question I have is, do we really have the solutions available and the capacity to implement them between now and then to avoid the worst case scenario?
It's the willpower, isn't it?
Yeah, so we have the solution for Bitcoin. It's called BIP360. They post a new thing, post a quant secure hash. I can't remember what Hunter B's called it, but you basically take these NIST algorithms and you make them eligible to do public key signing. I think MLDSA and SHLDSA are the standardized ones that would go in the spec, and that's what would go into Bitcoin. There's also some talk about some of the hash-based signatures that are looking at standardizing. But if we needed to flip it on today, we could easily get those written and integrated into the next version of Bitcoin. But writing the PR is the easy part.
Does it automatically change everybody's wallet addresses? No. So it's not it's a big problem because you got to get, how do you get Satoshi's wallet to not be exposed? Because it's exposed now.
Right.
So you essentially have to transfer all of those funds to a new wallet address.
Right. And that's where the where my phrasing of Moscow's inequality is the time to implement plus the diffusion across the ecosystem. How many people are going to move their coins to a quantum secure address? And as he pointed out, some of them might never, because it's based on some accounts, Satoshi has lost the keys to those, or if he hasn't lost them, he's letting that rumor spread around quite a bit, assuming Satoshi's still with us.
Because of the Shamir stuff,
yeah. Around.
Yeah.
So
and these keys, go ahead.
That's why I say in the beginning, there is now a countdown to who's going to abscond with Satoshi's money.
Right. Or there could be a governance breakthrough, and another option, one is to see who's going to steal the money and just say code is law. But another option is to set a date, set a red flag date, and after this date, all Bitcoin nodes are going to disrespect ECDSA signatures. You're never going to see another ECDSA signature on chain, and that will effectively burn Satoshi's coins and burn everyone's coins who hasn't brought them forward. So that's why it's controversial. But if you set this date like 4 or 5 years in advance, it should be enough warning for people to move them if they want to keep them, or if they want to burn it.
Software companies do that when they say, look, we're sunsetting support on Oracle 8.11, so we have to move to 9.I by 2027.
Right.
Well,
that's the only way I see to secure the network. Otherwise, because if the Satoshi wallets get drained, that's going to have a huge detrimental effect on the entire network because of the price impact. Like it just won't, so it has to be, there's no other way around it, is there?
It depends on who gets the coins. So there's the possibility that has not been completely disproven is that Satoshi has his addresses, he has his keys, and he'll just move them. That's like the absolute best case scenario. But there's a lot of people and there's a lot of credible reasons to believe that those keys are gone and never going to be retrieved. And I could see him burning it for the good of the network, thinking that this will never be a problem, and never thinking that quantum computers would actually be relevant in time to crash the system. But when he was doing stuff out to 2198 to say how long the curve was the payouts was gonna come, you surely would have to think that he was thinking longer term with that. I don't think he would burn the keys intentionally. But he could have lost them in a server upgrade.
It's it'll be curious to see how this goes, but because of the worst case scenario prediction, it seems like this is really an imminent problem that we need to get resolved sooner than later.
Yeah, it's something that needs to have a discussion. So as far as the deadline, quantumdoomclock.com, that's run by some people at Equip Network, who's running a a wallet that's kind of one of our competitors, kind of not. We're still trying to figure out the field. But quantumdoomclock.com tracks what the earliest credible date would be. But that's just the earliest possibility that it could show up. I personally am in the camp that this is going to happen after 2030. But we need to prepare for the disaster scenario of what happens if it happens earlier. It could happen in 28. You can't discount that. But I do think that we have 5 years to figure this out instead of flag date. Yeah, so that's I think that's the earliest credible time that this could happen. Now, there's also and the way it's phrased, it's cryptographically relevant. So we may have something that could factor the number 15, but the question is, can it factor Ethereum addresses 0? Well, that's behind hash. But could it factor some of these other addresses that were meant to be single-use keys? That's going to be the real question. And can they steal Satoshi's keys? And we need to get the value I see in pushing this is to get us to do the first part, which is to get what is possible before we spend our time on the diffusion step, the hybrid step, where both post-quantum and elliptic curve cryptography is still in use, and we can encourage people to do an orderly and deliberate move over to it. Now, one of the problems with these post-quantum keys is they're large. They're like, the smallest signature is Falcon at 666 bytes, and that comes with an 897 byte public key. So you got like 1,500 bytes that you got to store for a Falcon signature. For MLDSA, I think it's 3,700 bytes on that order. So the arguments and concerns that the Bitcoin crew are having relating to the size of the chain and the stuff that they're putting in these inscriptions and all that is just going to be magnified in this debate, because these signatures are going to take up more space. Bitcoin needs more space for these post-quantum signatures, but at the same time, they're having all sorts of concerns about putting junk data on there. But we need more data. This probably isn't going to land in the main chain. This is going to be on the witness that's going to land, but still the witness is getting large, and they want to limit the size of the witness.
Very interesting. So it's a problem. There's a lot of people that know that there's a problem. There is a solution, but who do we need to scare the shit out of to get them to really to make this happen? That's really, I think, the bottom line.
So I think the right people are already scared. You got the NAST that created the standards and started the standards process in 2016. You have the Department of Defense. Their standard communication says by 2030 you have to have post-quantum cryptography available and use those in all your suites. And in 2035 you can't use elliptic cryptography. The EU has a similar mandate, and that by 2030 you need to have a post-quantum solution deployed, and by 2035 you have to stop using your elliptic keys. And there's been indication that U.S. financial regulators are on a similar path. So any of these chains that have had real financial interest from traditional finance are going to start feeling that pressure to move over, or risk losing their TradFi customers and the people at retail who want to use it. And chains that are really interested in this, they will respond very well to this kind of pressure. But then you have some chains like Bitcoin and some of the Ethereum purists who say this is cypherpunk. We don't care. We're going to do what's right because of what's doing right, not because of what some regulator says. So it's going to be an interesting thing to watch. But I think some of the right pressure is coming from the right place, and the traditional finance is going to be forced to do this post-quantum migration, have it in place and usable by 2030, and ban elliptic curves by 2035, I think is the typical vibe that a lot of these regulators are going along. So the right people, I think, who have the power to use power to force this, I think are doing it. And it's just the communities where you need to congeal a community action are the ones that we really need to activate and get consolidated around this. And Bitcoin's one example. We need to convince people that having these zombie coins suddenly liquidate in the market and be sold off is bad for the ecosystem, to overcome the people that are saying, well, basically we're setting a date that we're going to steal their coins and burn them. I mean, that's like, this is the good old trolley problem. Do we ruin it for everyone, or do we burn a few people's coins? And that's classic. And the people whose coins could be burned could just as easily move their coins to a safe address, and they don't have to have them burned. This is the ethical dilemma that's going to rage through, and it's got potential to be as big as the block size wars. But honestly, I think it's just as existential a threat to Bitcoin as to what they're going to do with these lost coins when it comes time to activate a quantum computer that's cryptographically relevant.
It's a dilemma, but I mean, at the same time, you have to do what you have to do to protect the network, right? And maybe instead of burning those coins, maybe there's a way to put them into a fund that can help maybe support. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I guess you're getting into
maybe minor rewards, or I don't know.
Yeah, like something that actually helps the network rather than just burning them. I mean, burning them obviously helps everyone else that's holding, right? Because it increases the value of your coins. But I don't know that eliminating a huge percentage of the coins in the ecosystem is really that'll have other impacts too that we are maybe not just price impacts, you know.
Because I'm sure someone's going to pitch. People are concerned about the schedule, the emission schedule for mining, and I'm sure somebody's going to make a serious pitch about this. Well, let's just after that flag date, we steal all the coins and we put them back in mining, and so we change the curve of the mining so that the number of Bitcoins that are out there is still constant. And I don't think they're going to win, but I think there's some people who can be able to make a serious, legitimate argument that you should take those coins and return them to miners through mining. And supplement the mining.
Spend the mining. You can actually even just spend the sunset on mining rewards.
Right. You could extend it. You could bump it up. You could send it back 4 years. There's all sorts of things that you could do with it. But that's going to be one of the things I think they're ultimately going to lose with it. I think if I had to make a prediction, either they won't be locked out, or they'll just be disrespected and they won't be able to be moved past a certain date. So they'll either be functionally burnt, or they will be people transfer them out. That's what I think is going to happen. There's one possibility though that I think is unique, is the possibility of zero knowledge proofs. If you can have something else that you can prove it rather than simply the key, then you can use a zero knowledge proof to recover it. This is Ethereum's current emergency escape plan, is that they would have you submit a zero knowledge proof that you know your HD derivation key, and that you can point to your address, and you can produce the key from that, and you post a zero knowledge proof that you have the information to do that. So your 12, 18, 24 word seed phrase, that's your secret. And if you can prove your secret that it can produce the public key from that, then you can post a zero knowledge proof, and you can move your funds to a new address. So something like that could also be an opportunity for Bitcoin. I mean, you kind of got that with pay to script hash.
So having the secret rather than the actual private key.
Right. But that only works if you generated your private key from like a HD wallet or some derivation seed. And it would only work for the derivation seeds that they have ZK proofs for.
So you're talking about not your average user having the capacity to do this. Oh man, this is a.
But your average user still has their keys, and the solution for them is simple: move your coins.
Right. Well, but even just communicating to people is a challenge sometimes. Dano, I could talk to you about this forever, man. It's really awesome stuff. We actually have a segment that we segue into usually about 10 minutes ago. We have the game master. No, it's not your fault. It's my fault listen, it's my show. We do it whatever I want to do it. And it was a great conversation. And I didn't prepare you for this. So we do a game show segment. You're absolutely welcome to stay. Do not feel obligated to stay. Super respectful of your time. But we are going to transition to a game segment where we have the game master come on. We do a Find2Earn thing where we utilize Google Maps, and we're sponsored by some of the Stacks meme tokens, and people have an opportunity to win. We'd love it if you did hang out to play, but I don't want you to feel obligated. But we'll be back with the Game Master in just a minute. Real quick, I want to everyone follow at Shemnon. Dano Farron knows what's up, and he's working at Tectonic XYZ. That's at Tectonic XYZ. And they also are trying to solve this big problem that we have coming up. So make sure you give them a follow. And Dano, what else? We'll have you on again, man. Sometime.
I have to say, I love your bio. and the McDonald's crew. Let's go, dude. Everybody's on the McDonald's.
Oh, he must know Hero Gamer.
He must know Hero.
It's that.
What's it say?
Hold on, don't put it down yet.
This is my badge from when I used to work at McDonald's.
Solid, dude. Let's go.
It's like faded out right here. This is legit. You got the little circles here that you would put your service awards, because I never stuck around long enough in the store to work at service awards.
Very solid, dude.
Awesome stuff, man.
Never trust. Always verify.
Hero says you guys are buddies. Also, I wanted to just earlier in the chat, I didn't want to interrupt, but Hero said if we check out Hunter Beast's X account, he is the one that authored BIP 360. So there might be some more information there for you guys to grab. And we will have Dano on again for sure. Dano, awesome stuff. We're going to transition, guys. Stay tuned. We're going to go get into Find2Earn rounds momentarily after a quick word from our sponsor. We'll be right back, and the Game Master will be with us soon. Joining us now is the team from DIA, Decentralized Information Asset, one of the OG Oracle networks in crypto. DIA provides transparent, verifiable, real-world data to blockchains powering DeFi, RWAs, and on-chain financial products across dozens of chains. If smart contracts need accurate price data, reserves, or real-world inputs, oracles like DIA are the bridge, and DIA's big focus is making that data open, auditable, and trust minimized. Excited to dig into what they're building, what's new, and where oracles are headed next. And we have Josh. I'm from Rhode Island. We don't pronounce our R's unless there isn't one. Josh Bellerive. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Welcome, Josh. How are you today, man?
Very good, very good. Thanks, Steve, for that intro. And I couldn't have said it better myself about an intro to DIA there. So yeah, much appreciated and glad to be here. Looks like I'm a little fuzzy, hey, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's a little. You are a little hazy, but it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world.
Some technical difficulties on my side too. Then
it looks like it's a sunny day, and it's
camera here. To be honest,
what's that?
I probably just need to clean my camera here. To be honest, let me just.
Maybe. It could just be a time of day type of thing, though.
There we go.
Oh, that is actually much better.
Yeah.
Very good.
Perfect. I guess when I close the laptop, I probably put my finger right where the camera is. So
it actually just looked like it was hazy from the sun time of day, which I am familiar with also.
Yeah, it's definitely coming through my window, which is so I'm from Canada here. We just got a crazy snowstorm last night, so it's about -20 to -30 where I'm at.
That is chilly. No, we're actually I'm in Rhode Island, so not too far. You know, we still get pretty cold. You know, it was definitely down in the teens a couple days ago, but I think it's in the 30s right now. I don't have a fire going, so that's how it's usually when it gets to if it drops much below 30, I have to burn some wood. I'm old, you know, I just can't handle it like I used to.
Oh, for sure. It gets to your bones.
For sure. So we met down in Buenos Aires. I can't remember it might have been multi-chain day. I don't remember which event it was. We worked a couple of them. But you were talking to us about DIA. And why don't you tell us, well, you're here to talk about what you want to talk about. So obviously, but you're from DIA. And I don't know if a lot of people, our audience, understands a lot about oracles and how that works. So give us the basic background on what you guys do.
Yeah, for sure. And to be honest, to be fair, like when I started with DIA, it was kind of the same situation. You know, I have been in crypto since 2017. I had a basic understanding of, you know, what oracles are providing, but never really delved too much into the technology. So it's actually much more interesting, especially nowadays than you know I anticipated when I started. I think I'd like to maybe just jump back and just kind of talk about, you know, oracles in general and just kind of what that really means. So I'm pretty sure most people understand them as the price feed part, but I think where it gets confusing is what an oracle really is taking a price and pushing it on chain. So you're pushing it to some smart contract for an application to consume. So a lot of times I'll get people that are, you know, they understand the price feed part. They say, well, where do I access this information? So you can technically access this information through like an API. That could be directly through DIA. That could be directly through another oracle, or that could just be through like a third-party provider like CoinGecko. You could access an API directly on CoinGecko and get that price data. So why then would you need an oracle, right? So the oracle's actually taking that data and pushing that to like the contract. So you could take CoinGecko, you could take DIA, but what you really want with the oracle is that smart contract basically automatically updating. Now what that really allows is, so I guess there's like 3 steps to like oracle price oracles today as they are. So the first like least secure methodology is like what we've seen when we originally kind of started looking at smart contracts and building out applications on chain, is like a time weighted average price, something that you could get from Uniswap. You could get that directly from a pool, or you could pull it from like an API like CoinGecko. So what this means is like, this is like the least secure methodology. You're basically taking the trade data directly from either Uniswap or like the aggregated amount from CoinGecko. So this is the least secure methodology because there's not like removing of any transactions, any trade data. If you're, for example, taking a price on Uniswap and you're going to say, okay, now we're taking this trade data, we're going to push this to my smart contract. Say you're running a lending protocol. So what this basically does is any trade data that gets pushed through there is going to update to your smart contract, and then that could potentially cause some issues if there's trade data that's malicious. So early on, and what we've seen a lot is that you can do something called like a flash loan, for instance. You can borrow a bunch of funds so that you have a high amount of volume, and you can maliciously attack a pool so that you can change the price for potentially a few blocks, 1 block. You could alter the price 50, 60, 70% with the amount of slippage depending on the liquidity. So in doing so, you know, based on that flash loan trade, you may take like a huge loss, but the loss may be higher, or the loss may be lower than the attack that you've done on the lending protocol. So you could, for instance, go into lending protocol after the fact and then cause a bunch of liquidations and then gain the profit from forcing those liquidations, because the liquidators are generally getting 1.5%, 2% on some of those lending protocols.
Right. So there is an obvious flaw there. If there's an attack, if somebody is sophisticated enough to pull that off, which is becoming easier and easier these days with the tools available, then that's it. So that is one of the attack vectors, and why you need more security than that.
Exactly. So this is like a stage 1. This is stuff that's happened, you know, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 4 years ago. And then most recently, ironically, you know, that happened again on Binance, where, you know, there was all those forced liquidations because protocols were only taking price data from Binance there. So,
oh, really? I didn't.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact situation there. But like a lot of tokens went to almost zero. Some did, like Atom there. I believe this is about a month and a half ago.
Atom went all the way to zero on.
Atom went all the way to zero. Yeah. So then there was a lot of protocols that had the price data only sourced from Binance. So then when that happened, it caused this cascade of liquidations, right? So you know, there's situations like this that are still happening in 2025, which is you know, these protocols set up with what I would call is like a stage one, like Oracle, right?
Right. So Binance was basically not, Binance isn't really an Oracle, but they were being used, their API was being used as an Oracle for pricing.
Exactly. So in like some of these older tokens, like I'm not sure what the liquidity depth is, obviously not high enough to match kind of the, you know, the amount of money that people were able to put in to push it down. And then, you know, it's always like a measuring act. Like if the value you can extract through the hack is higher than the money you need to put in, then it makes sense to do it, right? So it essentially just breaks down to that. So as soon as they found out that these kind of markets were segregated, then it made it easy. So then that's kind of where oracles are today, is like a stage 2. So that is basically adding the filters. So you're removing any kind of malicious trade data, and then some kind of a system to remove liquidity or liquidity sources that are outside the bounds of a benchmark. So for DIA, how we work is we are scraping data directly from sources. So we're scraping data from central exchanges and decentralized exchanges, all that trade data. And for example, on say Ethereum, we're supporting 20 to 30 different liquidity sources. So all that trade data for us gets aggregated, and then it goes through a filter. So the filter could be like a TWAP filter. For us, we use a volume weighted filter, and we also use something called IR, which is interquantile range. So we're removing the bottom 25% and the top 25% of the trade data. So you're only getting the 50% of chunk of that data. And then that gets processed by the nodes on our layer 2 orbit chain. And then one final system check there is we utilize a guardian, which we're checking against the benchmark price. So the benchmark price is typically, say, like CoinGecko, CoinMarketCap, some source like that, to say, hey, ETH right now is 2,900. What does it say on CoinMarketCap? CoinMarketCap is 2,915. Okay, that's within, say, we typically set guardian price at 5%. So then if the price we're pushing is greater than 5% compared to CoinMarketCap or CoinGecko, we won't push it. We won't add that price there because there's something going on with the data, right? With stable coins, you can go a lot lower. And then once that's confirmed good to go, that's sent to all the available chains we support. So 62, 63 different chains. So it's really cool because it's all done in like a decentralized, transparent way. So a lot of Oracle providers today, you're getting the aggregated data. That could be aggregated by themselves. That could be aggregated through a third party like CoinGecko or Kaiko. And what you really don't know with some of these oracles is the origin of the source of the data. You're just getting the aggregated price. But with DIA, you can actually see and verify the source of the data, and you can actually select the sources of data that you want. Now, it makes, of course, sense to include most of the sources or all of the sources that you can get based on kind of the issues I described earlier. But for example, some applications like to segregate their markets and have isolated markets. So you could say take a price on Arbitrum or on Optimism and have those like separated. So we offer that kind of flexibility there as well. So that's kind of like a stage 2 Oracle where you have that additional security layer there that you didn't have with, like, say, going directly to Uniswap or pulling a price directly from like an API like CoinGecko.
Very cool. Very cool. Joining us, well timed, is my partner in crime, GPSC from the Gigapepe Spaceship Club. And he is actually fresh off of winning an award from the Stacks community for being an excellent Chad, I believe was the title. What was the category again?
It was most positive community impact.
Yeah.
Hold on, Josh, man. Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah,
Yeah.
glad to be here. Just
Yeah.
kind of running through the Oracle stuff. Hopefully it's not too dry, but
Man, let's get to it, man. It's alpha.
I mean, it's honestly, these are things that we need to have more awareness of. People need to understand why it matters. Because it is important that the data that's out there, it is largely pricing data right now. There is more stuff to come as on-chain apps develop more. You're going to be pulling more data, and it needs to be secure for all sorts of reasons. Like we already touched on that layer one security issue where people can just manipulate markets to manipulate the price feeds and then take advantage and exploit on the back end. That's a big deal. That does happen. And in this space, any exploit that can be attacked is going to be, so
Exactly.
it's a huge deal. Like the oracles are utterly important for really all the programmability on crypto requires secure oracles. So it's a fundamental piece of infrastructure for crypto to advance.
For sure. And I think if you look at the data actually behind like attacks on chain, loss of funds, I'd say I wouldn't say like a very large majority of them are oracles related, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's anywhere from 33 to 50% of the hacks are somewhat oracle related or like price manipulation, right? So
yeah, if you can manipulate price, you can do a lot of things, especially if if you know you're going to, and I mean, that happens, by the way, outside of data feeds and outside of Oracle information. There's all sorts of manipulation going on that people exploit. Oracles is just one way, but that's a big vector because all of these, on Stacks, one of my main partners is Bitcoin. Bitflow. Bitflow is the decentralized exchange on Stacks. If that price data isn't accurate, when I go to trade, I lose money, and then I get insecure about using the platform again. So, and by the way, that doesn't happen. I'm very confident in Bitflow. I love the platform. Those guys are doing awesome. But it's important that if the users can't rely on secure data, the whole thing doesn't work. So it's fundamental. It really is very fundamental to the success and the further success, which I think we're through the woods. I think this crypto thing's gonna last. It seems at this point, but it's still, there's still a lot that can happen that can hinder the development and make things take longer to develop. And we're really on the precipice right now with we're calling it onboard your mom. With all the the passkey, and we have native passkey and WebAuthn on Clarity now on Stacks, and all of the stuff like Privy's doing, and like making it basically just abstracting away the wallet function and making it real easy for non-crypto natives to engage with applications that are using crypto and built on crypto, but the users don't really need to know anything about crypto to use. That's where we're hoping to go.
Right.
And we need reliable data for that.
Right.
We need these people to have good, secure, safe experiences when they come here, or they won't come back, or they won't come back for a long time. So we need you guys to keep doing an excellent job getting us secure data.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, it's interesting with there's you know, how many of these hacks have driven people away over the years. And you know, it's something, I guess, that needs to happen, because you need to kind of standardize things. You need to have you need to put it in people's minds that, hey, we need to do something different, or as a user we need to think differently and push like transparency. Like a lot of things today, a lot of hacks that we've seen are you know, transparency issues. If we go all the way back to kind of the worst situation, which was Terra Luna and UST, we're talking 30 to 40 billion dollars lost there. That's fully a transparency issue, right? If users understood what was held in the vault or in reserve with Do Kwon, with his team Terraform, then that wouldn't have been such a situation, right? But no one had any idea, you know, how many tokens were minted, what was actually backed, what the understanding there is, right?
Right.
And that's where users need to say, hey, I'm not going to deposit my money here unless you can be transparent about what's going on, right?
Right. No, exactly. Same thing with FTX.
Yeah.
You know, they were just using people's money. And if
Yeah,
that was-
where's the money? What's going on, right?
right. It's
So,
crazy.
and really, crypto's built on the ethos of transparency,
Right.
of understanding where your funds are and being in control of your funds, right?
And not having to trust anybody.
Exactly, no intermediaries. So it's crazy that people kind of lose sight of that. And you know, it's tough because you see, oh, this is giving 50% APY on my US dollars. I'm going to go put my money in here. And you don't really think about, you know, what's the underlying risk? How are they actually giving this 50%, right?
Right.
They're likely leveraging in the background. They may
Yeah.
be providing some points which aren't actually truly, you know,
we have a I don't know if it's a mantra, but it's, you know, where does the yield come from? And if you cannot answer where the yield comes from, you are the yield.
Yes, that's exactly right, for sure. So,
and that is, I mean, I'm generally a lucky guy. I didn't get burned. I didn't feel good about FTX for some reason at the beginning. Something just seemed off to me about it. It was too hype. So I missed it. I was in BlockFi collecting I think it was 8% on Gemini dollars, which was very high at the time. The banks weren't giving interest on anything at that time.
Right.
And I got out of that just, again, I had a hunch. I had, you know, not a ton of money, but a lot for, you know, I'm not super flush. So it was enough for me to be very burned if I hadn't gotten out. And I got out of that real quick, just in time, and before they collapsed. And then there have been a couple. I got out of Gemini just by the skin of my teeth. I had some funds in there before they got, you know, attacked again. So, but these things happen. They're not all data risk errors, but they are situations where you're trusting. You're not really verifying at that point. And so good data oracles also help us verify.
Exactly. So that could essentially take us to, you know, the stage 3 then, Oracle, like where we're seeing, you know, more customizability today, more capital efficiency. And that's through something called like NAV based feeds, or as we're calling them, fundamental feeds. So NAV is like a net asset value feed. And very simply, it's just the collateralization ratio. So we, for example, take the ratio of how much a derivative asset or synthetic asset or stablecoin token, how many of those tokens are issued versus what's held in reserve or what's held in the vault. So we're seeing tons of these tokens come out today, all different kinds of stablecoin derivatives, XUSD, SUSD, USDP, et cetera, et cetera. So we can measure that ratio and say, hey, there's $1 million of these tokens issued, and there's 800K in the vault. So then you're getting the ratio there. The ratio's coming back and saying, hey, this ratio's 80%. So what's in the reserve is actually 80% compared to what's been issued. Then if we can price that derivative token at 80 cents automatically. So for example, I always like to go back to Terra Luna here. If UST was priced using a fundamental feed, everyone would have known automatically what the price of UST would have been. UST actually had, I believe it was 80% in backing. Now, what happened obviously when the bank run happened is anytime there's, not enough funds to back it, it's impossible to keep it afloat. So it dropped down to 13 cents, I think, at the lowest before it finally collapsed and ended itself. But had people known, hey, this is actually backed 80%, that's not as bad as we anticipate. The coin is now priced at 80 cents. Maybe there wouldn't have been this huge panic, which ultimately led to the collapse, right? It might have just people seen that there's transparency there. Maybe they would have wanted to continue to sell off, but it would have been less of a big panic to.
Well, the price would have had more stability.
Exactly. There wouldn't have been as many people running to the door to beat the guy in front of them, right?
Right.
You think if I don't get out now, I was very much the same. I had UST. I added it to the curve pool, so I didn't get kind of hit directly as bad because the liquidity in the curve pool kind of kept it afloat a bit longer. But the thinking is, okay, I got to get out of this ASAP because everyone is trying to sell, right? So you got to beat the guy.
Right. That's why it happens that way.
Exactly.
If the price hadn't been so starkly down, it's still a shock to see something go $1 peg. What's supposed to have $1 peg to be at 80 cents.
This happened kind of overnight, right? I woke up that morning and went, holy crap.
That was set up. Somebody that was an attack. Somebody made a lot of money doing that.
Oh, for sure. And whether it was an enemy of Do Kwon or just an instance of that we talked about previously of money in versus money out, which is more likely the case, right?
I think it was actually an attack on crypto.
Yeah, it could be for sure. And these narratives stick around where people kind of bring them up again and again. It's not secure because did you see what happened with Terra Luna? They lost $40 billion, right?
Right.
And that's where strong infrastructure comes into play, where you need to have these robust systems. You need to ensure security. So a lot has changed obviously since then, but there's still these instances where you kind of go back to how things used to be because it's easier, right? It's easier to not do 2-3 audits. It's easier to just go into pull an API instead of setting up a custom Oracle contract, situations like that, right? So what's really cool with the fundamental feeds is you can do them in conjunction with the market feed, right? So you can have your market-based priced, and then you can have your NAV-based fundamental price, and then use those together, and then derive your price of your market from that. So you're essentially taking from two sources, and then you can maybe run your liquidations based on the fundamental side, and then have your market-based price for redemptions or whatever. So there's I think that's where we're moving today, is to that stage 3 security, where there's more, not only more sources in the market for the pricing, more filters, secure guardian systems, and then different methodologies for providing price that are actually more capital efficient, right? Because you're not worrying about the day-to-day trade. You're just actually taking what's in, held in reserve, which is essentially, the same methodology the banks are using, right? So you're seeing basically kind of the highest level of capital efficiency that we're seeing in the traditional market. So
now, do you guys support data for real world asset tokenization, institutional products, stuff like that? Or what, or mostly focus on pricing feeds right now? What are you guys getting into?
Yeah, for sure. So we're supporting RWAs as well. We support over 5,000 different assets. So copper, any kind of commodity or stocks, bonds, T-bills, Forex, stuff like that. So teams can reach out to us to set up price feeds for that. One really cool thing we're working on right now is we're integrating the Ondo global markets. So Ondo is providing tokens for trading these stocks essentially. And what's really cool is the stocks are then able to be traded 24/7. So we can get a price for these that apps can use to say trade Amazon after hours essentially. So I think that's a really good use case for crypto. Today we see like a lot of these per platforms, you know, you can only trade the commodities or the stock within certain trading hours, right? Because they're getting the data from a source that doesn't allow after hours trading. And you know, we've kind of scoped that out a bit on our side and said, hey, can we provide or can we go with a third party provider that allows stock trading after hours? And what we found is it's kind of like a closed cabal, right? Like they don't want for one, they don't want you to take this data and then kind of resell it or repackage it or let someone else use it. So we've seen kind of huge barriers to entry that way. And then also with price, like we're talking for us to get data for 24/7 stock trading, you know, it could be 30 to 50 grand a month just to get the trade data. So there's these huge barriers to entry. So I think with the Ondo global markets, us being able to tap into those tokens and then dApps able to trade these stocks 24/7 is a really cool use case for crypto on the RWA side. So it's just kind of starting. We've seen a few teams tokenizing stocks and commodities and things like that, like X stocks.
So you think that trading on Ondo will provide enough pricing data to satisfy overnight trading?
Exactly. It's early days right now. I haven't checked liquidity and volume in a while. I know a lot of those tokens have reached over 1 million in liquidity, which is enough for us to provide a price feed on that. Now, you still want to kind of do your research on kind of you know, how much is the price actually fluctuating from either the after hours or when the stock market opens, how close are we to parity, you know, minutes before or hours before that, right? So I haven't done my research on that, but things will continue to get more robust, definitely. You know, Ondo's a huge team. They're building really cool stuff to allow, you know, tokenization on chain. So I think that's really exciting direction we're heading in the RWA space is you know, allowing this.
Well, and they're also Ondo's on Base, and Coinbase literally yesterday just announced stock trading and prediction market coming soon. I have to assume that they're probably going to use some of the information from Ondo as well, and or maybe, I don't know, because it's on Base. I don't know if that's
right
or how affiliated they are with Ondo specifically, but if not, then there'll be some other option in the marketplace that they're using anyway, right?
Yeah. You know, they may be paying for those premium sources, and that would be great. I mean, again, they probably are facing the same issues of, you know, they have these premium sources, but they can't kind of disclose them to others. But again, like with the Oracle feeds, if we were able to tap into that and tap into our own and then tap into Ondo, we can provide an aggregated source, remove outliers, use the Guardian, and we have like a stage 2 Oracle for RWAs, right? So the more and more these teams get involved in this, the easier it is for us to provide robust infrastructure on it. So
very cool, very cool, man. So I do you see is AI development and or the iteration of the AI, the more sophisticated applications of it, is that causing challenges for you guys as far as security of your networks? Like what are some challenges you guys have from that?
Yeah, the AI side is interesting. I think we're still pretty early days for any kind of risk from those kinds of attack vectors, especially on like the DeFi side. I haven't seen too much sophistication in all the teams that I've talked to. Where it's really cool and kind of moving away from, and like maybe the benefits towards people, and what I've seen is like AI controlled vaults for like yield, right? So you deposit your stable coins with an AI, and the AI is looking at all these different pools and all these different vaults.
So the AI could also be a consumer of your data feeds.
Exactly.
Probably more of the issue is not, it's less of a challenge that it could be a threat and more of a challenge of how do we serve these agents?
Yeah, and I mean, looking at from the security side, now I'm not like an expert on that, but you could tap in these AI agents and say, look at our data feeds and see where there's any kind of risk, right? Where we could be thin on liquidity, or what are the potential attack vectors. All teams can be looking at this, not just Oracle's. Verify the smart contract and see, we've seen so many of these re-entrancy attacks over the years that just keep popping up again and again, and people forget about the past, right? And I think where AI is really, really good is analyzing the data, looking in the past and seeing and making sure that, these 1 or 2 lines of code are updated, to not allow kind of previous attacks to happen, right? So I think as people forget, or they haven't been there back in 2021, 2019 when these things happened, because it kind of goes through cycles, right? These things get like, these particular attack vectors are like hot, and then they fall off. People forget about them. They upgrade to a new contract, but there's a bunch of teams using the original contracts, and then there's those attacks again, like we saw with the Curve V2 pool there a couple months back.
Yep.
So, yeah. So I think AI will be very, very good on the security side, and then super useful to kind of maximize yield as well. And yeah, data plays a massive part in that. It's going to need to be tapped into all this data, all these sources, how you want to use it, right? So the more data you can feed the AI is going to be, that's the number one thing, 100%.
So we have we know a couple of people working on the X402 solution, which is payments between AI agents. And it's a little over my head, the conversation. We've had a few on our show. A lot of these conversations are a little bit over my head. But it's closer than I think we really, it seems closer based on the conversations I'm having with people to this stuff becoming more actionable than, because we play around with a lot of stuff because we're doing a show. We are now a live stream all day. We cover a lot of projects, and we love touching around on stuff that's new, a lot of stuff in testnet, and we've played with a number of trade bot agents in testnet or even in beta mainnet stuff. Agent Hustle over on Solana. We've played the AI BTC dev guys are doing some really cool stuff on Stacks. There and a number of them, and they're mostly just conceptual. They're not lined up with enough memory. They're not really they're still just MVP products.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of solutions that are being worked on right now that I think we're probably a little bit closer than we may really we're trained to expect, because of how fast these things iterate, because they're iterating themselves to a large degree. They're being used to actually build out the agents are actually building out their next iteration. So it's crazy how these things are going. But I think that it's going to be here actionable, like trading on your behalf, agent to agent, interacting with APIs and stuff like that, and different data oracles, and then transacting with Bitcoin, actually, in a large degree, in microtransactions for access to data. I really think that that's probably not that far off.
Right. Yeah. One thing that I've always been interested in, and when it came to the space, I thought was like, oh man, this is really going to change the game, was like intents. So
and that's another one that, yes, that's,
yeah. So
we have a guy that built subnets on stacks with intents. It's crazy.
There you go. So basically with intents, you're essentially saying, okay, I want to make a trade, US dollars to ETH. So right now we're seeing intents being used for, I think the biggest one on the swap side is CowSwap. And then there's a few other ones. I think Matcha uses intents and some other ones, but it's really cool because then, you're taking a idea, and that's essentially the intent of saying, okay, I want Ethereum, I have USDC. Then it goes to a solver network, and the solvers are going to look for the best price for that user. So that solver networks is where it gets interesting, because you have like a level of competition. It's going to look at, the network of solvers. I don't know how many CowSwap has now, let's say like 50. Each of those solvers is going to have a different set of code that it's running through, and in a different, essentially, set of liquidity sources that it's sourcing. So those solvers can say, hey, I can provide this for this price, and the best solver wins. Now, going back to what you said about, abstracting away the complexities for these users so your grandma can use crypto, it's the same idea here. I can go to CowSwap and I can ensure that I'm getting the best price, or that's the theory anyways, around the intent-based system. Once everything is kind of tied in together with these robust solver networks, you're generally getting the best price. And personally, I use CowSwap all the time. That's what I've seen. I'm getting an amazing price, sometimes better than the market rate, sometimes better than Binance, where you assume the highest liquidity source is always going to give you the best price generally. Sometimes it's even better than that. So you really can't go wrong there. And that's all done, through that intent-based system with the solver network. So we also see that with bridges. And then we're going to see that intent system happen with AI. And I think that's where it gets extremely interesting, where you just tell the AI, what is my intention on here? My intention is to earn the 6% or higher on USDC, if we're just like strictly dealing with DeFi stuff. Then it's going to go and look at all these sources. It's going to deposit it in different ways, maybe. You may say, I want to lower risk by not using one pool. So you're feeding information to this AI, and it's doing it on your behalf. Outside of crypto, this could be, we've seen this with DPIN stuff, where you simply tell your refrigerator to order you, or it happens automatically. When you're out of milk, your AI agent goes and orders you some milk, or adds it to your order that you're doing like once a week, right? So this gets like really complex, but like very interesting, and reducing maybe the mundane tasks that humans typically have to do. So the AI stuff, very, very cool. I feel like, there's going to be a lot of ups and downs and figuring things out. People maybe are getting sick of hearing about AI, especially, Google and Amazon and all these big names, Meta, every day. essentially sharing all this information. But it is becoming game changing, you know, even with these like AI robots that they're building to suggest that, you know, it can do the tasks that maybe humans don't want to do anymore. It's just another step towards, you know, higher efficiency and maybe lower risk and lower, you know, increasing the standards of how this work's being done, right? Because you can standardize all these robots to do, you know, concrete work the same way every time, right? So you're kind of removing the human element in a sense. Not necessarily you're removing the creativity, but you're standardizing everything to be done the same way, which has a power to it, right? So tons of interesting aspects there with AI to kind of jump around a few of them.
So I do want to make sure I get these in here before we have a kind of a hard stop by 2 p.m. because we share our Restream account with our partners at Bitcoin Live, and they have a show coming on at 2 today.
Gotcha.
But I want to make sure I point people in the direction of the DEX account. It's at diadata_org. So you guys can follow DIA, and the website is diadata.org, which if you guys are interested, you're building a project. We have a lot of developers that watch and tune into our stuff because we cover a lot of developers. DIA is a great place to go to look into your Oracle services that you need for the platform projects you guys are building. So make sure you check them out, diadata.org. And Josh, was it so, bro? You are such a really nice. I love your personality. Really even keeled dude. Great chatting with you. Would love to have you on again whenever there's something going on. Even if you just want to come hang out, we do the morning show. Sometimes it's a little more casual. Happy to have you jump in and chat with us sometime. Anything else we should know about DIA before you sign off?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, would love to join you guys again. It's been awesome chatting. You know, definitely super passionate about the space. So, so I'll just mention on DIA here. So we're generally working with teams in 2 ways. We work with the chain foundations directly, and then we work with like the dApps to provide their Oracle feeds. So any dApp can come to us and request a custom Oracle feed. In most cases, if it's just a standard price feed, that's going to be completely free of charge for the applications that reach out to us. If it's a price source that we are supporting, for instance, and you know, if it's something on price feed on, like, generally we can theoretically support any price feed as long as we can get that data source. In some cases, we need to scrape like a local ecosystem DEX directly to get that source. But I'd say 95% of the time, we can just support the price feed completely free of charge for those applications.
Wow.
So definitely reach out to us. And we also are doing a grant program right now where we're reimbursing the gas for updating those price feeds. And that's actually on Stacks as well. So you can use DIA Oracles completely free on the 63 networks we support, and then we're doing 15 chains that have gas grants where we're reimbursing the gas fees. Essentially, that would be the only cost if you're doing it on a chain that we're not doing the gas grant, or after 1 year, you would just have to pay the gas cost for those. Most chains today, that's not an issue. Might be a little bit of an issue on Ethereum, I guess would be your only concern there.
So sometimes it's pretty cheap on Ethereum right now. Though.
Yeah, we've seen it lately where it's been cheap. So that's the good thing about the bear market is you are getting cheaper gas.
Yes, it hasn't been too bad on Ethereum for almost a year. Like I haven't been like I'm sending out like $30 payments, $100 payments for like 5 cents, 17 cents.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
it's great. Actually, ironically, that's funny. So Ethereum still has the issue of spiking, right? So Vitalik again proposed, I think it was a week ago, maybe a bit longer, about bringing back gas futures. back in, I want to say 2019-ish area, there was a gas token that you could buy, which it was essentially a gas future. You could use that token instead of paying those gas fees, right? And then that got kiboshed with one of the Ethereum update proposals there. And now it's funny that they want to bring it back because it makes more sense, right? You can start loading up on, gas prices today, in anticipation of gas prices going up in the future, right?
It's a smart market to make.
Exactly.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's funny that Vitalik is kind of proposing that again.
I forgot about that. That was when they were still proof of work, I believe.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it was. I can't remember the name of the token, but I remember thinking, man, this is a fantastic idea because back then, we generally saw at least once a week gas spiking to 500, sometimes 700 Gwei, and I think the overall price wasn't as bad as it is now with the token being as high as it is, but you're still spending $30, sometimes $50 per transaction, which is crazy.
Right. Well, and then also when you look about how much you were spending back then and how much Ethereum it was.
Exactly. You're spending a large amount of Ethereum on the gas.
Yeah, because the price was so low.
Yeah, I think I remember as high as for myself as 0.05 or 0.1 in some cases.
Yeah.
There's that website. Can't remember what it's called. Like it measures how much gas you spent on your wallet over the life of it. And when I go back there and it's like, oh, you spent 12 ETH or 15 ETH.
Yeah, it was well, because you could have there was times when you were getting fees at $10, $20 and the price was only $100.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was bad. It was real bad.
So yeah, if you go to that, you're like, well, shit, I guess I should have, and there wasn't a lot of options back then, you had your outside of Ethereum, if you wanted to keep EVM, there was only a couple chains early on, and they were very difficult to get to before bridges were around and all that kind of stuff. So, many people didn't have a lot of options there. So,
right, it was expensive.
Now we're a little bit spoiled.
Well, you'd have to learn how to get it there, and then the learning curve was expensive. So
yes,
that stopped me from playing around as much as I probably would have. I just couldn't. It was too stressful for me to spend that much. I'm trying to acquire ETH. So if I'm spending such a high amount of ETH to transact, it was just, we've come a long way. When we look at that perspective and where we are now, it's crazy.
I think it's important to put it into perspective, right? Because we, kind of forget about, as I mentioned, the past things, right? People didn't want to go to those layer 2 chains because they were worried about the bridges back then. Now no one worries about the bridges because there hasn't been a bridge hack, thankfully, in some time here, right? So
we figured out how to do them right.
Do them right, do them secure, use intents, and everything's good, right? So, fingers crossed that, you don't run into more bridge issues here. But I think that side has been heavily audited at this point. So, which is fantastic.
Well, and I think it's awesome that you guys provide basically a very low cost, if not free service for dApps that are DEXs that are on the chains you're supporting, and that's a huge deal. I wasn't aware of that. But so you guys that are looking at building DEXs, because we do need more of them, by the way. I love Bitflow. Huge fan of what they're doing, but I think that more options in the marketplace makes everything more robust. And so if you're looking at starting a DEX and you need the data feed hookup, Josh is the man. We'll get you in touch with Dia and we'll get you all set up and squared away.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the free aspect's really cool. So that's, generally we're seeing 10, 25 price feeds for these teams completely free. So yeah, DEX, lending protocol, liquid staking, CDP, yield, anything like that. Those are all kind of protocols that can utilize oracles and use those price feeds for adding functionality. Now, very quickly, I'll just mention too, we also support on the other side, as I mentioned, the NAV-based fundamental feeds. We support verifiable randomness for like potentially casinos and loot boxes for video games. So
crypto nuts.
one thing we're seeing today, actually, with the crypto casino stuff is you can't really. It's kind of closed source. You're not really verifying the transaction, which is crazy, or you're verifying it with their own built-in VRF. With ours, it's all again fully transparent end to end. You can verify that that transaction's done correctly and that you're receiving the right amount of funds. And then on the loot box side, that's really exciting as well. You can verify you're getting the correct loot out of the loot box and that the devs haven't, altered the math or anything like that, right? So that's not something we see. And again, this needs to come from the users a lot of the time to say, hey, we're interested in having transparency here on this. Otherwise, typically you won't see these gaming studios getting involved with this, right? But that's kind of what crypto's built on. That's the ethos that we're all here today to support. So we need to continue pushing on that side. And then finally, one thing that we're working on that's really, really cool is called AI resolution in partnership with GenLayer, so that we can open and close markets without any intermediaries using this setup. So we'll kind of push that AI resolution on chain to facilitate opening markets, whatever kind of market, and then you choose which agent where they're resolving that market. Could be like routers or like Twitter, that kind of stuff. And then that we can push that resolution back to the chain once the market's closed, and then close that automatically without any intermediaries. So basically a white glove end-to-end solution for prediction markets there. So really excited about that as well.
You guys have a lot. So DIA has a lot of services for developers building on chain. So you guys definitely need to check them out.
Yeah.
Josh, man, it's been a blast. Even without our music, which is really throwing me off, by the way. I can't tell you guys how much it is like stressing me out that I can't turn on and off music during the intro stuff. But great having you. We do got to wrap up. I could keep going with you for a while, but we'll have to have you back, guys. Check out DIA. Make sure I got the website again. It's diadata.org. Check them out. They're helping us get secure data to our apps. Lots going on in the space. Make sure you follow. And Josh, thanks, man. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. And yeah, anyone can feel free to reach out to me anytime. Excellent segment here, Steve, and pleasure to meet you, GP. And we'll see you guys again. And thanks to the community.
Awesome. Have a good one, Josh.
Take it easy. We'll be back with some more. I think Nick from Bitcoin Live is going to be joining us very shortly with Jerry for the Proof of Work podcast. And y'all have a blessed rest of your afternoon. Stay tuned. Thank you, Josh. Thanks, GP.
Peace, guys.
All right, my friends, it's your old pal Peace Love Music, and we are back. We have another live guest segment today. We have Jeff, the founder of BSD, Base Dollar on Stacks. What's up, Jeff? How you doing today, man? Thank you for joining us today.
Hey, GM. Thank you so much. Happy to be here. And it's great. I'm doing great. I'm getting ready for the holidays. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's fine. You can feel it winding down. Things are getting a little less chaotic, except for us where we, book back to back interviews on the same day. But
you seem like a very, very busy guy to me. Yeah, like when I've been watching more and more like bits and pieces and segments, and I'm like, this guy is always live on the internet, always.
Well, and we started. We've been doing the daily live streams for Monday through Friday for a little over. We're just going on almost a year and a half, about a year and 4 months. We started out of Stacks D Grants Cohort 2 last summer of 2024. And, it's iterated from doing a 15 to 20 minute, good morning check-in to an hour long show to an hour and a half show with a couple of different news segment and guest spot and game show, and then other segments throughout the day, like different shows. We had Landy coming on and doing TA. We used to produce Melanie's good kitty Melanie's show and Bitcoin and Beyond show. We do the SIP shows on Friday, and then so it was like in October, it was like, you know what? Why don't we just stream all day, and then we can drop in. So some of what we play throughout the day is just reruns of recent content segments. So what, after I'm done talking to you today about BSD, and I know that there's a ton of people out in the Stacks ecosystem, especially in our audience, that want to know more, very interested in the project. We'll cut that out and we'll replay it throughout the next couple of weeks to get more exposure. So people don't have to just tune into the live, but by doing the live stream all day, we can more accommodate founders like yourself for us to come spotlight. So, but this isn't about me and what we do. This is about you today. So I am relatively new to your project. We met a couple weeks back. There's a project that I've been working on with Rafa, and we had you on to talk to us about some stuff. Just not on, but we had a meeting. That was the first time I met you, and then you just happened to be on the Bitcoin and the Bitcoin Building on Bitcoin show with the BitFlow guys, which is also, they have their show today too, last week, and I heard a little bit more, but I really want to get a handle on what you're building, because I know there are definitely options for dollar stable coins is important. We don't want a centralized system. USDC coming to Stacks is great, but I'm a huge fan of what Jacob's building at USDH, and I think just more options in the marketplace make the ecosystem stronger and better for everybody. So I'm really intrigued about your niche and what you're working on with BSD.
Yeah, nice. Thank you so much for that tee up. And before I jump into that, just to sort of put a final point on everything you were saying about the show, I really appreciate what you're doing for Stacks and what you're doing for Bitcoin, and there's just so much work to go around. So I think you're really providing kind of a valuable service for our ecosystem. So thank you.
Thank you for saying that, man. I really appreciate it. We work hard, and there's a small team behind me. There's a lot of people chipping in, but it's a lot.
Yeah.
It is a lot.